9.6, if you're not here already, please make sure you're in the pit lane. we should quarter 15, last quali out there for heavy group 6. Heavy group 6 should be in the pit lane, please.
and I cover. So
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, cover everything.
yeah. Alright. Oh, you got stuck a bit in that last practice, no?
It was alright. I mean, the car, basically we've got some software that tracks the cars for us.
Yeah.
And the car I had was basically weeks to tier list essentially. And I had one of these like a tier car. So it was okay.
But somebody else had
But two I had like AES tier. So it's okay. I mean, I did the best I could with that car. I'm getting used to it now, learning how to drive it better. Yesterday, you should see yesterday, I was so off the mark.
Yeah, but then you were like, oh, well, it's actually first.
Oh, that was falling. I've applied it as best I can.
Because these are different from the Club 100 ones.
Start 6, Keon.
Like, Club 100 rules with these.
Never.
Yeah.
Never really. Never around here. Once I'm driving really aggressively.
Yeah, because you like to turn.
Yeah. Whereas these got such little power that
You don't need to do
you
that.
brake really hard to turn and try and pump power out. But there's no power to do it with.
So you might as well have just taken the.
So it's all about just conserving momentum basically. Even with the line cycles.
If you're not really aiming probably at the speed by the time you leave.
Well, you're pretty much like topping out from here.
Yeah.
So that's why being a slipstream is so important as well. Which I didn't really have before. I qualified third. So
I mean, you're in a good position.
yeah.
That's better than your, like, what was it, 30th. Where it's like, oh, you've gone up to third. I suppose that was a good one.
Yeah, it should be interesting.
I bought my camera and I grabbed a couple of photos in the
Oh, cool. Oh, thanks.
They're not my finest work, but that's great.
Thanks. Yeah. So what? Are you here for today as well?
Today and tomorrow.
We are. If it's the same one, if it's one on the hard track.
Yes, I think that's what they were saying.
Yeah. Basically, it's quite good really. You've got a Mackey's right outside. You've got bowling, you've got all this stuff right there. So when we get back to the hotel, we're going bowling there. Then that should be one day for you guys.
Relentless as well. We're going to have to swap that camera down the end and swap out each other so that some of us can have it. No, I bought an umbrella to like stick on here so I can go through it, but I don't think something's going to go that way. I like strap it.
Yeah, so that's all good till the wind blows it.
Yeah,
And it goes on the track.
my other concern is being here. Yeah, it'd be better if I was like on the ground. But yeah.
How's everyone at home? All good?
Yeah, lots of nice.
Good.
And me as well. I think I was going to send them a link because they were like, oh, it's like, wow.
Yeah. Well, the thing is though, like, because the day is so long, there's so many people. It's like gaps. At least for Club 100, it's like the gaps are like maybe half an hour, 40 minutes.
So I have a few every so often.
Whereas now, a minute.
Which means you've had lots of breaks.
And that's why I like the carts in that qualifying compared to the small if I'm in the race,
Yeah,
I can't make it to
Maybe
there's like a
you
deep
make
one.
it. Yeah.
There's so many.
It's like makes it sense. But then there's like six. No, it's 15 points. You got to narrow that down. And then narrow down.
And then all the points you use, it makes it. It just makes it so difficult. It's like, I'm not sure how they score it. If it's 1 point per turn, then 1 point would be the difference between starting fifth and like 15th, isn't it? Everyone's got, you know what I mean?
I will say, it's quite hard to find
Yeah.
to know how it works.
Yeah, I don't really know how
I
that
think
works.
your best bet is just be fastest.
I was going to say, I'm just going to drive around as fast as I can to see where it's going.
There's new teams up. I know this is
No, this is what we got. We've given. Got name on that. All their sponsors on it. And then we've got the bike stick as well. So I've got a rental one.
Well, you've got your own team.
Yeah, but a lot of people put their own bikes in car. But that's another one off. And I find that was on.
When you put it up, it just resonates you in.
It's a nice bike stick as well. So you can't get it. And I'm just like, I'll put it on a clear one. I think you're about to get the work there. So
How is it going to work?
I'm crossing later.
Welcome along to Buckmore Park. We are about to go racing for the first time this weekend in the Kart Race of Champions event. It is the leading way to find out who is at the very front, at the pinnacle of rental kart racing. Competitors from across the UK and across Europe and even further afield than that, taking to the Buckmore Park circuit this weekend for this annual tradition of an event. Competitors lining up now for the first heat at this circuit, which has been active since 1963. One of, if not the premier circuit for karting in the UK. Well-loved facility. There's a lot of people here this weekend who have done the 24-hour, have been here many, many times across Club 100 and all sorts of other championships besides, but there are also some who saw the track for the first time within the last 48 hours. So it is certainly a mixed bag from an experience perspective this weekend. We'll get started with Heat 1 here in just a moment. Heat 1 Juniors, Frederick Navarro set to start this one from pole position as they are rolling, and it will be Navarro that should lead them down into the first corner. Edouard Durofti in second position by the looks of it. That was going to be the front row off the line, and indeed they have remained 1 and 2. In third place there is James Callan, the Super Chumps Racing team, and I don't think that's a typo, I think that's intentional, in third position aboard the number 12. Then it's the number 6 of Kern Pinneman in fourth. Reese Tyler rounding out the top 5 off the line, and it appears they have remained in that order as this race has gotten started. Some side-by-side action there further back in the pack, but at the front of this Heat 1 event in the junior category, this is the Group 1 of the juniors. We've got hundreds of drivers here, around 200 I believe in attendance this weekend, so we're in groups at this stage. And Frederick Navarro, look at that, 8/10 already after the first lap of this 12-minute encounter. Some side-by-side action there as Kern Pinneman had the inside line on Reese Tyler. That was a fourth position, and Reese Tyler dropping through the field. Unfortunately, he's been rather taken for a ride there. Had the outside line through Conway's and Henry's, the first 2 corners of the lap. And he's now dropping through the field. Where is he going to shake out? I think it may be P6, P7 as a matter of fact for Reese Tyler, but no such troubles at the front for Frederick Navarro. Lap 2 of the race, he's going to have, I think, somewhere around the 1.2, 1.3 second marker. Edouard Dorofty in second place has a little bit of company behind him in the form of James Callan, who's got a run. Sorry, no further back, there's a run for fourth place, and that's Lila Kaufmann making up a position. That's Kaufmann up to fourth place, going defensive into the first of the two hairpins right afterwards, but drifting wide. And unfortunately, that fourth place was short-lived. Koen Pinneman then holds on to P4 for the time being. Huge battle pack from seventh place back as well. Sam Doyle, Reece Tyler was leading that battle pack at the start of the lap, but all sorts of argy-bargy going on as they run through. Bit of a cold open this. We're straight into some excellent racing in the first of the day, the first race of the weekend. We're going to bring you no fewer than 27 races between now and the latter stages of the evening. 27 heats, I should say. Dorofty and Callan continuing to fight it out here for second position. The number 3 and the number 12 side by side, and Callan gets through into second place. That's looked like a fairly long time coming. I think the pace advantage has been with James Callan so far in this one, and he's giving the signal to say, let's go hunting for the leader, Frederic Navarro. Have they got time to make up 2.2 seconds in this heat? Of course, in the heats, they are fighting for points. Their point scores across the heats will determine which final they get into. Everyone aiming for the A final in their respective categories. And again, James Callan really pushing the point that he wants to work together here with James Callan rather than fighting each other and losing time. They want to go hunting, or at least James Callan wants to go hunting for Frederic Navarro, but I don't think it's entirely clear whether Edouard Dorofty actually subscribes to that theory. Meanwhile, Edgar Azevedo makes up a position there. I think that was fifth place on Lila Kaufmann. Yes, it was. Kaufmann in the 9, dropping back another position, but fighting hard for it, and a bit of an exchange there, both kind of shrugging at each other as they continue on. I think there might be, again, some thought that, well, we could go and hunt some higher positions rather than fight for fifth place, but Kaufmann certainly wants to contest for the place. And I just saw there Edgar Azevedo pointing forward and saying, come on, let's go hunting for a podium in this one. Let's see whether that negotiation has paid off. Someone is coming to a halt there towards the back of the field. Was that potentially Harrison Holt, who dropped 2 positions on the previous lap? No, I think that might have been Clara Boyce, unfortunately, who was slowing down, although no, it has started a new lap, but there was somebody further back who was a little bit slow, as we see the number 7, Sam Doyle, get to try and get around Lila Kaufmann there. Wasn't quite on the cards. At the front of the field, Frederic Navarro continues to extend the gap. 3.2 seconds is the advantage. James Callan, Edouard Dorofty rounding out the top 3, and some side-by-side and some significant track limit abuse, I would suggest, there in that battle that just went out and shot briefly. I think that may have involved Sam Doyle potentially bouncing across the curbs. Had a few contact warnings. One of them is for Doyle. Reece Tyler and Lila Kaufmann, who we've been watching, have also received warnings, black and white flags for contact. The view of Buckmore with the hire karts that they own is very much, this is a non-contact sport, but proximity is the mother of contact every now and then. And that's the number 10, Oliver Tullett, getting past Sam Doyle for 8th position. See there as they sweep down the hill there, that's the Symes sweep followed by Pullman's, that they're using quite a lot of curb, but they have to make sure that they stay just about within the defined track limits, while of course keeping the route as short as possible. Oliver Tullett is trying to negotiate with that pack behind him to go chasing. Side by side between Sam Doyle and Reece Tyler for 9th position there. And in fact, that's the 13, Ashton Woolger, getting past the 7, and now going for Reece Tyler as well. Woolger is on the move. Every point will count. Everyone wants to try and be up in the A final, of course, to try and fight for the junior title here. If you don't don't make the A final, you don't get to fight for the title of the Junior Kart Race of Champions winner. So big motivation every time they go out on the circuit in these heats. 5 minutes left on the clock. We started with 12 minutes, of course, so we are just over half distance in this race. I dare suggest that James Callan isn't going to have it too easy for long. Edouard Durofde initially said, okay, I'll play ball, I'll stay behind you. But it's quite clear that on pace, Frederic Navarro is able to gap Callan and Durofde, and I think that Edouard is going to try and fight back in the number 3 for that second place before too long. It strikes me that compliance is not going to last until the checkered flag here, in the case of Durofde. Kern Peinemann having a fairly lonely race in 4th place, some 3 seconds behind that second place scrap on screen, and then about 1.5 seconds clear of Edgar Azevedo, who continues to fight with Lila Kaufmann et al. Navarro setting a scorching pace of 50.741, his best lap. His last lap, a 50.757. So not only quick, but also pretty consistent out there as well. A bit of contact there, some hip checks between Oliver Tullett and Sam Doyle over 8th position. And it is the 7 of Doyle that remains ahead for the time being. But it has been that back half of the overall top 10 where all of the action seems to have been going on. The sleeves have been particularly rolled up there. That's P8 through P12 sharing pretty much a single piece of tarmac. Gap is extended once again out front. New fastest lap of the race actually from Frederic Navarro. And it's side by side between Azevedo and Kaufmann yet again. Azevedo, I think again, another case where they were working together to try and close in on Kern Peinemann, and well, with 3 minutes left to go, I don't think they're going to get there, so it's time to fight it out for 5th position. Through towards the Symes sweep they go once again. We've already completed 10 laps in this race, so it is lap 11 ongoing. Oh, and 3 wide there as they came out of the Garda bend. In what order did they exit the corner, I wonder? Here they come now. It is the number 4 of Adrian Modzelinski who has made some moves there, and oh goodness me, Edgar Azevedo really leaving the kart on the apex there on the inside and making sure he got back past Lila Kaufmann for P6. They've kind of allowed Adrian to disappear up the road in the number 4 kart, and Kaufmann and Azevedo continue their fight. It's just now for 6th rather than 5th. Which is potentially a bit suboptimal, but they continue to fight each other. I'm sure there's respect and a handshake to come at the end, but right now it's pretty rough quarters going. You can see there the contact warnings continuing to be dished out and shown to the drivers as they come across the start-finish line. And the most recent one, no surprises, going to Edgar Azevedo for that moment down at hairpin 1 a lap ago. It will be the penultimate lap of the race here for Frederic Navarro, so he'll begin the final lap next time by. Callan remains in that 2nd position as we see there. Edouard Durofde not too far back, bouncing across the curbs with vigour and will. Personally makes my vertebrae go on strike just watching it, but these hardy young juniors willing to push the limits. Some bruises come Monday morn though. 6.4 seconds the gap at the front for Frederic Navarro. It's actually the penultimate lap of the race now. He did just break the beam in time to do 2 more laps of racing here. So he's got 2 to go. I thought it would be the final lap this time. Such is Navarro's pace. He is going to squeeze 15 competitive laps out of this race. again see Azevedo and Kaufman fighting it out for 6th place, and they've been joined by Sam Doyle, Oliver Tullett, Ashton Woolger, et al. In fact, everyone from 6th position back to Harrison Holt in 13th is in one long queue. I dare suggest that queue could go in pretty much any way from here on out. We've begun the final lap of the race up front. These drivers further back are just starting their final lap of the race. It was side by side there between Azevedo, Doyle, Kaufman, etc. Kaufman getting squeezed around and getting very frustrated as the drivers around her continue to try and find space. Everyone kind of flailing their arms, saying what's going on here as they try and find space. And particularly short-changed there, I feel, was Oliver Tullett. They're still 3 wide as they now head down towards the Symes sweep. You definitely can't go 2-3 wide through there. And it's worked out with Oliver Tullett ahead of those that he was wide with. At the front of the field, though, Frederick Navarro has already taken the checkered flag to win the race. Navarro winning by 7.4 seconds over James Callan. That is a mighty advantage. A statement victory for James Callan. Edouard Durofte taking 3rd place ahead of Koen Pinneman. And Adrian Modzelewinsky rounding out the top 5. Edgar Azevedo and Lila Kaufman came 6th and 7th. After all of that fighting between the two of them, it's sort of worked out at something of a stalemate ultimately. But what a drive from Frederick aboard the 14 kart. Of course, they won't stay married to their numbers as the day goes on, as is the drill with hire kart racing. They'll be rotating around the karts all the live long day, so don't get used to people running certain numbers. It will be changing. The first heat is completed. The first win of the weekend falling in the direction of Frederick Navarro. Was second, or rather was ahead of Edouard Durofte. Of course, in the junior class, they're all youngsters. And Durofte, one of the more decorated drivers on the grid as well, certainly within Club 100, he's been very impressive, as well as Super Champs. So Navarro with a bit of a statement, finishing that far clear. We'll move on promptly then to Heat 2, which is going to be the lightweight class. It's going to be Rory O'Regan and William Tyson on the front row. Jay Hansford and Fraser Brunton, row 2. Jasper Fitzgerald, Wolf and Harrison Kirkham on row 3. P7, P8, Eduardo Favia and Max Thorne. Andrea Sansoni and Sam May round out the top 10 ahead of Eric's Prozadovskis and Mike Allen. Dylan Houghton and Barry Morris rounding out the 14 karts on the grid for this one. The red light's on, the green light's on. We are racing the Nameless Motorsport entry. Rory O'Regan, the number 20 kart, leading down into the first corner with William Tyson behind him. Again, 12 minutes. All of these heats will be 12 minutes in duration. Side by side for 3rd place there between Brunton and Hansford as this race kicks into life. A little bit of a gap between the top 4 and the rest of the field. Now, will that top 4 remain in one pack, or will there be splits and divides between them? Heading down through Symes Sweep, Pullmans, and then the Paddock Bend goes the field. The Paddock Bend, which incidentally I don't think is being particularly used as a paddock this weekend, given we're on the hire karts. But Paddock Bend remains in name. Heading through the Cafe Curve, one of the quickest corners on the lap, right past the main building here at Bucknell. Through Conways and Henrys, very quick start to the lap. Those two twin fast 90-degree right-handers. We got a move on there from Max Thorn. I think that was for 7th place on Eduardo Favia. Was that move executed? I think it was. Rory O'Regan and William Tyson were just 2/10 apart at the front of the field. We got a look there at Eriks Prozitovskis in 10th, 11th place actually, but I think he may have moved up to P10 potentially. We'll try and grab that as they come across the line. Side by side action there, and a bit of squeezing there as they head down towards the Cafe curve once again. 28 on the inside there for 5th place. That's Sam May trying to get the better of Jasper Fitzgerald, and I think May has executed that. Fitzgerald signalling there that he's going to let that happen, but of course he now has to be worried about what's going on behind him. Max Thorn bouncing with his distinctive pink gloves across the apex curbs there. Bone-shaking ride. All too familiar for these kart racers. It's always interesting to stick a GT driver or a professional driver of some form into a hire kart and see how they adapt to it. It doesn't always go too well, but these guys are hire kart experts. O'Regan and Tyson broken away from Jay Hatsford and Fraser Brunton at the front of the field. And I think O'Regan there was doing a little bit of gesticulation there to try and negotiate something of a peace treaty, at least for now, between himself and William Tyson. Build an advantage now, fight for the win later. Side by side between the 19 and the 17, 19 and the 15 actually that was. Jasper Fitzgerald's already dropped a couple of positions on that lap, and Andrea Sansoni has just put him down another position. Minutes and change left to go, and they're 3 wide going into Cafe corner. That's still 2 wide. The 27 lost out there. Max Thorn lost out in quite a significant fashion, and still fighting each other. Lots of slight contact, and Harrison Kirkham has come out on top of that in what looks like 8th place. The 18 also making some moves there. Did I see? In fact, no, that was Kirkham in the 9, in Sansoni in the 19 that was catching me out, and potentially Eduardo Favilla in at the 16. But once again, it's that back half of the top 10. The top 5 are kind of spread a little bit across about 4 seconds. And then it's 6th place back, or 7th place back, where everything's kicking off. And Jasper Fitzgerald and back are all having quite an interesting scrap for sure. You see there the 25 of Dylan Houghton trying to find a way past Max Thorn. Thorn willing his kart on. 26 of Prozitovskis is trying to find his way around the outside, is he? Yes. That was on the 22 of Barry Morris, who's actually got past him since the start-finish line, but now trying to fight back. There are your leading duo. Rory O'Regan and William Tyson have built, I think, now over 2 seconds as they come across the line this time. Let's see what the gap is to the battle for 3rd place between Hansford and Brunton. Yes, 2.5 as a matter of fact. I think that soon, once again, we will devolve into scraps at the front half of the field. It's just holding pattern for now, trying to distance themselves, so all going well, the worst they can do is finish 2nd place before O'Regan and Tyson start to really go for it. So of course there will be Super Pole sessions ahead of the finals, so their position in the finals is not dictated by what goes on in these heats necessarily. Still think though that as racers they will be fighting for P1 honours in each and every heat. That's typically how it ends up going. Hansford, Brunton and May, 21, 23, 28, fighting it out for P3 here, or at least in that pack for P3. And certainly being up in the top 3 gives you the best chance possible, of course, of making that all-important A final. So I wouldn't be surprised if someone like Sam May tried to make a move in the last lap or two here. Andrea Sansoni just outside the top 5, running fairly lonely. He's quite an endurance specialist, is Sansoni, and that is the case for a great many drivers here. A lot of them typically in team endurance events, but moving into the world of sprint here to try and win the Kart Race of Champions. There goes Sam May. I didn't think he was going to hang around, and sure enough, Fraser Brunton has seen Sam May move up now into 4th place. And taking that narrower inside line there into the second hairpin. Didn't cost himself too much momentum, and of course momentum is absolutely everything in these karts. There's not an abundance of power to work with in some of the more powerful machines, the Rotaxes of the world, etc. You have more power to work with, and losing a little momentum at the apex isn't the end of the world, but here you need that smooth driving style to really make it work. Sam May to the inside again, and for a second consecutive lap, the run down to Conways has yielded a position for Sam May. So Sam May is up into 3rd place. He looks like he's got the pace advantage among those top 3, and in fact Sam May has the fastest lap of the race, a 50.853. So he is the quickest driver out there in terms of 1 lap speed. Does he have the pace to try and close in on O'Regan and Tyson? I would suggest he has the pace, but not the time to use it, is probably the way to put it. He's got 3.2 seconds between himself and O'Regan in the lead, so just on 3 seconds between himself and Tyson. Now it looks to me like Tyson may be having a go at O'Regan. No, not yet, but he's looking very close as they went through Cafe Curve there. I wonder if in the final laps Tyson will make a move. Will he get close enough? They've certainly got the gap and space to play with if they wish to duke it out in the latter stages here. Again, that battle pack in the latter half of the top 10. Jasper Fitzgerald under fire from Harrison Kirkham, Max Thorne, Eduardo Pavia et al. But Rory O'Regan and William Tyson have really made this race their own. At the front end of the field, they're running out of time now, 2 minutes and 33 seconds to play with. In the heat stages, of course, the main focus is on strong results, big point scores, and hopefully a spot in the all-important A final. But I do think that if William Tyson is presented half an opportunity before the end of this race, he's going to go for it. And look how close they are. Bump drafting on the approach to the Symes sweep. Down towards Paddock and Garda, the bottom end of the circuit, they go once again. This is lap number 12 of the race. Got 1 minute and 45 left on the clock, 52nd lap. Just a couple of more rounds of the Buckmore Park circuit between them and the checkered flag. And that time, O'Regan felt the need to go defensive into the first hairpin, and before that into Conways as well. They are now going for it. William Tyson is now trying to forge a path to the front of the field. Can O'Regan hold him off? It's Nameless Motorsports' Rory O'Regan versus Phoenix Racing's William Tyson here in our second heat of the day. The light Group 1 pack. Side by side almost as they go into Garda there. Good momentum out of the turn by William Tyson. Can he translate that into a run around Cathay Curve? Can't quite find the outside line there. Has he still got the momentum for Conways? Did carry more speed towards the corner, but not enough to make a move just yet. Last lap of the race. And contact between the two of them there. A bit of a squeeze from Rory O'Regan to William Tyson. And that's given him about a kart length to work with. It's about the biggest gap they've had all race, quite frankly. Very scarcely have they had a full 10th between them when they've crossed the line. I think Tyson has potentially been beat here unless he can get a good run through Garda. Doesn't look like it's quite good enough. Rory O'Regan looks over his shoulder, and I think he should just about hold it to the line. Yes, he does. O'Regan takes the checkered flag in the Group 1 heat for the lightweight class. Tyson takes second, and Sam May, who once again was the pace setter on the one lap considerations. He did hold the fastest lap of the race. He finishes third ahead of Jay Hansford and Fraser Brunton, rounding out top 5 ahead of the Italian racer Andrea Sansoni. There is the top 10 rundown on your screen. But for Rory O'Regan, that was a masterfully managed race there. Worked with William until they built themselves enough of a gap to spar in the final laps. All good practice, of course, for when it really matters when we get into Sunday's racing. Next up then will be our first appearance for the heavyweight class runners. Over 200 drivers here this weekend. A lot of names to consider. We saw William Tyson in that last race. He is a Buckmore Park champion. Only 16 years of age as well, so he's, I think, aged out of the junior division by dint of his weight. It's David Harvey and Sam Lukes on the front row for this race then. Harry Gurney and Josh Selway, row 2, the 3 and the 6. Alex Jones, the 4. Barry Lewis, the 2. Rounding out the top half dozen in this race as we get going. A lot of bouncing in the seats. The heavyweight division goes racing. Group 1. Lukes and Harvey side by side as the race begins, and Harvey, who was second on the grid, has moved into the lead off the line. So David Harvey for Vertis Racing has moved up to the front in the early order. The rest of the field, some jockeying too wide further back in the pack, but a fairly smooth start to this race. Heavyweight drivers, still in a lot of cases well under 100 kilos. They are therefore not true heavyweights, in my opinion, as I pat my stomach. But the slightly larger drivers, and indeed in some cases the drivers are under the threshold for heavyweight but carry ballast. There are ballast boxes on these karts from Buckmore, so we can equalise everyone's weight to the minimum where necessary. If you're a little bit under heavyweight, you can choose to move into it. That's the 11 of Tom Walwyn there, having a bit of a set to with Jason Kirkham, was it? In fact, no, that was Kevin Taylor-Beebe that was side by side there into hairpin 2. Megan Quirk made up some positions on the first lap, the Buckmore Bandits racer. She actually had the fastest lap of the race on the first rotation. We'll see if that pattern continues on as we move through this 12-minute race. David Harvey out front has gained almost a second on Sam Lukes. So Harvey for Vertice Racing is driving away. Contact, meanwhile, between Barry Lewis and Carl Stevens. That was quite physical, Carl Stevens' approach to claiming the apex there. A hostile negotiation, I would call it, and ultimately Barry Lewis has come out on top of that. Carl Stevens is going to lose out to Jennifer Tompkins, or is he? They're still side by side, and he'll have the inside line for the Symes sweep. And indeed, Carl Stevens has held on to 7th place, but was going for P6, almost ended up P8 as a result. The ebb and flow. Harvey, Lukes, Selway, your top 3. Harry Gurney in 4th, and Alex Jones rounding out the top 5 here. Harvey, unsurprisingly, the pace setter at the front of the field here. Just over a second between himself and Sam Lukes. Oh, and a bit of a lunge there from the number 5. That was Kevin Taylor Beale. Would be for P10, would it be, on Jason Kirkham? Yes, it was for P10. At the very back of the field there, Phil Jackson and Scott Revel having a little bit of a set too as well. David Harvey aboard the 14 for this race. The 50-year-old racer, Ride House champion, RHPK Pro Class champion. Another one of those regulars in the 24-hour races here at Buckmore, has also made the pilgrimage to Le Mans, to Teesside, etc. So a bit more of an endurance specialist, but certainly here within the Group 1 field, at least in the heavyweight division, seems to be the pace setter for now. Back to the 11 there of Tom Walwyn in P12, and now looking a bit further forward, was that 3rd place, Selway and Alex Jones? Yes, it was, and Alex Jones has moved up into 3rd place at the expense of Josh Selway, and here comes Harry Gurney looking to get a 2-for-1 offer. Get one free, no longer permitted in UK supermarkets, but it is still permitted on racetracks, and that's what Harry Gurney was going for. However, Josh Selway got the better of all of that. He's moved up into 3rd position. Alex Jones then down into 4th place. Harry Gurney with his camera front of his kart. We're getting some good shots here of this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th place. A lot of these drivers will be posting all of their content onto YouTube at the conclusion of the weekend, so if you want to get an onboard view of some of these battles, search for the driver name and you might just come up trumps. Here's Jones from Selway from Gurney in that battle for 3rd place, and a bit feisty there, trying to find space for 3 karts in, I would suggest, a square footage only for 2. To the inside of Selway has gone Gurney into the first hairpin, and Harry Gurney has moved up into 4th position there. Is he going to hold it now through hairpin 2? Needs to be careful not to scrub off too much speed at the apex. He's done a good job there. And Alex Jones, as those two went side by side, that's granted Jones, maybe 3-4 tenths of a second, a spoil of riches. As Gurney now holds off not just Selway, but also Carl Stevens, who's come into this as well, aboard the number 7. It looks to me like Jones is home free in 3rd place now. To the inside line goes Selway. 2nd lap in a row he's tried to make this work, and for a 2nd lap in a row it looks like he's executed. Well, actually not quite. And indeed, the number 7, Carl Stevens, has profited against Josh Selway. Further back there, Barry Lewis directing traffic with Jennifer Tompkins and Megan Quirk, saying, let's go and join this battle, let's not fight each other. See how close to the inside barrier some of these drivers are getting, really pushing the edge of what they can do with the track limits as well. Doesn't seem like there is a hard and fast rule as to how much curb you can take down there at Pullman's. See that pack of, well, it's practically a pack of 6 now. All at very close quarters. It's being led by the number 6 of Selway. Alex Jones has, he will be very glad to know, cleared himself of all of this. But Josh Selway in the hottest seat of all right now. One false move, one moment where he's pushed out wide, and he could go from his current 4th place down to maybe 6th or 7th. Barry Lewis has just lost out there. Sorry, he's just moved past Harry Gurney, actually. Oh, and contact between them at Garda. Just a little bit of contact between them there. To Conway's we go once again. It's side by side with a little bit of gesticulation between Selway and Stevens. Selway moves up into P4 at the expense of Carl Stevens. Oh, and a move there from the number 9 of Jennifer Tompkins. Tompkins making her thoughts known there with Harry Gurney. In fact, no, sorry, Gurney's lost out in a big way. He's now down in 9th place with Quirk, so he's dropped back a couple of positions in amongst all of that. 7 of Stevens is back through on Selway for now. And Barry Lewis has very well negotiated himself up the field and could yet drop it further as he homes in on the 4th place battle. Jennifer Tompkins has definitively gotten ahead of Harry Gurney now for 7th place as well, and Megan Quirk isn't far behind. Side by side, meanwhile, in the first hairpin, and Barry Lewis has got the better of Josh Selway for 5th position. And 40 seconds left on the clock. Want to look to the inside down at Paddock Bend, not to Carl Stevens' liking, and that was Barry Lewis having a go. Josh Selway has lost out here, may yet lose out further because Jennifer Tompkins has pulled alongside. That's going to be the 6th position. P4 and P5, Stevens and Lewis have slightly pulled away. Selway now has his hands full with Jennifer Tompkins trying to find a way by. Oh, what a big lock up there from Selway. Just about held on to the rear of it, but a big lock up there. And shake of the head from Selway, frustrated with that. He's now following in the wheel tracks of Tompkins, and another look to the inside at Paddock Bend there from Barry Lewis, and Stevens shook the head at a very similar move a lap ago. I think for now he's just accepting it and trying to clear himself of the issue. Barry Lewis now looking over the shoulder. Jennifer Tompkins is once again on his rear bumper, as was the case earlier in the heat. At the front of the field, David Harvey, who has set the fastest lap of the race, a 51.192, is some 4 seconds clear of Sam Lukes. Alex Jones, a lonely P3 aboard the number 4, but Carl Stevens in 4th place is a lot less secure. Barry Lewis in 5th place is even less secure as they head down through Symes and Pullman's once again. In fact, Barry Lewis has gotten back onto the rear of Carl Stevens there. I think Stevens may have made a slight error somewhere. We begin the final lap of the race for David Harvey at the front. Almost 5 seconds clear at the field. Has been quite a showing from Harvey. Sam Lukes has also shown out well in this race. Carl Stevens aboard the 7 though. The danger man, or rather the man in danger for much of this race, leading that queue in 4th position. a champion in Daytona in a couple of different iterations of their events. David Harvey, though, is going to take the checkered flag. He sees the board light up. David Harvey takes the first heat of the Group 1 heavyweight consideration by a comfortable 5.6 second margin over Sam Lukes. Alex Jones takes third position. And Carl Stevens does hold on to fourth place. Barry Lewis does hold on to fifth place, despite the best efforts of Jennifer Tompkins there in sixth. Both Lewis, Tompkins and Quirk, all three of those parties were kind of working together throughout that race, and they were in the fringes of the top 10. They eventually finished 5th, 6th and 7th. Harry Gurney, really the loss leader, as it were, in that race. Ended up finishing down in 8th place. Was in the top 5 earlier on. Next up then will be Heat 4 for the lightweight cars. It will be, or lightweight karts, lightweight drivers, I should say, because the karts are all the same. Peter Knight starting this one from pole position. The 18, the nameless motorsport competitor. Kip Janssen will be alongside him on the front row, the number 28. Row 2 will be the 21, Hugo Schilder. And then the 23 of Jack Frey. 5th position, the 19, Robert Crawford. Tom Shipman aboard the number 17. Quick Finishes Racing entry. Ross Honeyman, the 15, and Adam Sheargold, the 27. On row 4, Jamie Shaw. Row 5 alongside Jason Bolton, Bailey Cameron, Sky Lees, and Andy Liu, rounding out the 13 set to take the start in this race. But it'll be Peter Knight and Kip Janssen at the front. This is again another lightweight division, as you can see. Group 2 lightweight division race here. And Peter Knight set to start this one from pole position. Still some shuffling of the deck to be done at the moment, but 22-year-old Peter Knight, a Buckmore Park 24-hour champion, certainly has the knowledge of this facility. Indeed, I believe the British University karting champion as well. Very handy competitor then. He will be the benchmark, but he has not had the benchmark start, certainly, as the race has begun. It is actually Kip Janssen at the front of the field. So Janssen into an early race lead. 27 of Adam Sheargold there, a bit wide further back in the pack. It is Kip Janssen aboard the 28 at the front of the field. Some side-by-side there involving, I think that was Alex Galvani further back aboard the 20. Galvani, who was at the very rear of the field, I think has maybe made up a place or two through the early corners. Oh, and a bit of a hip check there to Jamie Shaw. The 22 receiving a little nibble and a nudge from the inside line. It's Janssen from Knight, from Schilder, the top 3. Side by side between the 19 and the 23, Crawford and Frey, and Jack Frey giving the nod there, saying go ahead, let's see if we can keep up with that top 3. 22, the 26, the 27, fighting out for 7th, 8th and 9th position here. Jamie Shaw with his number 22 remains in 7th for now. The top 3 have broken away. Robert Crawford has built himself a little gap over Jack Frey, but it doesn't look like he's got the pace to potentially match the top 3. He's going to need something to happen, I think, up ahead to challenge for a top 3 place in this heat. Janssen, Knight and Schilder separated by 3.5 tenths at the line. Oh, and a big move there from the number 20 of Galvani, and a little exchange between himself and Adam Sheargold as a result. Sheargold retaliates at the second hairpin and retains his 8th place, and then 3 into 1 definitely don't go as it all kicks off. And I think the beneficiary of that was Tom Shipman. He's sived past all of them as that was going on. Had a little chat with Tom earlier on. 36-year-old who's been kart racing on and off for about 20 years, more than 20 years as a matter of fact, initially in owner kart racing, but has been focused on hire karts for well over a decade now. And briefly there, he was the beneficiary. In fact, no, sorry, it was Sky Lees who I think was the main beneficiary in all of that palaver further back. Jason Bolton and Galvani side by side for 9th place, and I think if Bolton get the better of that, no, they're still side by side. Bolton on the outside, converted to the inside for the following corner in the red overalls. Jason Bolton gets past Alex Galvani at least for the time being. Front of the order, Kjeld Janssen certainly not having a lonely race. Peter Knight right there with him. Hugo Schilder not a million miles back in P3 either. Schilder looking to the inside line and getting the better of Peter Knight there. I think that was a calculated move from Knight to leave the inside open. And Schilder immediately suggests a little bit of cooperation to try and keep up with Kjeld Janssen. And Robert Crawford is closing in on this situation. I thought he maybe didn't quite have the speed to close in on the top 3, but he's there. The 19 not a million miles back, a watching brief over the top 3 situation for Robert Crawford. Can he get involved in the back half of this race? He's certainly got a nice gap back to Jack Frey in 5th place. Ross Honeyman is trying to hunt him down, and once again it's 7th on down that is proving to be the magnet for drama further back, as Adam Sheargold leads the rest of the pack. He's got Jamie Shaw behind him, and then Alex Galvani leads the 9th on down to last situation. Tom Shipman there trying to find a way around Bailey Cameron at the back of the field, we just briefly saw, but looking back to the front, and Kjeld Janssen with Schilder for company. Schilder looking quite racy at this stage of the race. Peter Knight has somewhat backed off. Schilder would have the fastest lap last time by, and indeed once again goes faster still on this lap at 50.783. Both of the parties at the front, Janssen and Schilder, have dipped into the 50s for the first time. The pace picking up, the tempo picking up as Janssen and Schilder go at it. Hugo Schilder, the 19-year-old Dutchman, a Dutch Racing Series lightweight champion. He's also been competitive in the European Rental Kart Championship. Aboard the 21 for now. Some gesturing there between Janssen and Schilder. I think a little thumbs up from Kjeld Janssen. And now they are in cooperation, but wait until we've got about 3 minutes left to go, and I get the feeling that will shift a little bit. Janssen, one of a few drivers who has come over from the Netherlands with the Talent Factory team. A nice big contingent of those competitors have made their way over to Buckmore this weekend. It is, given the nature of the event, the Kart Race of Champions being held here at Buckmore, it is a very British composed field in totality, but some great international representation up and down the field. The event still fairly new, fairly recently established, but seeing more and more international representation on the grid. Jack Frey coming under increasing scrutiny here from Ross Honeyman. Honeyman there with the PIKC colours on his overalls. And Adam Sheargold has still got all manner of shenanigans going on behind him. Sky Lee's Bailey Cameron and Tom Shipman there fighting for track space, but behind Sheargold he's got Galvani, Shaw and Bolton. They may have to dig a tunnel to get around Sheargold though. He's been doing a good job of weathering all attempts from behind. To the inside now for the lead goes Schilder, and Schilder has moved through and he's given the signal to try and go hunting and try and get some quicker pace out of these karts, but I don't know that Kjeld Jansen is simply going to accept that and not try and get the lead back. But of course he's got to be very, very worried with Buckmore specialist Peter Knight right behind him. Less than half a second did it last time across the line. Robert Crawford has dropped back. He's 2 seconds off the lead, about 1.5 off P3 at this stage. I think fourth place may be his lot in this one. Unless Jansen and Knight start to push the envelope a little bit further as the race goes on. Side by side between Frey and Honeyman there for 5th position, and Frey holds on. But Ross Honeyman starting to double and treble up on the pressure. Through Cafe Curve they go, and that's Kjeld Jansen down a position actually. Peter Knight is up into 2nd place. I don't think we saw how that happened, although I was looking at timing as well at the same time, so I could have missed it. But either way, Peter Knight is through into 2nd place. Don't forget, it was Knight who started this race from pole position. It was Kjeld Jansen who led the race into turn 1, and now Jansen is down to 3rd. Knight remains in 2nd, and Hugo Schilder, the driver who has leapfrogged it all. 16, the 17 and the 26 still having their fight. Shipman, Sky Lees and Bailey Cameron, and Shipman has moved up a couple of spots over the course of the last couple of laps. Hugo Schilder remaining in charge at the front, and actually had a couple of tenths to play with at the line there. Knight got time to make a move. Indeed, he does make a move and it goes sideways. It ain't much from Kjeld Jansen to try and kick the door down now, is it? 1:20 left on the clock. So in the last couple of laps here, bouncing across the curbs on the inside of Pullman's once again. We are on lap 13 of this race. Keep an eye on the delta as they come across the line. Fast lap of the race of 50.783. I think we are going to get 2 more laps of racing just about. They come across the line with 52 seconds to go. Schilder, Knight, Jansen split by less than 2/10 that time. They're all over each other now. Jansen tries to look to the outside on Knight. Isn't going to make that work at hairpin 1. Through hairpin 2 they go. Schilder keeping a watching brief. They have declared this the last lap of the race. Knight is having a look to the inside at the Symes sweep. 2 wide through there is always ambitious, and it hasn't paid off. Schilder has remained in the lead. Has Knight now scrubbed off too much speed? I think he's liable to attack here from Kjeld Jansen on the inside. Yes, Jansen gets through into 2nd position. And Hugo Schilder home free at the front of the field to take the win in the Group 2 lightweight heat. 2nd appearance of the lightweight division, 4th heat of the day. That was an exciting final lap. Schilder from Janssen from Knight, your top three, ahead of Robert Crawford, fourth, Ross Honeyman, who did get to fifth place ultimately, ahead of Jack Frey. And my hat goes off to Adam Sheargold, because he had a lot of contests for P7. He will remain in P7. Equally, Tom Shipman down in 11th place. We saw him holding on by the skin of his teeth to P11 and sometimes dropping down to P13, but he did ultimately finish in P11. Worth looking at his YouTube channel as well, which is Slipper Racing with 1P. I asked him if that was meant to be called Sliper Racing. He said, no, I'm just a little bit dyslexic and didn't realise there were 2 P's in Slipper at the time. But have a look at his channel. Have a look at a lot of these drivers' channels. There's quite a lot of representation across the web for these hire kart races. Heat 5 then up next, the heavyweight division Group 2. Charlie Ratford set to start this one from pole position, the Nameless Motorsport number 4. Ben Johnson, the 7, second position, Accelerate Kent Brewery entry. Stuart Jones set to start from third place in the 2. David Hearn, the number 9, P4. Joe Hamblett in 5th position, the number 10. Barry Lakes, the 3, starting from 6th place. Jose Barrio in 7th position, the number 6. Richard Danby, the 13, in 8th. James Clare, the number 11, in 9th. Danny Everest in 10th position, that's the number 5. A very familiar name in the form of Cameron Dass aboard the number 1. Team Spicy Boys entry. He'll be looking to work his way up from 11th place, the former F4 US and Euro Formula Open champion, Cameron Dass. We're underway, we are racing, and Charlie Ratford it is that has led into the early corners of this 5th heat. Some side-by-side action further back in the field meanwhile. And Cameron Dass getting stuck in there aboard the number 1. Oh, and 3 wide, big squeeze there, of which I think Richard Danby was the victim, if you will. He's lost out in a big way from his 8th place starting position. I think he's outside of the top 10, unfortunately, now. It's Ratford from Johnson at the front. They've got themselves a little bit of a buffer to David Hearn in 3rd place in the all-white. David Hearn, who, judging by the outfit, fancies himself a bit of a stig. 2, 1.2 seconds to the good, or rather about a second to the good over Hearn. They're working together in the early stages, but they're bidding that off further back, because that was Danny Everest getting past Barry Lakes for 6th position. Next target, Joe Hamblett aboard the 10. You heard me mention there Cameron Dass and his resume. Specialises in creating content around karting and hire karting specifically these days, but had quite a tenure in junior single-seaters before that, culminating in his Euro Formula Championship in 2021, and a bit of argy-bargy further back there. I think, was that George Papadopoulos potentially involved in that with Simon Fulton? 6 and 12 do indeed have contact warnings. So in fact that was Fulton and Jose Barrio, judging by the fact that they both at the same time received contact warnings. So Everest and Lakes in 6th and 7th now have some company from Cameron Dass, the American. Charlie Ratford and Ben Johnson close quarters. They won't do anything silly, I think, this early. Just want to maintain that buffer over Hearn in 3rd place and figure out who's going to take the flag first in the final phase of the race. Looks to me like Johnson maybe has the slight pace and confidence edge between the two. Johnson, another driver with impressive experience in the endurance world. Actually see the 24-hour Le Mans kart race logo on his race suit. Again, a lot of endurance specialists here this weekend that have been invited to try their hand and do their worst, if you will, in the world of sprint competition. Indeed, I think David Hearn is one of those in the Sun Luke Kart. Certainly endurance specialists. Charlie Ratford at the front of the field by just 3/10 over Ben Johnson. They are building a gap over Hearn, so it's working as designed for the time being. Danny Everest in 6th position, who's, I think, got his hands the most full with Lakes and Das behind him. He's been a boundless heavyweight champion back in 2024. And also on his first swing at the Buckmore 24 Hours, he got a rookie class podium back in 2022. So he's got a healthy amount of track knowledge here at Buckmore. Some of the drivers here have referred to the fact, oh, I've not actually done much driving at Buckmore before. I've only done a couple of the 24-hour races. I would say that gives you quite a lot of experience, especially when some of our European competitors only saw the track for the first time on Thursday. But there are some here who their bread and butter week in, week out is Buckmore. Seriously experienced competitors in amongst the field. Hearn is under what I would call increased scrutiny from the two of Stuart Jones for 4th position. Joe Hamblett will be hoping against hope that that's starting to kick off a little bit and that he can insert himself into the conversation. Indeed, Jones forcing Hearn to go a little bit defensive there, and now the inside beckons does it for Jones. I thought he might have a go, but no. Certainly, though, David Hearn is feeling the pressure. Again, when it becomes clear that the driver ahead of you isn't going to pull you to the leaders, it's time to try and fight for that 3rd place, and I think that's the threshold that has been crossed, at least in the mind of Stuart Jones right now. Left on the clock, half distance in this race. Back there to, that was the Barry Lakes led battle. In fact, yeah, Barry Lakes has got the best of Danny Everest a couple of laps ago. So Barry Lakes is up to 6th place, and while those two were contesting, they've allowed Jose Barrio, Richard Danby and James Clare to join the scrap. So what was a 3-way consideration between Lakes, Everest and Das has now gained a further 3 participants, and that's going to make things interesting in the final minutes, I'm quite sure. Charlie Ratford and Ben Johnson continue to keep things fairly in line for now, but I think Johnson must be aware of the fact that Hearn and co aren't going to get near him at this stage, and he will soon be making a bid for the race lead. Might try and make it happen into Conway's there, first corner. Wasn't quite going to get an overlap, didn't quite feel like he had the right to the corner. And a bit of ooh and ah further back in the field. Oh, the number 3 getting squeezed out there. Barry Lakes has lost 2 positions so far on this lap, so I think he's been slightly bombarded, and both Danny Everest and I think Cameron Das have moved by. Danny Everest into 6th position then. Oh, and I think there's been a fire back there from somebody. Was that Cameron Das moving up into 6th position? Didn't quite catch that. Stuart Jones, Joe Hamblett and David Hearn bounce by, and then through Cafe Curve goes that 6th on back battle. And has the order shifted at the line? Yes, it has. Stuart Jones is up to 3rd place. He's got the better of David Hearn. I thought they'd switched. And Cameron Das is up in 6th place. So Cameron Das has profited from some argy-bargy on that previous lap, and Barry Lakes fighting it out initially with Danny Everest, but now Everest has lost out to Jose Barrio. So Jose Barrio is up into 8th position now. It's all a shuffle in the mid-pack. Ratford and Johnson remain in stasis in 1st and 2nd. Stuart Jones has remained ahead of David Hearn, and Cameron Dass with a big lunge down at Garda. That's worked out nicely, but a good run here from Jose Barrio. He's gotten himself past Barry Lakes. He's up into 7th position. Can he challenge Cameron Dass for 6th place, I wonder? Ratford and Johnson have started exchanging as well. And Ratford remains in the lead for the time being. But watch this space, because it looks like Ben Johnson is ready to fight. Exciting racing, and actually a little bit of gesticulation there from Ben Johnson, saying, you know what, let's just push forward here. The universal signal for go, go, go was exchanged. Charlie Ratford still going defensive into the first corner, and Johnson trying to sweep around the outside. Side by side between the two of them. Ratford and Johnson having a great dice. I don't know why I said that in a quasi-Australian accent. Maybe it's because Charlie Ratford was a Daniel Ricciardo Series champion years in the past. The 11 there of James Clare has gotten ahead of Barry Lakes. Barry Lakes is all the way down in 10th place now. He's had a very rough few laps. Remember when he was in 6th? He really wishes that that was still the case. Penultimate lap of the race should begin this time by then, and Charlie Ratford and Ben Johnson are looking very, very close together. Johnson tried to sweep around the outside on the first corner on the previous lap. He's going to try and do it again this time, and he's going to make it work. He's got the nose ahead, but maybe not, because into the first hairpin it is going to be Ratford on the inside. Ratford does hold on just about. Gloves are off in that battle for the lead, and seemingly in the battle for 3rd place as well. David Hearn wants his P3 back, but for now Stuart Jones holds on. Jose Barrio has got the better of Cameron Dass as well, so Barrio's got him past Dass for P6. Ratford looks over the shoulder, takes a remarkably shallow line there against Johnson. I don't think that was really going to be a move on from Johnson. He didn't need to defend that hard there, and he's cleared or scrubbed some speed off his run through Garda, which is costing him all the way down to Conways. As they approach Conways, it is Ratford again looking to the outside line. They both look over their shoulders to see what's going on behind, and the answer is not much, so they are free to fight for the race win here in this Heat 5 race. Johnson's still not found a way past Charlie Ratford. He's had the nose ahead a couple of times. It seems like Conways is his favourite overtaking opportunity, and unfortunately, they've already gone past that corner for the final time. Half a lap to go at the front. Johnson cutting or at least bouncing across the curbs there on the run towards Garda. Has Johnson got a good enough run as they come towards the cafe curve for the final time? Oh, not quite. It's going to be Charlie Ratford that holds on to take the win. Ratford makes it work. Stuart Jones does hold on to 3rd, despite the best efforts of David Hearn. Joe Hamblett rounds out the top 5, ahead of Jose Barrio, who really ascended through the field as that race went on. Barrio with a strong 6th place finish, master negotiator there. Rather the opposite story, unfortunately, for Danny Everest and Barry Lakes in 9th and 10th positions. At various points, it looked like they were going to be on for top 5 finishes, and ultimately that did not come to pass. Well, exciting racing there from the lightweight division. We now go back into the juniors up next. So then, junior, second time we've seen the junior class out on the circuit. Now, only 2 of these karts have actually registered across the line, so we don't have all of the driver IDs up on our timing screens right now, but you see there Athena Kubicki on the front row of the grid, starting this one from pole position. Has raced here before, but it's her first time in the Kart Race of Champions. In fact, no, it wasn't Athena at the front. The driver ID getting that wrong. It was Callum Eve and P.S. Hartley on the front row of the grid. Indeed, it was Kubicki and Jackson on the back row of the grid. And oh, goodness me, Frederick Van Driel there, diving to the inside for third place as this race begins. And some 3 wide jockeying going on there further back in the pack. It's Callum Eve that leads P.S. Hartley at the front of the field. It looks like those 2 have managed to execute a breakaway as the race has begun. Frederick Van Driel still fighting hard here for third place. Is that Ellis Segato that is being involved in all of that? Oh no, Van Driel has fallen back. He's lost that third position. Is that Fabian Willems that's managed to move into third? We'll see as they come across the line. Yes, Fabian Willems has moved up into third position, and quite comfortably so. Miles Harrison has got through as well, so Frederick Van Driel, who at one time was third, was 5th as they came across the line, and that's way too many karts into one small space as they go through the hairpin. That is some ambition being executed, to put it lightly. Callum Eve and P.S. Hartley at the front of the field have built a gap of 2.6 seconds after just 1 lap. That's how dramatic things were from third on down. Fabian Willems has been closed in on this lap by Miles Harrison and Frederick Van Driel. And then it's 7th place on back once again, providing fireworks elsewhere. 22 up the inside there, Aston Tab in 7th, and another lock-up there, not the first we've seen. I think that was Elias Segato there, getting pushed out wide. The 28 of Kai Jackson on the grass as well, and on the curbs too. A lot of head shaking and gesticulation. Everyone's trying to find the same piece of tarmac, but they can't all have it at once. Yana Tranchit was getting involved in that as well. It's her 3rd year in racing, but her first race weekend in the UK, so she was one of the drivers that only saw Bucknell Park for the first time a couple of days ago. Tranchit aboard the 17 in this race, looking to break into the top 10. Been some warnings for contact dished out, you'll be unsurprised to hear, and a lot of them have come from that 6th place on down battle. Athena Kubicki has had a very good lap. She's moved up to 7th position. She was on the back row of the grid, remember? And Athena has very nicely executed her drive to this point and is now up in 7th position. Side by side there between the 25 and the 17. That was Stanley Donaldson and Yana Tranchit for 11th and 12th place. But drive of the race so far as I'm concerned, belongs to Athena Kubicki. Her 3rd year in racing. She's come into the sport fairly late, as is the case for a lot of these juniors in the rental kart ranks. Oh, and a big lunge there from the 15. Fabian Willems trying to reclaim 3rd position. He lost out to Miles Harrison through the first couple of corners. Harrison remains in 3rd and is saying, no, let's try and chase down the leaders, but I don't think they're going to be able to do that, given the leaders are already over 4 seconds up the road. And it looked to me as though Fabian Willems and Oliver Coe have collectively decided that it's time to fight for 3rd because winning is not on the cards. Like Athena Kubicki had lost out in the back of shot as well. I think Frederick Van Driel and Kai Jackson were getting involved there. 'Fastest lap of the race last time by It was from Piers Hartley in second place, so he seems to have the slight pace advantage, though he also has the benefit of the tow as we watch this battle for third position. Oliver Coe briefly had third at the line. He's demoted back to fifth place as they head through into the second half of this lap. And they're all kind of trying to negotiate with each other to say, no, 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 let's work together here and keep pressing on to try and catch the leading two. But they've wasted quite a lot of time going side by side with each other. The gap between the top two and the rest of the pack will be somewhere over 6 seconds, I believe, next time across the line. It is Fabian Wilhelms just about in third position. Miles Harrison bouncing across the curbs at Henry's. That can't have been comfortable. And he's managed to get himself through. Miles Harrison is up into third place. Oliver Coe around the outside of Fabian Wilhelms there. Wilhelms, another one of the young Benelux drivers who's come over for this weekend, and having a look to the inside at paddock, and that was a little bit abrasive if you ask me. It's 3 wide. There goes Oliver Coe up into third position. Does he hold third position for more than 5 seconds? No, that's not the way this race is playing out. We're over half distance in this one. It's going to be Coe just ahead, but with the inside line is Wilhelms into Conways, and Wilhelms has moved up into third position. Wilhelms to the inside line. Or rather, Miles Harrison now to the inside line. Miles Harrison it is in third place. It's Miles Harrison on the 20 for third place, the 15 of Wilhelms in fourth, and then Oliver Coe in fifth place. A Team Sport Crawley lightweight champion is Ollie Coe, who was also involved in the Buckmore Driver Development Programme last year. I think remains a regular here at Buckmore, having initially started in the indoor scene with Team Sport. Ollie Coe wants to get a top 3, and certainly it's been quite the spar so far with he, Fabian Wilhelms and Miles Harrison, and it's so much so that Aston Tab has gotten involved as well now. The 22 is in the mix and has a look to the inside here on Miles Harrison for fourth position. Side by side as they head to the second hairpin. Oliver Coe gets tagged a little bit there by Miles Harrison. They're still side by side as they sweep towards the Symes Bend. Some really interesting racing. Oh, and again, trying to fit too many karts into the same space. Liberal use of the runoff area, and some gesticulation there in the direction of Fabian Wilhelms, who was the one that decided to try and make it 3 wide. Equally intense racing from 7th on back with Frederick Van Driel and Elias Zagato, but then at the front of the field it's starting to get intense as well. Piers Hartley was ahead at the start of the lap, but Callum Eve is back through into the lead now. The positional exchanges ongoing, and intense driving here in this Group 2 junior heat. Callum Eve didn't get the best run through Garda there to my eye. Another contact warning dispatched to, well actually there have been black flags handed out to Miles Harrison and Fabian Wilhelms. So a couple of drivers are now getting more than just a slap on the wrist. Miles Harrison and Fabian Wilhelms, you see them dropping through the order. They've been told to report to the pit lane. And they have both been rather significantly told off and punished as a result of that. The 28 getting squeezed out, Kai Jackson. We've got less than 3 minutes left to go in this race. It's felt like the final few laps pretty much since we started. There's not really been any calm. It's been all storm in this race. Oliver Coe and Aston Tab for third and fourth position. They've now got that battle to themselves since Miles Harrison and Fabian Wilhelms have been taken through the pit lane with a black flag. Another black flag has been dished out to Elias Segato. So another black flag. Elias Segato, the 27. Callum Eve and Piers Hartley continue to fight it out at the front. Just over 2 minutes of racing left to go here. Oliver Cohen, Aston Tabb fighting it out for third. We follow the leaders. We're going to have just a couple more laps to dice this one out. They're both teammates, incidentally, in the Mono Motorsport setup, so it's a bit of a friendly match. At least we hope it remains friendly between the two. This should be the penultimate lap that they're on to now. Callum Eve going mightily defensive. They've got nothing to worry about. With an 11-second buffer, they can fight this one out for all they're worth. Eve going defensive at every possible opportunity up against Hartley. Cohen Tabb similarly able to focus on their battles in third and fourth place, and Athena Kubicki up into fifth position from the rear of the field now in fifth place. So Kubicki leading that huge train of karts from fifth down to 10th. A fifth place finish would be magnificent for Athena. Eve and Hartley, the top two, start the final lap of the race. Hartley trying to carry the speed through Conways and Henrys to maybe have a bid at the first hairpin. Not going to make that work. Never mind. Yes, he is. Shows what I know. Piers Hartley has got it done for now, but Callum Eve will now try and get a good run through the Symes Sweep and Pullmans to try and make this work. Eve goes defensive there into the paddock bend and scrubbed a bit of speed as a result. Around the outside at Garda will go Callum Eve, but nothing doing. I think Piers Hartley is going to hold on here. Yes, Hartley has just done enough. Less than a tenth in it at the line, but it's Hartley from Eve at the front. Will Oliver Coe hold on to third position? He and Aston Tabb were looking fairly close. It is going to be Aston Tabb that takes third place, so Coe defeated for fourth place. Who will be in P5, I wonder, because it was a mighty scrum going on for that position. Kai Jackson gets the best of that for P5. Now, Jackson and Athena Kubicki, if I recall, were at the rear of the field, and they ended up 5th and 6th position. They've both done a very good job there in that race to work their way through the field. Of course, there were a few black flags there that shuffled the order a little bit, let's say. But certainly that was a really interesting race. Our first black flags of the day, and there were no fewer than 3 of them. Heat 7 up next. That will be for the lightweight division. Our pole sitter for this one, Christopher Ball of the Ratio Drake entries. Those are the Welsh competitors, the Welsh team, the Dragons. Had a little chat to some of that team a little earlier on in the day. A lot of them focus more on international competition, the Hire Kart World Championships and so on. Christopher Ball, one of their leading lights, he'll be aboard the number 9 to start this race. Blaze Turnstill in the 10 will start from second. Robbie Petchy and Morgan Hill, third and fourth on the 6 and 1 respectively. Jaden Giles, the 11, starting from 5th alongside Trevor Hansford. Jake Everest is next, the number 3 in 7th. Daniel Campbell in the 8th position aboard the number 14. There are 14 total starting this race, and we are underway. It should be Chris Ball that got the best launch there. Through the early corners we go. The number 5 of Trevor Hansford, he sticks out quite nicely with his Gulf Ford themed attire. He's running in 6th place, and at the front of the field, Christopher Ball has built himself a lovely lead at the front. Ball was quite a lot quicker than anybody else in qualifying for this group, so I'm not necessarily surprised that he's immediately put the power down and left everyone else behind. The Ratio Drake team, as it's known, the Racing Dragons, to translate from Welsh to English, is Ball. The fiery first lap, 8/10 clear. Robbie Petchy in 2nd. Blaze Turnstill in 3rd, ahead of Jaden Giles in P4. Trevor Hansford rounding out your top 5 ahead of Daniel Campbell, Morgan Hill and Jake Everest. Evan Sana in 9th place, and Charlie Mullaney in, Mullaney I believe that would be, in 10th position. The leader clear of that little scrum for 2nd through to 6th place. They're all pretty much welded together, and Jaden Giles doesn't want to hang around in 4th. He's moved his way up. Or rather, it was up from 5th to 4th. He was in 4th line, so he's lost out on that lap and then regained his position by the time they approached the Cafe Curve. Still side by side, there's some heat and tension developing, I would suggest, there between Robbie Petchy and Jaden Giles. That's actually for 3rd and 4th place, my apologies. So Chris Ball has headed off at the front of the field. Blaze Turnstill follows in 2nd, aboard the 10, and Jaden Giles in 3rd place. At least that was the case at the line. It's shuffled again since then. Turnstill remains in 2nd, but it's now Robbie Petchy back up into 3rd place. There is Petchy, Daniel Campbell just behind him. So Jaden Giles has lost out in a big way on that lap. In fact, he's down into 6th place from 3rd at the start of the lap. That is a free fall that will not be appreciated. 14. That is Daniel Campbell, scrutinising the rear of Robbie Petchy as they turn through the hairpins once again. Just on quarter distance, just over quarter distance in this 12-minute race. 8 minutes and 40 left to go. Ball has done everything right so far at the front, but he's not really dispatched of the threat from behind from Blaze Turnstill yet. Perhaps not a surprise. This is a handy competitor in his own right. Christopher Ball, though, seems to be highly regarded among his teammates in the Ratio Drake ranks. Number 1 there losing out, Morgan Hill, losing out to Lino Lucas. Lino Lucas, who I got to chat to earlier on, Portuguese driver. Grew up on the Madeiran Islands, actually. And was keen to stress to me that he's quite new to this place. He's only done one event previously, and it was last year's Kart Race of Champions, and moreover, more of an indoor karter. Started off in team sport and has mostly stayed indoor, but Lino Lucas making some good headway, up in 10th position for now. Christopher Ball aboard the number 9 was 8/10 clear at the front. At the line, that's been steadily eking out 100th by 100th to this point. If he gets to something like a 2nd clear, he might be able to relax in the seat just a little bit more. Jaden Giles was 5th at the line. He's got himself back around Trevor Hansford then. At 11, I think, could be one to watch. NRKL champion, 17-year-old Jaden Giles. He's been focusing on Club 100 in recent times. But, one of the younger drivers in this group, by my reckoning. Has certainly shown some youthful ambition to this point in the race. Up ahead of him, Daniel Campbell welded to Robbie Petchy as they headed towards the sign sweep. And indeed, I think Petchy, or rather, sorry, Blaze Turnstill, is starting to feel the pressure from behind. He's not really losing reams of time to Christopher Ball, but it seems that Petchy, Campbell in particular, want to try and make a bid for P2, and indeed, second place has switched hands. Blaze Turnstill losing out here, and they almost go 3 wide into the hairpin. They settle for just 2 wide. Daniel Campbell goes from 4th to 2nd in one fell swoop. And through into 3rd has gone Jaden Giles. Not the lap that Blaze Turnstill wanted. Not the start to the lap anyway. Turnstill, I think, kind of left that door open to Daniel Campbell and said, you know what, go for it. In fact, no, it was Robbie Petchy that he left the inside to eventually, but then they kind of compromised each other's runs through the first couple of corners. And in amongst all of that, Daniel Campbell put his hoodie up and quietly wandered by. With all of that going on behind him, Chris Ball has 1.159 seconds between himself and the pack behind, over that magic 1 second marker then. Robbie Petchy looks like he's again going to lose out. He's side by side with Trevor Hansford, and that's Hansford up to P5. Petchy, who... Oh, that's contact between Petchy and Hansford there. A bit of a squeeze between the two of them down at Paddock Bend. And Hansford has got the better of the exchange. Robbie Petchy has competed in the BIKC National Finals. He's also raced beyond the higher world in Rotaxes. And has had some good results, some podiums in that offshoot of the sport, but hasn't really had a good run of the green in this race. Has been on a bit of a fall through the field. Just lost out to Trevor Hansford, who is another one of those drivers with an endurance racing lean on their resume. Indeed, he was a runner-up in the 2024 Buckmore Endurance Series, so he's got a good amount of data and knowledge to work with where it comes to Buckmore. However, Petchy has gotten back past Hansford, actually. As they come towards the start-finish line, it will be Petchy just ahead of Hansford. It's Christopher Ball, though, at the front of the field, one of the brains trust down at the Rassio Drake team. And indeed, Christopher Ball, along with his teammate, Mike LeBeau-Allen, who is at 40 years old considered the senior dragon down at Rassio Drake. Those two are about to organise the first Welsh Indoor Kart Championship. In fact, that's coming next month, a single event championship on the second weekend of September. So they've got a lot to consider coming out of the Kart Race of Champions as they get ready to move into race organisation. For now, though, Chris Ball with a little bit of company. That company is coming from Daniel Campbell. I thought Ball may have done enough to secure a gap, but that is not the case. Ball, Campbell, Jaden Giles looking fairly close together. We've got 2 minutes left to go in this Group 3 lightweight race. Heat 7 of the day. Ball going defensive into Garda. Jaden Giles keeping a watching brief in third place. Ball feeling the pressure, feeling the need to go defensive into Conway's. Holding station for now, but we've got 2 more laps to go, and I think any sentiments of holding place is out of the window from here. Campbell, Giles, Turnstill all together now. Turnstill's got himself back involved here. And Campbell looked like he had a run there going down towards Syme Sweet, but Christopher Ball was able to just squeeze him out of it. Ball has led every moment of this race so far, but he's starting to feel the pressure. He's starting to go defensive, and the 11, Jaden Giles up the inside of Daniel Campbell. Giles has been in every single position in the top half dozen, apart from P1. For now, he crosses the line in P3 to start the final lap of this race. Christopher Ball, your leader. Campbell remaining in second despite the best efforts of Jaden Giles, who's now lost out to Blaze Turnstill. Turnstill up to third place. Great racing between the leading quartet. Christopher Ball leading the way. I think with that 1 or 2 kart lengths, he may just be safe. Campbell tried to get to the inside there at paddock. He was too far back. It's side by side for third between Giles and Turnstill. Giles, I don't think, got the best of runs there through Garda. But he does have the track space. I think he will hold on to third place. But at the front of the field, Christopher Ball, from lights to flag, leads the heat, wins the heat. Ball from Campbell, from Giles, from Turnstill, your top 4 in that race. And Robbie Petchley did eventually get the best of Trevor Hansford. Jake Everest, whose father we saw racing a little bit earlier on, of course, he finished in 7th place ahead of the Hungarian racer Ivan Sana. I think he may well be the only Hungarian competitor here. And he has been with us before in the Kart Race of Champions, actually, has Sana, and he said that his explicit goal for today is getting to the A final on Sunday.
Sorry, mate. I'm going to have to, like, swing you around.
So then, Heat 8 of the day, Group 3 for the heavyweight division. Ben Pickard will be starting this race from pole position on the 18, and then the 26, Kieran Chidsey, lining up 2nd place. Chidsey on his return to racing. I'll tell you a bit more about that later on. Elliot Gregory, the 28, Todd White, the 21. That's row 2. Then it's Ben Ritchies and Bran Vanden E. I don't see the end of that name right now, unfortunately, on my timing. He is 6th. Jonathan Wilson, 7th. Tom Nunn in 8th. The 20. William Woods, the 15. And Christopher Tate, the 17. Rounding out the top 10 ahead of Adrian Perez, the 27. Gianluca Benincasa rounding out the top dozen as we go racing, and it looks like a good launch there from Kieran Chidsey. Chidsey around the outside here, side by side between Pickard and Chidsey. Who's going to lead as they go into the hairpin? I think it may well just be Pickard, yes, but a very even-Steven start. Oh, and a little bit of contact there between the 16 of Ben Ritchies, and I think that was Brown Vanden E. 23, one of the many, many Talent Factory drivers from the Benelux region. Let's see if on the grid sheet for this race I can see a full name. No, still just Vanden E on all of the information I have, unfortunately. But it is Kieran Chidsey who leads the way. Chidsey from Pitford, from White, your top 3, sorry, from Gregory. Gregory up in 3rd place and going for 2nd, as a matter of fact. Has he moved into second place? Yes, Elliot Gregory is on the move aboard the 28. So Gregory it is that leads it, and some gesticulation going on there as Ben Pickard tries to fire back. Gregory's of the opinion that they could go hunting for Kieran Chidsey, but Ben Pickard feels that he should be the one to lead that charge. Oh, and the 16 of Ben Ritchie's, big contact there between himself and Ben Pickard. The Bens getting into each other. Slightly dramatic and heavy exchange. I think that's the biggest contact we've seen so far today. And we've had the odd hip check here or there, so I think that's saying something. I was saying about the return of Kieran Chidsey. He's been off of racing for a few years, used to be in the heavyweight division. Once weighed about 115 kilos and is now down in the 90s after doing some fitness work over the last couple of years and is back in racing. This is his first race back in some time, 2.5 years away from the sport, and he's right back and he's immediately leading. However, there goes Elliot Gregory trying to get past him, can't make it work down at Garda, but really impressed by Chidsey. Not only on his fitness work, but the fact that he's right on the money and fighting at the front. But for now, Elliot Gregory has gotten ahead. Gregory from Chidsey, from Pickard, your top three. Some argy-bargy there with Tom Nunn, the 20 getting past Ben Ritchie's. The 25 of Jonathan Wilson following that, ahead of Gianluca on the 19 in 9th place, and Sam Grayson rounded out the top 10 just prior to, or at the flag, at least at the line. He was ahead of Christopher Tate, the QF Championship heavyweight winner previously. He's another endurance specialist, he's had some very good endurance results in 24-hour competitions past. Kieran Chidsey, a former Daytona 60 summer champion, going back as far as 2015. 28 years of age, raced from the ages of 9 through about 24, and then took a bit of a break and back in, starting here at the Kart Race of Champions event, organised by the Club 73 karting organisation. Real melting pot of the different flavours of hire kart racing evident throughout the paddock. Teams from across Europe mixing in with the very best of Britain here. It's Elliot Gregory that leads the way in Heat 8 of the day so far. It must be said, since he's got to the front, it looks as though Elliot Gregory aboard the 28 has that slight dash of pace that just about everybody else is missing. He has the fastest lap of the race, a 51.593, representing Elite Crawley Racing. Todd White, meanwhile, on the back of Bran van der Nie, 23. That's for 4th position. They're just homing in a little bit on Ben Pickard. I think Pickard might be struggling a little bit for pace compared to the top two ahead of him, and unfortunately the 4th and 5th behind him as well. So at all angles, he's being dispatched and homed in on. It's an unhelpful combination, to put it lightly. Indeed, he's lost out there to the 23. Brad van der Nie has moved through. Thumbs up there from Brad, as he was followed through there by Todd White. So Pickard has been demoted to 5th place, and it looks like Bran and Todd have decided to work together. They've moved up to 3rd and 4th place, and it seems like they are continuing to work in tandem to try and close in on Kieran Chidsey now. Just over halfway through the race, so they've still got some time to play with here. There's been a black flag dispatched at the rear end of the field, though. Gavin Hill has received a black flag. So further back in the field, things may not be quite as clean as they're looking at the front. And diving to the inside there is Pickard. Pickard back up to 4th position then. Remember that Pickard was fighting for the 2nd place early on. He's unfortunately falling through the field a bit as the race goes on, but he's not going down without a fight. He's back up into 4th, having crossed the line in 5th, and in fact he may have a run at 3rd around the outside at Garda here. But for now, Bran van der Nee, I should say, remains in 3rd place. Defensive inside line there. Almost 3 wide into the first hairpin. Todd White is now under some scrutiny from Tom Nunn, who has closed in on all of that. It's Bran van den Einde, though, that leads aboard the 23 in this battle for 3rd place. White has got himself back up into 4th position. And now up into 5th is Tom Nunn, but the ever-ambitious Ben Ritchie's trying to go around the outside. He was, Ben Pickard trying to go around the outside, and unfortunately he's lost yet more positions, being jostled across the curbs there, coming out of Garda through Senna. Some warnings for track limits being dished out, and one of them is, no surprise, Ben Pickard. The 18 and the 16 side by side, the Bens. Ritchie's and Pickard going at it here, but Jonathan Wilson says, you know what, I want to get involved in this as well. A little bit of grass tracking there necessitated for Ben Pickard. Pickard really is having a rough run of it here. He may well be out of the top 10 once all is said and done, having been fighting in the front at the start of the race. Brad van den Einde remains in 3rd position for now, but Todd White and Tom Nunn right with him. They were side by side for 4th place there through Garda. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th all together. And throw in 10th as well, because Sam Grayson is there too. There's a long, long queue of karts. 8 of them spread across 2 seconds worth of time. But Brad van den Einde, I must say, is doing a great job of hanging on. Todd White has moved up into 4th place, or remains, I should say, in 4th place. Looks like Tom Nunn has fallen back at least 1 position there. Who's gotten ahead of him? Ben Ritchie's is now up into 5th place, but it does look like it's going to be this 3rd place battle that's going to be the home of the carnage as they descend into the final 3 or so laps of this race. Gesticulation there from Gianluca and the 19 there with a bit of a barge trying to get to the inside. Gianluca Benincasa. Oh, and very, very close indeed there further back. That was Ben Pickard getting almightily squeezed, I think, by Gianluca Benincasa, who seems to be driving a little bit ambitiously. Todd White has lost out through the early corners. Lots of hit checks, lots of side-on-side contact. The 21 side by side with the 20. Tom Nunn has got ahead of Todd White there, and getting involved as well was Jonathan Wilson. 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th in one big scrum. And in fact, no, is that someone else? 24 getting involved as well. That's Sam Grayson. Sam Grayson started the lap in 10th place. I think he's going to be 7th across the line, maybe, but it's all a shuffle in that battle. Elliot Gregory has a comfortable 2.6 seconds advantage at the front. Kieran Chidsey in 2nd. Brad van den Einde in 3rd place. Then it's Ben Ritchie's 4th across the line. And actually, Ritchie's has managed to clear off, quite frankly. Tom Nunn is now leading that big queue, which is starting at 5th place. Nunn and White run 5th and 6th, Tom and Todd 20 and 21, and it's the 20 that has the advantage for 5th position right now. Ahead of them, Ben Ritchies and Gran van den Einde, I don't think are done with this yet. They're going to continue to fight. Elliot Gregory has begun the final lap of the race at the front of the field. He's comfortable ahead of Kieran Chidsey, running a great 2nd place on his return to hire kart racing. Brad van den Einde there, has he lost out for 3rd place? No, he remains in 3rd for now, and Ben Ritchie is giving the signal to push on. He doesn't want to attack because now he's having to defend. Tom Nunn and Todd White are right there with him. Jonathan Wilson seems fairly lonely now in 7th place. It's kind of dispersed a little bit there in the back half of the top 10. But at the very front of the field, Elliot Gregory takes the first win of the day with a big cheer from him. Gregory from Chidsey, your top 3. Who will hold on for 3rd place? Brad van den Einde looked like he was just about going to do it. Yes, Ritchies takes 4th, Nunn takes 5th, and Todd White rounds out the top half dozen. And after briefly running as high as 6th or 7th position, Sam Grayson for Fats and Furious, good team name, only 10th position as you see there on the timing screen. Gianluca Benincasa, who looked like it was all getting a bit physical for him a little earlier on, he ultimately finished outside of the top 10. So then, next heat out on the circuit, it's the Group 4 lightweight entries, and it will be Jerry Van Bussel that starts this one from pole position, another of our Benelux-based Talent Factory competitors, and he's joined by the Italian Federico Contesi. Benjamin Hamilton starting 3rd, he's alongside Ollie Smith, that's the 5 and the 3. Callum Bendelow, the 8, and David Metcalf, the 4, rounding out the top half dozen as we get underway. I think we're missing a couple there as that race got started, but we are now underway. Looks like the top 2 have stayed in the order that they were scheduled to off the line, but as always, a little bit more compression further back in the field. Looked like Zach Hassan was trying to make up some places in the early going. He's on the inside there of Warren Turvey, but Turvey will hold on to 12th position. At the front of the field, though, Federico Contesi, I think, broke the beam first as they got the race started. He had the slight reactionary advantage over Jerry Van Bussel, but I think it is Van Bussel who is now back in the lead. No, Federico Contesi is your leader as they come across the line for the first time. The first kilometre-long lap of Buckmore Park in the books then, and it's Contesi from Van Bussel from Benjamin Hamilton, your top 3. The number 12, Luis Apagay, was bouncing across the curbs there. And David Metcalf and Lewis Cook side by side there as well, the 7 and the 4. Cook got the slightly better end of that one. But it is Luis Apagay who's just ahead of them, side by side between Van Bussel and Benjamin Hamilton for P2. And Van Bussel has just about held on to that for the time being. Ollie Smith looking to stake his claim in this as well. At the front of the field, it is Federico Contesi for Italia 1, the label that a few of the drivers from the Italian peninsula are running under. We saw, of course, Gianluca Binicasa in the previous race. Quite a few Italian racers that we have racing our shores for this weekend. Close at hand there between the number 9 and the number 1, and Zach Hassan making his thoughts known as they eventually managed to go single file. To the inside, there goes Jerry Van Boersel, and that's for the lead. The pole sitter is back to the front of the field. And a nod there from Jerry Van Boersel as if to say, okay, you got it for now. But I think Benjamin Hamilton has thoughts of going for second place. He looked to the inside there, going into Conway's. And indeed, Benjamin Hamilton up to second, and unfortunately Federico Contesi has gone from first to fifth in half a lap, and you see there the shake of the head. He lost out going through Garda, ironically the Italian named corner of the circuit, and then it got worse and worse as he was hung out to dry on the outside through Conway's and Henry's. Jerry Van Boersel at the front of the field, easy to say, with Federico Contesi now at the rear of this leading pack. That leaves Benjamin Hamilton as the main contender to the Dutchman. Bouncing across the curbs at Henry's he goes. Ollie Smith looking to get involved in that as well, but I think he was too busy focusing forward. And Luis Appiagai realised that and dived to the inside for third place. Leading 5 karts have built a nice advantage over David Metcalf, who I think is trying to form a bit of a coalition with 7th place Toby Hazel to try and chase them down. There was a bit of a lunge there from Luis Appiagai, and that was on Benjamin Hamilton. Hamilton, though, gets back up to second and says, guys, please, we've still got more than half this race to go. Let's not leave Jerry to his own devices at the front to drive away. A little bit early to be slicing and dicing for P2 and allowing the winner to, or the leader to drive off into the sunset. Van Boersel taking the defensive line. I think he's seen some of the shapes being thrown behind him and has gone, I think I need to start defending this place. It's not going to be an easy run for the flag in this one. Van Boersel there going defensive again through paddock, and he's really scrubbed speed off there. Benjamin Hamilton also losing time as a result of that. Luis Appiagai maybe fancies a 2-for-1. Sits in that third position for now. Well into the rear is Benjamin Hamilton on Jerry Van Boersel. Is the number 10 that stays ahead for now. Hamilton looks like he really does attack the bumps down at Henry's. Federico Contesi looking to make amends for dropping from the lead to P5, was having a momentary glance at the inside of Ollie Smith. I think, though, Contesi might just hang on for now, do some observational work and see where his opportunity to strike may come. We're almost 3 wide there, and we are briefly 3 wide there. That was Ollie Smith going for second place. Ollie Smith is now side by side with Benjamin Hamilton. It's 2x2 racing, Daytona bump drafting. No, not that one, the one in Florida. Ollie Smith to the inside line for second position. Has he got second position? They're still side by side as they go through the hairpin. Smith has it for now. I don't think he's got a long-term leasehold, though, put it that way. Luis Appiagai in third place. Contesi still in fifth. At one point, I thought Contesi was going to come out of all of that in at least third position, but he remains in P5 for now. I will say a word as well to Zach Hassan, who continues to move up the field. Meanwhile, Lewis Apiagai there attacking to the inside. A hit check between himself and Ollie Smith, and a further hit check there from Benjamin Hamilton. That was a really rough move, and he now says, can we all just get along? And the answer seems to be no, as Federico Contesi gets squeezed onto the grass. He keeps it on the straight and narrow, but he's now down to 6th place. And while they've been fighting, Jerry Van Bussel has cleared off, and now the likes of David Metcalf and Toby Hazel are right there in amongst it. Lewis Cook is in there as well. So for all of their fighting for 2nd place, everyone who was contesting for a podium position is now at risk of falling out of the top 5. Meanwhile, Jerry Van Bussel is home free, clear and having a good time at the front. Van Bussel, the regular in the European Championship, and indeed was here in 2025 in the karting race of champions. He was 5th position in the lightweight division. So a driver that we can expect to be good based on his results at this event last year for sure. As we again see side-by-side action between Apiagai and Ollie Smith. Apiagai holds on for now. Benjamin Hamilton has slightly cleared off from them now in 2nd place. He looks to have enough of a gap to be a bit secure as long as he doesn't make any errors. In fact, I think he might be trying to hunt down Van Bussel. Would be the objective. I don't know if he's got the pace. Van Bussel looking impressive in this one. See there Federico Contesi trying to mount a comeback as well. He's looking to try and find a way around Toby Hazel. Contesi, who I really feel for, he's been in every position within the top 7 or 8 in this race, and unfortunately he started first and has free fallen back. Oh, and Contesi with a big hit there. I don't think that was necessarily intentional, and he was attributing some blame there to Lewis Cook behind him. I don't think that was strictly what happened, but a little bit of negotiation going on there between the 3 of them. I do find it fascinating how they managed to have full conversations, basically on hand gestures and maybe the odd yell. And body language. 4th, 5th and 6th in that queue then, or rather 5th, 6th and 7th, I should say, in that long queue together. Van Bussel, I thought he had this one effectively won, but Benjamin Hamilton is homing in a little bit, it must be said, and there comes Contesi, who has certainly been the arbiter of most of the action in this race. He's got his hands full. He's in the middle of a 3-wide situation. That's not going to go well at all. Big oversteer there as he gets a armful of opposite lock, courtesy of Toby Hazel on his inside. That is explosive stuff for 6th position. David Metcalf has rather broken away from all of that, incidentally, now in P5. We've got 1 minute and 44 left on the clock. It's the penultimate lap of the race starting now, and I dare suggest that some of those karts are going to be quite happy that they're done with this race. Not the drivers, the karts. Van Bussel and Hamilton are together. Hamilton has closed in. Van Bussel had some reprieve there in the middle phase of the race, got to drive away, but now it appears that he's back under scrutiny from Benjamin Hamilton. 1 minute and 5 seconds left to go. Van Bussel going defensive there into Garda, and it looked to me like he was almost gesticulating a couple of corners ago to say go through, but no, with how much contact there was there and continues to be as they come to the line. I think this is going to be a good scrap now as Van Bussel loses the lead for the first time in this race to Benjamin Hamilton. Can he reclaim it now on the final lap? Hamilton goes defensive into the first hairpin. Van Bussel right there, welded on the shoulder of Benjamin Hamilton. For third place, it is still Ollie Smith in third place. Lewis Appiah-Guy not too far back. They'll be hoping that there are fireworks between the top two here so they can launch their outside bid at a championship. Or a win, I should say. We're a bit early for championships as Van Boersel at Paddock Bend dives to the inside. Benjamin Hamilton, I think, has done enough here. Yes, he has. Van Boersel scrubbed off all of his speed, taking a shallow line into Garda. I don't know whether or not Van Boersel is going to hold on to second, but it's Hamilton that wins it. Ollie Smith rally crossing at the line, but he doesn't quite get a podium. Van Boersel takes second, Appiah-Guy in third, and Ollie Smith takes a well-earned fourth position. He was one of those drivers in amongst most of the scrapping. Ditto Federico Contesi down there in sixth place, who ultimately had to finish behind David Metcalf. Also, word to Zach Hassan, he was fighting for last at the start of the race. He moved his way all the way to P7. That's a solid drive in the lightweight division heat from Hassan. We move straight on to the heavyweights up next. That will be Group 4 heavyweights with the 10th heat of the day. Thick and fast action here at the Kart Race of Champions. We've had some stellar racing so far. I think this is arguably the most competitive Kart Race of Champions grid that we have seen to this point in this event's history, and boy, are we seeing it manifested in some of the racing. Spencer Gent will be on pole position for this heat in the heavyweight division, the number 16 kart. The number 20, Craig Dorrington, alongside him. Sam Pooley, who has been marked out to me a couple of times by everyone up to and including our Tapes Up camera crew as one to watch. He's third on the grid alongside Jack Bridges, the 25. Dan Wright is next, the 18. Nathan Parker, the 15, starting from P6. Michael Bowles, the 24, in 7th. Mark Grady, the 27 in 8th place. Michael Bowles is in the 24. My apologies, as we now go racing. And it's Spencer again to board the 16 with the inside line into the first corner, but Craig Dorrington trying to sweep around the outside as the race begins. And has he succeeded in doing so? No, not quite. Spencer Gent holds the high ground and retains the lead. And look at Sam Pooley. He's managed to get himself to the front of the field. Lovely driving from Pooley there. Master negotiations. He's gone from third to first. Now let's see if he can drop anchor and disappear off into the distance. Side by side between Dorrington and Spencer Gent there, and also trying to get involved, I think that was Jack Bridges aboard the 25. Yes, it was. But it is Sam Pooley, who on the form book seemed to be a bit of a surprise in terms of not being on the front row of the grid. He's made amends for it immediately by running first as they come across the line for the first time. Spencer Gent then in second place, Craig Dorrington in third. In fourth place is Jack Bridges, and fifth place is Dan Wright. In fact, Spencer Gent, that information already out of date because he's down to third position. So Dorrington is through into P2. Pooley with an electric start to this race, starting as he no doubt means to go on. 25 running a little bit out wide there at the exit of Garda. Could that open up an opportunity here for Dan Wright, who is parked on his bumper? Wright looking to the inside line, sure enough, for fourth position. They're side by side as they go through Conways and Henrys. And also looking to get involved is Nathan Parker up the inside of both of them. Parker goes from 6th to 4th in one fell swoop. And he's made it stick. I wasn't quite sure he was going to hold that through the second hairpin, but he has done. A little speculative look to the inside there from Jack Bridges, who's lost 2 places in one fell swoop there. At the front of the field, Pooley has a little bit of reprieve because Spencer Gent is on the offensive. He gets himself past Craig Dorrington for second place. Spencer Gent of DJ Motorsport. He was a B finalist last year here at the Kart Race of Champions in the heavyweight division, and the 38-year-old wants to make the A final this year for sure. They want to fight in that A final, of course. That's where the big results happen. Side by side between the 18 and the 25, Dan Wright and Jack Bridges. Still side by side as they negotiate the S's. And now down through the slime sweep. It is the 15 of Nathan Parker that leads that battle for fourth on down. Side by side for P6 there, I think, between Bridges and Bowles. The 18 of Dan Wright being hung out to dry a little bit on the outside line, but he'll have the inside now for Cafe Curve up against Michael Bowles. Further back in the field, Vito Dapris has received a warning flag for contact. There's a couple of contact and track limit warnings to consider already in this race. They've been flying out fairly sharply so far this afternoon. Now at 5:10 local time, we can say we're into the evening here as the evening sun drips down over Buckmore Park. Later on in the evening, I think some of these competitors in the later heats will certainly have some glare and some issues that would be solved by a visor tint as the sun comes down. Cooley remains in the lead, but hasn't really gotten rid of Spencer Gent or Craig Dorrington just yet. Dorrington having a look to the inside there aboard the 20. It maybe be wiser to not try and fight back for that second place that he's already lost once and just try and stay in contention with Cooley along with Gent for the time being. Side by side for one of the places further back. In fact, I think Reno DeMarco on that lap made up some places, and then unfortunately we just witnessed him falling back again. Dan Wright aboard the 18 has received a contact warning. We see him there in 5th place. He's gotten past Michael Bowles on this lap. He's just behind Nathan Parker. Nathan Parker going defensive on the run down to Conway's Bend. The 27 of Marco Grady getting the better of Jack Bridges, who unfortunately is the driver that's taking the role of the falling rock in this race. He was running top 3. He's now down in 8th place. Sam Cooley ascended early on, of course, from P3 to P1. He's controlled the race since then, but he's not in a position to call it plain sailing in the latter half of this race, of that much I'm sure. Meanwhile, Nathan Parker still just about in 4th place. Spencer Gent has been demoted by Craig Dorrington, so Dorrington is back into 2nd. Gent now tries to get back through. Both of them want to lead the charge to the rear of Sam Pooley, and it's starting to cost them time. Gent to 2nd place through the 2nd hairpin. They're still side by side now through the S's. A little bit of contact between them. And Gent holds on to it just about, but it's getting a little bit intense there. Oh, and Dorrington scrubbed his speed off there on the exit of paddock. And look at how much the gap has extended between Pooley and the duel behind. It was 0.898 of a second last time across the start-finish. I suspect it's going to be over 2 seconds. Not quite. It's a mere 1.7, but Sam Pooley has been given the green light to drive away, and I don't think he's going to have to ask twice, or be asked twice, to disappear off to a win. Nathan Parker in 4th position, Dan Wright following him. That's been the case for several laps now, and Jack Bridges has moved back up to 6th place. So Bridges has made some headway in the correct direction now. Everyone from Parker in 4th to Terry Ewan in 9th in one long queue. been a little bit of shuffling in amongst it, but those guys have largely kept themselves clean to this point. Dorrington on the previous lap was shown the contact warning, and in fact he's had 2 contact warnings in 15 seconds, Dorrington. He's going to be a little bit careful, but at the front of the field, Sam Pooley driving away, 1.4 to the good over Spencer Gent. Parker remains in 4th place, but it was certainly looking fairly intense there as they went through Cafe Curve last time. Vito Dacris there just ahead of Reno DeMarco, and we see there that Dan Wright is losing out. He's just lost out in a big way, in fact, because Michael Bowles is through. Marco Grady is now shoulder to shoulder with him, and unfortunately Dan Wright started the lap in 5th. I think he'll be at least 7th by the time they cross the line at this rate. That is not the progress he wanted to make. In fact, it's not progress, is it? It's regression. Pooley looks over the shoulder and says, okay, I don't mind that sight. Spence again, 1.363 seconds behind. The fastest lap of the race actually came last time by, and it came from Craig Dorrington in 3rd place. So I don't know that the podium is cemented in its current order just yet. Back to last year's heavyweight results, and a few drivers that we've seen in the last couple of races were in that A final last year. Pooley wasn't, though. I don't think he was here potentially last year in the Kart Race of Champions. Spence again was, though. He came 3rd in the B final in 2025. Pooley, earmarked by a couple of people in the paddock as someone to watch this weekend. We'll see if he can make it to the A final in the heavyweight division. Certainly he's making the best possible start at the moment in the 21. Is Spencer Gent going to be able to hold on for the remaining 2 minutes of this race to that 2nd place? And what about Nathan Parker, who's been resolutely in 4th place for the last several minutes in spite of everything going on behind him? See their close run as well between Michael Bowles and Terry Ewan. Dan Wright was in 7th. He's now moved back up to 6th place. So having had his moment of descent through the order, he wants to try and get back into the top 5, get some points on the board, of course. That is the objective of these heat races, to score points to then determine what final you will be in come Sunday afternoon. Race results matter to these drivers, of course they do. They're racing drivers, they're on a circuit, they want to see the checkered flag first, but the points matter, and indeed the points will determine for what trophy you fight for later on in the weekend. Pooley has been beyond doubt at the front of the field for some time now. Spencer Gent is still under significant scrutiny in that 2nd position. He seems to be able to just retaliate to Dorrington. We'll begin the final lap this time in the Group 4 heavyweight division heat. Pooley with 1.7 seconds over Spencer Gent. Craig Dorrington in 3rd position. Then it's a 10-second gap back to Nathan Parker, who was only 2/10 clear in 4th place. Is he still in 4th place, I wonder? It looks like the answer is yes, but that 4th position is certainly not secure. In fact, no, Jack Bridges is through into 4th place. Never mind, Parker fires back as they head towards the 2nd hairpin. Side-by-side action. Jack Bridges has got the better of that one. Nathan Parker down into 5th place then. He's been holding that 4th position resolutely for about a dozen laps. And now he's down into P5. Can he fight back? Sam Pooley is going to come across the line to win this race fairly comfortably over Spencer Gent and Craig Dorrington. There is Pooley across the line. Gent and Dorrington round out the podium. But what about Jack Bridges? Jack Bridges in 4th position will come through Cafe Curve now, will he? Yes, it is going to be Jack Bridges just ahead of Parker. Then it's Bowles in 6th place. Dan Wright in 7th. Terry Ewan, Marco Grady, Vito Dacris, the top 10. But Sam Pooley with a very nice run to the checkered flag in that Group 4 heavyweight race. Cooley, always one to watch. Fairly distinctive with his plain white helmet, which feels counterintuitive because it's the lowest effort helmet you can have. But he will, I think, continue to be one to watch as this weekend progresses. He declared for the event pretty sharpishly when entries opened. Has been keen and has been locked in on the potential of fighting for a K-Rock title. Well, we move into the juniors, and it will be Karsten Young, the 12, on pole position. Rufus Sessions, the number 3, starts from second place. Ollie Brunel-Hwill in third place. Jakub Milsarski in fourth place. Then in fifth position it will be Matteo Ehrenfuchter. George Beaucamp in sixth place, the number 7. Alexandru Ibanescu, 7th, ahead of Christopher Leschi, the number 1. Summer Roberts, the 13, in 9th place. Rounding out the top 10, Sienna Chapel aboard the 8. As we get ready and go racing, Karsten Young with the early lead aboard the number 12. Spoke to Karsten a little earlier on. He's got his sights set on fighting at the front as a Buckmore Park regular. He's certainly going to be one to watch. It looked like Sessions and Brunel-Weil were side by side there for second place, and I think Sessions got the best of that. No, Ollie Brunel-Weil, I think, got the best of that. The 8 of Sienna Chapel there, trying to make some headway in the early going from 9th on the grid. And side by side for second place, Ollie Brunel-Weil, one of the Mono Motorsport entries, has moved up into second at the expense of Rufus Sessions here in this junior divisions race. Group 3, the junior division. Bouncing through Conways and Henrys to start the second lap, and it looks to me like there could be opportunity here for the top 2 to drive away, because it's getting all a little bit fracas-ish in the latter part of the top 5. A hip check there between the 2 and the 3. That's Rufus Sessions falling through the field quite badly, actually. He crossed the line in 4th. He's now outside of the top 5, unfortunately. Sessions has just been caught out in the wrong place at the wrong time a few occasions already in this race. Matteo Ehrenfuchter, meanwhile, seems to be making some good headway aboard the number 9. 14-year-old racer who's been competing since 2019, all in hire karts. Some side-by-side action there as George Beaucamp moves up into third place. Jakub Milsarski has moved up a position, and side-by-side, Beaucamp has moved up into third again. Milsarski and Ehrenfuchter are fighting out for 4th and 5th. 9 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, not even a third of the way in yet. Karsten Young is under some pressure from Ollie Brunel-Weil, who set the fastest lap of the race last time by. Ollie seems to have the bit between the teeth in the early stages in that number 4. Ollie was the Buckmore Driver of the Year. And we certainly expect him to be quick with that accolade. And it's side by side between he and Karsten Young. Brunel-Weil on the inside line. Brunel there was kind of gesticulating that they should work together, but I think Karsten Young's point is that he'd like to be the one at the front of the queue. But they've got to be careful here not to allow George Beaucamp to get involved with that as well. We were talking there about Matteo Ehrenfuchter making his way through the field up into 4th place. Youngster with German parents but born in the UK. It's been Buckmore Park Winter Champion. He's been a Club 100 lightweight champion as well as the German descended driver, and that was a move there from the 14 of Cooper Campbell, and what it's done is kind of stifled a few of the runs around him, and the number 2 has benefited from all of that. Alexandru Ivanescu says, "Don't mind if I do," and drives on by. Jakub Milzarski has received a contact warning. Oh, and Rufus Sessions there gets a bit of a barge for his troubles from Christopher Lelshi. At the front of the field, the top 2 still have a little gap over George Beaucamp, but I'm hearing Jaws music. I don't know if they are, because George has been pretty feisty in his ascent through the field so far, and I'm not sure he's done at 3rd place. Rufus Sessions, meanwhile, to the inside there of the number 1, that being Christopher Leschi. We'll look back at the lead battle, and it is now Ollie Brunel-Weil seemingly setting up camp in that lead spot. Carsten Jung, I think, is cooperating for the time being. You can see Carsten there trying to lean forward, make himself as aerodynamic as possible. Carsten Jung racing under the flag of Hong Kong. Quite an international grid, this one, as a matter of fact, with the likes of Aaron Fuchta and Ivanescu involved in this one as well. Top 3 look like they're all together now. I think George Beaucamp has got himself into a position where he will be a threat in the second half of the race. Has just sidled his way into this. Carsten Jung, I think, trying to get the hurry up on as he follows Ollie Brunel-Weil. Keep an eye, incidentally, on Jakub Milzarski in 7th place. He has won several championships over his career so far. DRS rookie champion, a DRS 100 champion last year. In 7th for now, but I think the best is yet to come. It looked like Carsten Jung may have a move to the inside going into Garda. Let's see where they exit. Yes, Carsten Jung has got through into the lead again. So Jung, who started on pole position, led the early stages. He's now back where he wants to be at the front of the field. Ollie Brunel-Weil, aboard the number 4, has to worry now about George Beaucamp behind. You can rest assured that he's involved in this now. He was making his way into the position. He's now in position, and he's going to move for 2nd place. Yes, he gets through into 2nd place. It's, no, not quite, actually. I think Beaucamp may be realising a bit precarious how he made that move for 2nd place. A bit of a hip check to the inside line and says, you know what, Ollie, go back through. And Carsten Jung, I think, just cost himself a little bit of momentum on corner exit there coming out of paddock. He remains in the lead, but he remains under vast scrutiny. And indeed, Ollie Brunel-Weil, I think, might be poised for a move here. Not at Conways and Henry's, but maybe into the hairpin if he gets a good enough run. No, not quite yet. But with 4 minutes and change to go, I certainly wouldn't want to put a forecast out as to who will be at the front. And indeed, Matteo Ehrenfuchter in 4th position is homing in on these 3. Last time by, those 3 at the front were all in the 51s, the low 51s. Ehrenfuchter's last time a 50.812. He is closing. 3 minutes and 35 seconds left in the race. It was side by side there between Brunel-Weil and Carsten Jung. Karsten Young in the red race suit retains the lead for now. George Beauchamp looking to get involved in this as well, has a speculative look to the outside as they approach Conways, but can't get it done there. Brunel Weil remaining in second for now, but Karsten Young under significant pressure. Matteo in fourth place, I'm sure, is watching this with a wry smile. He once again took about a third of a second out of the top three on that last tour. Very interesting racing to this point, some masterful driving between those top three in particular. And side by side between Brunel Weil and George Beauchamp there. Beauchamp, I think, got himself a decent run out of Garda, but wasn't able to convert it into second position. Again, Aaron Fuchter faster than the top three. He is homing in. We've got 2 minutes and 25 seconds left to go here. 3 to go, including the lap we're on. And Karsten Young hasn't led from the start, but he was our pole sitter. And in the minutes where it counts, going into the final two, the final 120 seconds, he remains at the front, but a dive to the inside at paddock from Ollie Brunel Weil. That stifled the momentum of both of them. It stifled the momentum of all three of them. Beauchamp also losing some time, and Matteo Ehrenfuchter is quite clearly involved in this. It's not a three-car fight anymore, it's 4 for the lead. Karsten Young goes defensive into Conways. Brunel Weil looks to the inside. He's also having to be cognizant of George Beauchamp. Matteo Ehrenfuchter there in fourth place and challenging for the top three. The top four was split by 0.3 of a second across the line. It's side by side for third between Ehrenfuchter and Beauchamp. And I think Ehrenfuchter might just get the better of it. No, they're still side by side. Great racing between them. We need to see that top four. Here they come now. And it is Ollie Brunel Weil who's moved up into the lead. Karsten Young has lost out, going on to what I believe will be the final lap of the race. Yes, it is. Side by side, going into Garda, and they exited Garda with Ollie Brunel Weil in the lead. Karsten Young has now lost out to George Beauchamp as well. Oh, for Karsten Young, he's falling through the field. Matteo Ehrenfuchter is trying to get third place off of Karsten Young. Karsten Young is down to P4, and you can see the exasperated expression there on Karsten Young. He knows that he's lost out in a big way on this final lap of the race. Ollie Brunel Weil at the front of the field looks over the shoulder, feels the need to go defensive into that corner. And look at the advantage. Look at the advantage building. Beauchamp is going to take second, and it is going to be Ehrenfuchter, I think, into third place. Yes, just getting third place was the number 9. Karsten Young, unfortunately demoted to fourth place. But Ollie Brunel Weil taking the win in spectacular fashion. Some great racing between himself and Karsten Young all throughout that one. Karsten unfortunately demoted to fourth position, which will sting after a good race. But Brunel Weil taking the win there. We now move in to Heat 12 coming up next. So next up it is Heat 12 of the day, the lightweight division race. It will be Lucas Braca that starts this one from the front of the field. Dhruv Suji next, the Team Spicy Boys entry. Ian Lepela third position. Vessel Vanten in 4th position. KRT Blacks, Adam Barris, the 24, in 5th. A great racing driver name in 6th. Andrew Strike of Daytona Legends, he's in 6th position. Tim Peineman in 7th. Kian Honeyman in 8th. Caden Edwards Cove in 9th. Bond 2 in 10th. Thomas Shaw 11th, the 28. Beate Grinspone rounding out the top dozen. We are racing once again, heat 12 of the day, and it's a good start from Dhruv Suji. Suji with an early lead then as we fire off into this 12-minute heat race. Ian Lepelaar right there with them. Lepelaar and Lucas Bracker are Talent Factory teammates. So hopefully there will be some amount of cordial driving between the two of them. Otherwise, it'll be a rather awkward awning later on. Top 3, not really breaking away from Vessel Vanten in 4th position. Another Talent Factory driver, actually, Vessel Vanten. So we've got 3 representatives of the Talent Factory in the top 4. Side by side for 5th there between Andrew Strike and Adam Barris, and Barris has got the better of that to the inside line. So Adam Barris making up a little bit of time on the first lap. He's up into 5th place. Spoke to Vessel Vanten, who runs 4th a little earlier on in the day. He's another one of those drivers who did his first lap of Buckmore within the last 48 hours, so at a bit of an experience deficit to some of those around him, and that was a big dive there from Tim Peineman. He's on the way up as well. The Dutch racers mean business in this one. Indeed, Peineman had the fastest first lap of anybody. It's Lepelaar, the pace setter on lap 2 of 51.4. Side by side there between Adam Barris and the 18 of Andrew Strike, and indeed side by side between the Talent Factory teammates, the 16 and the 25. And it is Ian Lepelaar that gets that done. Pace setter, only by a few hundredths of a second, mind you. But a pace setter all the same, as now to the inside for the lead goes Ian Lepelaar. What a lap he's had. He started it in 3rd. He's going to cross the line as the race leader. Contact warning for Lucas Bracker, incidentally. That's the first of this race. And back to the inside goes Dhruv Suji. He's not going to let that happen. And a bit of a moment of disbelief as he then sees yet another Talent Factory driver, Lucas Bracker, up his inside for the lead. Another Talent Factory driver up his inside for 2nd place. Well, he started the lap challenging for the lead. He's now down in 3rd place. Not quite the unfurling of that situation that he wanted. Side by side now for 3rd place as Vessel Vanten tries to make it a Talent Factory top 3. He's up the inside going into Garda, and they've made it so. 1, 2 and 3. No, actually, Dhruv Suji just about gets it done. Suji has received a track limit warning on that previous lap, so he'll have to keep his P's and Q's in order, as it were. Tim Peineman there has gotten up to P5 now. And he's just leading Adam Barris and Andrew Strike, who are increasingly getting involved in that lead queue. It's now 7 karts within 2 seconds, and with Suji and Vanten fighting, with Suji looking like he wants to get back to Lepelaar now for 2nd place. This could be quite a big train fighting for the podium by the end. Dhruv Suji with a hit check to the inside going into Garda. Still side by side as they go through Cafe. Bracker leads the way. Lepelaar goes defensive. And Vanton now gets an opportunity. He's on the inside of Tsuji going into the first hairpin. He's up into third place. It is, for the first time in the race, a Talent Factory top 3. The group draw has worked in such a way that a lot of these Dutch competitors are right up there. Unfortunately, Wessel Vanton's third place tenure didn't last long. Dhruv Tsuji got back through at the second hairpin. Wessel Vanton shakes his head. And Dhruv Tsuji strikes me as one of those drivers who refuses to play ball. If I'm going to lose out to you, I want to fight back ASAP. He has every right to do so, of course. Lucas Braka at the front of the field is slightly breaking away, and indeed he just set his fastest lap of the race. 51.0 last time by. Defensive there from Ian Lepela into the second hairpin. Doesn't get the best run out of the corner. Dhruv Tsuji getting on the offensive. Wessel Vanton unfortunately dropping back a little bit there, getting squeezed onto the grass between the two hairpins. A shake of the head again from him as he looks back and sees Andrew Strike ready to live up to his name. Braka 1.2 clear at the line. He's continuing to extend that advantage, and as the handbags are thrown further back for second place, he's only going to have a bigger gap next time by. In fact, it may well have doubled as Ian Lepela gets the elbows out to hold off Dhruv Tsuji for a little bit longer. Exciting racing here for second place, and Braka, the beneficiary, driving off into the distance in this lightweight race. Tsuji has second place back in his control. The 22 of Tim Peineman has followed him through into third place as well. Peineman has very sneakily worked his way through all of his Talent Factory teammates and is now into the top 3. Thomas Shaw is up in this pack as well now, so it's an 8. Or P2 through P8 are effectively all together now. Lucas Braka has cleared off, is up in the next county, but second through 8th place. Very close quarters action. A bit of a gesticulation there from Tim Peineman there as he is somewhat run out of road. We have Caden Edwards fall back through the field a little bit on that previous lap. We have 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in this race. You see there Ian Honeyman making his way through the field. He's up into P9 now. Now, Honeyman, we'll be hoping to make some more headway from there, but look at this, side by side still between Dhruv Tsuji and Tim Peineman, and that could open up the doors to Adam Barras, who is trying to find a way through, and he's got karts everywhere, and look at Dhruv Tsuji getting pretty aggressive there, running Peineman off the circuit a little bit. Peineman sticks with it and gets back up to second place. It's 3 wide at the hairpin. That's never going to work. It's almost 5 wide, and Dhruv Tsuji is losing out in a big way there. He's gone from 3rd to about 7th, but look at how it's ebbing and flowing. It is going to be Lucas Braka again, just disappearing off into the distance. Oh, and contact! Was that Tsuji? No, it wasn't. I think that was Andrew Strike who lost out there. A hip check between himself and his adversary. But it's the 22 of Peineman that's shaken out of all of this in second place, if I'm right. In third place now is Ian Lepela, who gained a lot there through the hairpins. Indeed, it's Peineman from Lepela, Adam Barras trying to get involved now in the top 3 places. He's in 4th place. Dhruv Tsuji has somehow got back up to 5th place, make that 4th place, make that 3rd place as they go through the hairpin, but only briefly because he's now hung out to dry on the outside line. Oh, but no, he really does stick with it. They're side by side still through the S's, and Dhruv Tsuji has got himself up into 3rd place. Tsuji just refuses to stay down. It's quite an admirable attribute, I must say. It's very Chumbawamba, getting knocked down, getting back up again, Dhruv Tsuji. Side by side between the 24 and the 25 as Adam Barras now promotes himself back to 4th position. Barras has been, I think, probably among the quieter drivers in this race. He doesn't seem to have been the arbiter of much of the chaos, but he's been the beneficiary of the chaos going on around him. 15 to the inside of the 27, Vessel Vanten trying to get himself back into the top 5, started the lap in 7th. Lots of gesticulation going on. Andrew Strike, who's already been in the wall in this race, as we saw a couple of laps ago, unfortunately now running down in 13th, and I think a little bit over this entire scenario right now. It seems that the racing is getting a little bit physical. Andrew Strike, 24-hour of Daytona winner, 44 years of age. More tenured drivers on the grid, put it that way. I think it's all getting a bit chaotic for his liking. Lucas Braca doesn't know any of what's happened behind him. He's just kind of run his own race. He might think he's got the track to himself out there. 5.2 to the good on Tim Peinemann, his Talent Factory teammate in 2nd place. And then Dhruv Suji, who by any fingernail he can muster is holding on to his 3rd position for now. But Barras and Thomas Shaw, who has really ascended from out of nowhere, he was not in that queue for 2nd place earlier on in the race, but he was running a fairly lowly P8, and as everything else has happened around him, he's ascended 4th. Lucas Braca, a Genk 6-hour winner, and he's been very competitive in the Formula Karting Francorchamps Championship as well. Bit of an endurance specialist, but in this sprint race he has held himself to a great account at the front of the field. It will be Braca for the win, that is, I feel, beyond doubt. But what's going to happen for 3rd place? It's still side by side, it's still Dhruv Suji under pressure, and Suji barged out of the way there from 3rd to 7th in one fell swoop. This race has been extremely physical. Tim Peinemann has taken 2nd place behind Lucas Braca, and 3rd will go to Adam Barras once it all shakes out. Barras did a good job ascending through the order in that race. Ian Lepelaar and Vessel Vanten make it 3 Talent Factory drivers in the top 5. But Dhruv Suji will feel a little bit hard done by there. He was certainly putting forth a stern drive himself, but 7th place is perhaps not the result that his performance deserved. But ultimately, some of the fairly stoic racing that we saw from him earlier on, I think may have come back to haunt him on the final lap there. Either way, a very exciting Heat 12. We're now on to Heat 13. Again, the heavyweights back out on the circuit, and a very familiar name in amongst them. That, of course, being esports star Thomas Ronhaar, an F1 esports runner-up many moons ago, back in 2023. And Ronhaar, certainly one of the more famous names here this weekend, and he'll be on the front row of the grid. He'll be sharing the front row with pole sitter, the number 9, Yusuf Sohayono. Thomas Ronhaar 2nd, another of the Talent Factory drivers, incidentally, is Ronhaar aboard the 12. Ben Paynes, the number 3, is next. He'll be 3rd on the grid alongside his KRT Purple teammate, Ross Sandwell. Anwar Birul Smith, starting from 5th, that's the number 2. Jamie Salter, the 8, will be starting from 6th position. Jordan Bolton, the number 13, starting from 7th. And the Fats and Furious entry of Greg Watts, starting from 8th place, the 11. Cale Simmons will be starting from P9. Lee Lincoln Crowther should be starting P10, but it does look as if the order is somewhat shuffling at the moment. I think some of the karts came out onto the circuit in a slightly improvised order, let's suggest. And they're just having to work out who goes where for now. So Yusuf Sohayono now draws towards the pole position. Ronha in the 12 lines up next. In fact, it's Payne's in the 12, at least according to the race suit. As there maybe been some confusion as to who is where or in what cart, because again, Ronha is listed in the 12, but no, Ronha's in the 9. Okay, so I think there's been a bit of confusion on the timing as to whom is where, and that's now being reflected, I think, in conversation there at the front of the field, because yes, Ronha is clearly in the 9, as we can see, but that's not what's reported on the timing. There's been a little bit of a breakdown in communique somewhere in amongst it all. Directing traffic there, you see on the right of screen in the white shirt, that's Clinton Bell, who runs the Club 73 karting organisation, responsible for this event, and as you can tell by the race suit, he will be getting involved himself a bit later on. There's currently some discussion going on as to how to proceed, because again, the names on the live timing do not reflect the names in the carts. And I think that's going to be down to the Alpha Timing crew to de-scramble, and we can go on from there. It'd be easier to just get everyone to go into the cart on their timing screen. No, that would take more work, actually. Then they'd have to shuffle the carts about. There is no easy fix. I do enjoy the branding of the Fats and Furious team. They've gone full movie franchise logo. You see their 48, or rather the 48 lid and the 48 race suit of Ash. You can see he's got himself a YouTube channel as well, heavyweight_karting. I'm sure there'll be some onboards from Ash Chivers. As we once again wait to unfurl this race. I am starting to see numbers shift on the board, so that's good. Thomas Ronha is now listed in the 9. Ben Paynes is now listed in the 12. There's someone furiously typing on a keyboard right now so that we can get this race started in good order. What I don't know is where Yusuf Sohayono is actually meant to be on the grid, because he was listed in pole, and that is not what we're seeing. And indeed, the other question mark is whether he is in the 16 cart or not, but that will all come out in the wash as the crew beavers away to get this one correct. This is going to be the Group 5 heavyweights heat. Thomas Ronha will start this one from pole position. I think number 10 was doing the YMCA there, Lee Lincoln Crowther. And the gestures have been given to suggest that I think we're ready. Indeed, I think we aren't too far away from getting to go racing here. It will be Ronha from pole position, Ben Paynes aboard the 12 alongside him. Ross Sandwell, the number 3, will line up third alongside Anwar Birul Smith. We are underway at long last with this heat. And it's not a great start, it must be said, from Thomas Ronhaar. It's side by side between Ronhaar and Paynes in the lead, and it is Thomas Ronhaar who's just about come out on top of that one. The number 9, after the long wait, has retained his lead from pole position. Through in second place then is Paynes, then it's Sandwell in third position. There's already a contact warning attributed to Paynes, and he's lost out second place there. Ross Sandwell with the opportunistic lunge down at paddock, and up into third has gone Anwar Beryl-Smith as well. So not a great first lap from Ben Paynes, who started the lap hunting for a lead and is now down in fourth position. Jamie Salter following him through in sixth place. In fact, Paynes is down to fifth because David Sumner is up into P4, and look at Anwar Beryl-Smith go. The Team Apex Motors entry up into second place. Ronhaar will be liking the amount of jostling going on behind. That's granted him 3/4 of a second at the front at the conclusion of that first lap. And that, by any metric, is a nice chunk of change on the stopwatch and on the timing screen. Ross Sandwell then, losing out on that lap, side by side for fourth position. Sumner remains in fourth place for now, but Jamie Salter right there with him. Then it's the number 6, Ash Chivers, who's just gotten the better of Ben Paynes, who's really having a bit of a horrible run so far. He dives back to the inside at hairpin 2 to reclaim 6th. And that didn't please Ash Chivers. There was a big gesticulation there. Thankfully, it was one that's appropriate pre-watershed, but we've still got 9 minutes and 40 seconds left. Heat 13. You can see that it has clouded over somewhat here. The temperatures on track will be cooling a bit. Thomas Ronhaar. We all have a slightly smaller gap. Yes, a tenth or so taken out of him by Anwar Beryl-Smith that time by. Ross Sandwell is right there with him as well. And of course, Ross Sandwell is one of those drivers whose name should be really underlined, because last year Ross Sandwell won the heavyweight division here in the karting race of champions. Sandwell is the defending heavyweight champion. Did make that sound a bit like boxing. Side by side for fifth position, the 8 and the 12, Salter and Paynes through Garda. Top 3 across the line. Who came out on top of that side by side? It was Salter from Paynes, just about. Ronhaar leading by 7/10 then, ahead of Anwar Beryl-Smith. And then in third place, it is the defending champion, Ross Sandwell. Certainly the bare minimum for the defending champ is to be there in the A final. He's also an EKS heavyweight champion. He's won in BIKC, Club 100 as well, Ross Sandwell. But for now, remaining in that third position, I think part of the logic right now is to not allow Thomas Ronhaar to drive away, courtesy of a Smith-Sandwell scrap in second and third place. David Sumner was fourth, is still fourth, with Salter, Paynes and Chivers, I should say, I believe in the case of Ash, in seventh place. Again, some pleas from Jamie Salter there to focus forward and try and get the better of Sumner for now, but we'll see if that falls on deaf ears and eyes. A little bit of a look over the shoulder there from Sumner in this 4th position, which he holds for the time being. Ash Kivers, 37-year-old, a champion in Italy in 2025 in the Champion Cup. Heavyweight champion there. And was also the GP D-Max heavyweight champion at Daytona last year. Very competitive heavyweight driver. Currently down sequestered, quite frankly, in 7th place. And he'll want more than that. He'll want to make up places here, score some good points to be in that A final later on. Still got half the race to go. Has to balance that craven desire for positions with not losing too much time or potentially taking undue risks and losing out as a result. Ooh, a bit of a squeeze on there for 5th position. That's Ben Paynes moving up to P5, or is it? Because taking a nibble back was Jamie Salter, and Salter is not impressed. Who takes advantage? It's Ash Kivers, who we were just talking about, 6 and 12 side by side as they make their way down into the first corner at Conway's, and Ash Kivers has moved up from, what, P7 to P5? Never mind, because Salter's right back with it. Salter reclaiming 5th position. Oh, it's getting way too tight here. 3 wide into the second hairpin. Kivers holds on for now. Ben Payne's frustrated as he loses out in all of that to Justin Elliott, I think that is, up into 7th. Oh, and Ash again to the inside line. This is quite a jostle for 5th position. The fall there of Justin Elliott has moved up to 6th place. Justin Elliott is watching all of this happen, and he's kind of just sneaking through and saying, don't mind me, you guys keep fighting, I'll keep gaining places. The 4 car going defensive, or Kart I should say, sorry, Justin Elliott. Salter, Paynes, and now also getting involved is Cale Simmons aboard the number 5. The cast of characters in this 5th and down battle continues to expand. Thomas Ronhart continues to lead. Must be said that I don't think he's particularly secure with Anwar Beryl-Smith just a couple of tenths behind him. But they are at least flying in formation right now. If there is any formation to what's going on for 5th back, I'm not clear what formation it's meant to be. It's certainly not missing man, because they've got far too many karts in the same space right now. The leading trio covered by 3/4 of a second, and Ronhar looks like he might be under threat here because Anwar Beryl-Smith is right there with him as they headed down towards the Syme sweep. Out of Garda they go, 3 minutes and a half left to go, so the clock is ticking. The urges to try and make moves will only go up. They've certainly got themselves plenty of time. Sumner is some 6.5 seconds away from the leading crew. Ronhar goes defensive. Beryl-Smith looking over the shoulder at Ross Sandwell, who's done this all before. Calculated driver. Winning margin last year over Mark Puxty was a mere sub-tenth of a second. Ross Sandwell. So I think he could just bide his time here and see what happens. I think Anwar Beryl-Smith is going to try and make this happen, and certainly Thomas Ronhart believes it because he started to defend more at the front of the field. Ash Kivers is continuing to hold that 5th position for now, as we see the leading trio through hairpin 1, hairpin 2. Ronhart has led every moment of the race so far, but it's starting to look unsettled behind him. Oh, Oh, and side by side actually as they go to paddock. Anwar Beryl Smith holds on to the high ground for now in that second place scrap and had a look at Ronhart. But Thomas had correctly predicted that run from behind and defended nicely. We've got 1:40 on the clock. It's the penultimate lap of the race then. Ronhart holding strong at the front of the field. You can see him driving through the hypothetical mirrors, really going defensive into just about every corner because he sees the threat. It's plain to see with both Beryl Smith and Sandwell, who comes in as a very, very high seed indeed, given he's last year's champion in the heavyweight division here in K-Rock, the karting race of champions. And indeed, Sandwell had a little look to the inside for second there, but there wasn't a kart-sized hole forthcoming. And to his credit, he didn't force one into existence either. We will begin the final lap this time by Thomas Ronhart, the number 9, has been at the front of the queue from the moment the race kicked into life. Ronhart looks to have control over the situation, but could there be a move from Anwar Beryl Smith? Or is Ross Sandwell going to pull a little bit of magic as we've seen in years past here in K-Rock? He may well have a go for second place here. I think that Ronhart's done enough with that run out of Garda. And indeed, I think Anwar Beryl Smith is going to hold on to second. Yes, he is. Ross Sandwell taking third place. Defending champion. With a rostrum finish to start, he'll want to improve upon that. Sumner takes fourth place ahead of Ash Kivers, who broke away from that chaos running from sixth back. Justin Elliott eventually got himself up to sixth position. After sneaking into the battle, he ended up winning it. Sixth position for him. Ahead of Salter and Paynes, Simmons and Bolton rounding out the top 10, but certainly there was no shortage of action, and to be honest, I don't think that we're going to be done with that pack. They're going to be racing each other again later on, and I think a little bit of bad blood was developing, certainly around mid-race, and that might stick with them when we go racing again later on. Heat 14 is the lightweight division. As we can see, Dante Dillon, the 24, will start this one from pole. The 25, Neil Durrant, is next. He will be ahead of Morgan Lepelart, the 15, Jules Larkin, the 28, fourth. Tace Weberlink in fifth position alongside Jason Janssen in sixth. The 19 is going to be next up in seventh position. That is George Palmer. The 26, Toby McAllister Brown in 8th, Samuel Essery, the 18, in 9th, Alex Mitchell rounding out the overall top 10. Max Chapman, the 17, is next, Rihanna Perrix starting from P12, Oliver Wedden and Jay Adams rounding out 14, taking the start. We are underway in the lightweight division. And is it going to be Dante Dillon? No, it's going to be Neil Durrant there that closes the door and says, I'll take that early lead, thank you very much. The 25 with the early advantage. From the outside of the front row, but fighting back immediately. Dante Dillon with a lunge there going into the second hairpin. Dante Dillon, the pole sitter, back to the front then, the Project X entry. The downhill sweep to the paddock they go, and Jules Larkin there, really kind of aggressive, I would say. Neil through there. Neil being one of the Ratio drag drivers, the Welsh team, the Welsh Dragons. still going on between the two of them. Durrant from Larkin still side by side. This is all allowing Dante Dillon to just drive off into the distance. Toby McAllister-Brown fancies a bit of it as well, as does Morgan Lepelaar. Dante Dillon has certainly got the best out of that first lap. He's got himself a nice cushion, as Jules Larkin and Neil Durrant and the rest of that cast of characters from second back fight each other. Dante Dillon, I think, will have well over a second over the field as he comes across the line this time by. Indeed, 1.2. Jules Larkin following him through in second place. Durrant going defensive against Toby McAllister-Brown as well for third position. Ooh, and diving up the inside there was the 15. Morgan Lepelaar trying to get around Durrant. Durrant is really under fire in this one, it must be said. Thies Wieberlink fancying a go at this as well. Side-by-side action there between the two Dutchmen. The top two have some nice breathing room, but third on back is quite haywire. The 21 climbing the curbs there, that was Alex Mitchell. Dante Dillon then at the front of the field, subtly by a few hundredths extending his advantage once more. Dillon, a very decorated driver, a three-time BIKC champion, as we see there a lunge from the 19. And I must say, poor Alex Mitchell seems like he's been in amongst a lot of that latter half of the top 10 scrapping so far. Nary a moment of peace thus far in the race. But yes, Dillon, three-time BIKC champ, has been top 3 finisher in Club 100 sprints numerous times. And yeah, very, very impressive karter. That's a little surprise that he is on the ball. Durrant going defensive here against Wieberlink, who is listed as 2 laps down. Now, is that a timing issue? I think it is, yes. Wieberlink is there and fighting for 4th position, as we can see on screen, but he's listed 2 laps down. So a timing issue for the number 20, that much is clear. Hopefully they will log those laps manually. See in 4th position then that 20 of Wieberlink, at least on track. He hasn't been black flagged and ignored it. I'm checking that on timing, that's not the case. Just a hiccup, I'm sure. Toby McAllister-Brown in 3rd position now. And look at this, really close quarters stuff as they head through Henry's. On the outside line, risking being hung out to dry, is Morgan Lepelaar, who's already dropped from top 3 contention to 9th place on the previous lap. He's now fallen even further still. Rihanna Perrix got past him on the previous lap. Rihanna making some good headway in this race. Go the front runners. Is Dante Dillon aboard the 24, actually being reeled in by both Jules Larkin and Toby McAllister-Brown at the moment, so I don't know that he's having it all his own way. They're certainly well clear of the rest of the pack with 3.8 seconds between McAllister-Brown and Neil Durrant in 4th place. Saw there Morgan Lepelaar getting increasingly frustrated. Oliver Wedden went past him going through the hairpins. approaching half distance in this race. Palmer Mosby there in 5th position. Does look like he's got the slight pace advantage over Neil Durrant, and Durrant goes defensive. I think he knows he's got to fight for this position. A bit of a hip check between the two of them. Palmer Mosby, sorry, Palmer Mobsby, I should say. Having to keep an eye on Jason Janssen behind as well. A 17-year-old, a runner-up finisher here in the Butmore Park 24 Hours, a junior pro summer champion here at Butmore Park. He's certainly got healthy experience of the track in his favour. The best he can do in this race is now going to be 4th position though, because this top 3 has really broken away. And I tell you what, Toby McAllister-Brown is done with the formation flying part of this race. But Jules Larkin doesn't really want to give way. I think Toby McAllister-Brown was saying, you know, if you let me through, I could have the leader. But I don't think Jules Larkin much cares. Sweep down through the paddock corner once again. Larkin definitely resolute in his defensive driving. Has to be careful not to cost himself time against Dante Dillon, of course. Doesn't want to lose that toe. 2/3 distance in the race, pretty well completed then. Has Toby McAllister-Brown got the pace to circumvent Jules Larkin? Larkin doesn't seemingly have that last edge to try and challenge Dante Dillon, but maybe that's just because Toby McAllister-Brown was challenging. Not only is he challenging, he's now through, but with the inside line and a good run heading towards Garda, Jules Larkin just about fires back in time. McAllister-Brown with that lunge down at Paddock Bend, making a strong move to say the least. We have seen some rather more ambitious overtakes down there at Paddock already today. Hairpin 1, hairpin 2. Again, Toby McAllister-Brown giving that gesture to say, come on, let's work together here. Let's not fight for this. Let's see if we can get to Dante. But that cooperation doesn't appear to be forthcoming for Jules Larkin, or from Jules Larkin. He's busy racing his own race. Through Garda they go once again, 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. I think for McAllister-Brown the frustration might be building a little bit, because he certainly feels he has the pace to challenge Dante Dillon. Jules Larkin elbows out and defending. He's not going to get the opportunity to prove it unless this move sticks. No, too much mustard on that corner entry, drifts out wide and loses the second place again. Larkin is doing a great job of placing that kart in the eyes of Toby McAllister-Brown, quite annoyingly. But he is, from a neutral view, doing everything right. Less than 2 minutes to go. They'll be starting the penultimate lap this time by. Looked like it was all rather kicking off for 4th place with Janssen, Mitchell and Palmer Mobsby in amongst it. Palmer Mobsby lost out to Alex Mitchell. He's been on the ascendancy over the last several laps. Neil Durrant has actually taken a bit of a tumble back, actually, down to 7th place at the line last time. We see the 25 there defending from Max Chapman and then Rihanna Perrix behind. Neil Durrant, who made it to the A final in the lightweight division 2 years ago, wants to do it again this year, side by side between the 19 and the 21, and George Palmer-Mobsby there trying to plead with Alex Mitchell to say, no, we could both get Jason Janssen if we work together. But again, the time for cooperation has long since passed. Everyone is now fighting for their immediate positions. Dante Dillon has no fighting to do. He just needs to do one last perfect rotation of Buckmore Park, and he will have won the first heat of the day for Group 6 in the lightweight division. Larkin and Toby McAllister-Brown still side by side. McAllister-Brown trying to pinch McAllister-Brown out of it, but it wasn't going to happen. Larkin holds on to second place. 27 of Jason Janssen looks like he's done enough for fourth place in my view. Got a little bit of a buffer over the scrapping Palmer-Mobsby and Alex Mitchell. But at the front of the field, Dante Dillon has been on a tear. And he wins his first heat. Final lap now. Okay, we have typically ignored those 1 or 2 seconds where it's been like 52 seconds across the line, but we are giving them an extra lap, and that's an extra opportunity now for Toby McAllister-Brown. So Dillon now on the final tour. Larkin remains in second place. Can McAllister-Brown find a way through now as they come out of paddock? Oh, he's got a very good run. He's got the outside line though for Garda. Tries the cutback out of the turn. He's got good momentum. It's side by side as they head towards the cafe corner. That's a scary place to go too wide. Dante Dillon wins the race. It'll be a photo finish to second place, but Toby McAllister-Brown nails it there. Second place for him. Larkin takes third. Jason Janssen takes fourth ahead of Alex Mitchell. Mitchell got the better of Palmer-Mobsby there on the final lap of the race. Neil Durrant retaining that P7. Rihanna Perrix unfortunately losing some positions at the end there to Chapman and Wedden, but still taking a 10th place finish. Fun race there for the heavyweights. For the lightweights, heat 14. We now move on to the heavyweights though, with heat 15. Heavyweight group 6, heat 15, group 6. Haven Francis aboard the 14 is going to start this one from pole position, and an A finalist in last year's Kart Race of Champions heavyweight division, so he'll be looking to match that certainly. Johnny Brighton, the number 3, will line up alongside Caven. Alan Joseph Shaw next, the number 2. Then it's the number 6 machine of Dom Hughes Clary, the number 6. Robert Bannister, the 4 on row 3. Saul Gregory, the 8, is next. Then it's Tristan Lloydie for Paragon Racing, 7th, number 12. And then rounding out the top 8 is Dylan Kadir Itya, the number 5. We're underway. And it is Caven Francis with the inside into the first corner, but I think Johnny Brighton has the run. No, not quite, actually. It is Caven Francis then who leads the way. Some argy-bargy further back. Dylan Kadir Itya having a bit of a pinch moment as everyone around him tries to find some track space, but at the front, Caven Francis with the prime position at the front of the field. Johnny Brighton, second place. First tripping out wide there, that was Sam Bannister, who started the race in 9th. I think he's made some headway from there. Number 2 going defensive there, Alan Joseph Shortall, who lost some time on the first lap. He's down to 5th place, and now he's on the outside line. He's going to lose yet more positions. He's gone from 5th to 8th in one fell swoop there. Inheriting fifth, therefore, is Tristan Lloydie, who managed to get himself past Robert Bannister as well. Stephen Soden has made up some places there as well. He's gone from 8th to 6th. Brighton side by side for third. Tom Hughes, Clary and Saul Gregory one run side by side. Gregory has to play second fiddle for now, remaining in 4th place aboard that 8. Sam Bannister has fallen through the field badly on that lap. He's gone to stone last, having dropped 4 places on that lap alone. Sam Bannister got hung out to dry somewhere there. 1 and the 7 side by side. That's Ian Anderson and Ezekiel James, who's been making some decent progress. He was 13th at the start of the lap. He's already gained a couple of positions in the shake-up through the first corners of the lap. Oh, Johnny Brighton bouncing across the curbs there, as we saw on the run towards Garda. That's the section known as Damon Hill. Isn't really under the hill. But certainly be careful not to jump across those curbs beyond the track limits on a regular basis, because you will get a warning, you will get a penalty, and indeed Brighton did get a warning. Stephen Soden making it to 5th position then. He's got himself ahead of Tristan Lloydie, the 2 of Alan Joseph Shortall trying to recover now. He's side by side with Ian Anderson here for 9th place as they head through the S's. And the 2 does stay ahead for now. Brighton does not look particularly like he's got quite the level of pace of Caven Francis. And indeed, Saul Gregory, last time by, setting the fastest lap of the race, a 51.139. And there he goes, up to P2. Saul Gregory, having just set the fastest lap of the race, is up to 2nd position. I don't think Johnny Brighton is going to contest that particularly. I think he recognises that the pace deficit is there and it's not in his favour. He'll be hoping now that Saul Gregory can reel in Caven Francis and bring him into the party to try and challenge for the win. Dom Hughes Clary keeping a watching brief in 4th place as well. Stephen Soden now up to 5th position. Soden has been nicely ascending through the order in this one. Gregory for now is 0.76 of a second behind Caven Francis. He was once again quicker on the previous lap, even though Francis did set a personal best last time through. So I do think our leader may get reeled in here in terms of pace. It's just a matter of whether he can hold on to the position. Side by side between the 7 and the 1. That's Ian Anderson getting past Ezekiel James. Through the cafe. Then they go once again. You see there Tristan Lloydie under pressure from Dylan Kadir Itchia. And a tap of the rear bumper there to say, let's not fight over this, let's go hunting together. Lloydie, the American racer, was an A finalist last year in the heavyweight division here at the Kart Race of Champions. Would certainly like to be in that position again at the end of today. An international stalwart, the American racer. Francis, meanwhile, doesn't seem to be losing too much here to Saul Gregory. In fact, the gap expanded in Caven Francis's favour last time by. He just set another personal best of 51.200, while Gregory was slightly off the boil and cost himself a couple of tenths as a result. Anderson and Ezekiel James continue to fight it out, and Alan Joseph shortfall and Lewis Ashforth also getting involved. Ashforth there to the inside line aboard the number 9 in the distinctive BWT colours. A Racing Point homage there. For now, he's not racing for many points in P12. Wants to at least get to the top 10 in that nice little skirmish that they're having. Haven Francis then did lose out again on that lap actually. Saul Gregory back into the 51.1s as he has been more often than not in this race. Still time for him to close in as we continue to watch that 11th place fight, and it looks like Lewis Ashforth has definitively through into 11th. Can he now hold on to Anderson and James, who are still side by side through the S's? They've been side by side for most of this lap so far, and it looks like Ian Anderson is going to get the best of that, at least for the time being. Dylan Kadir Itchia has actually set the fastest lap of the race last time by, 51.045. He's been very quick. Unfortunately, he's just a bit out of position for his level of race pace. Stephen Soden actually just set the fastest lap of the race as well. He's 5th position, as we can see on the timing tower in the 11 kart. Looking quick. Francis and Gregory running line astern at the front of the field. Saul Gregory really has closed in on Caven Francis actually. The previous lap, I think there may have been a mistake from Caven Francis, because as we can see there, Saul Gregory is right with our leader now, the Buckmore Bandits entry of Caven Francis. Over 4 tenths slower on the previous lap than Caven Francis, and they are now together with 3.5 minutes left to run. That's plenty of time for Saul Gregory to eye up an overtake. Can he execute? Meanwhile, losing out to for 4th place there is Dom Hughes Clary. Dylan Kadir Itchia has moved up into 4th position then. Soden will want a piece of that as well, given just how quick he looks, and it does look like that battle for 4th place down is going to get quite explosive in the latter part of this race, as potentially will this lead scrap with Saul Gregory now shadowing Caven Francis. 2.5 minutes, less than 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Going defensive there, Dom Hughes Clary, Kristen Lloydie trying to get involved in this as well. Soden with the inside line now as they go to the S's, and I think, did Dom Hughes Clary there suggest he was going to let him through? No, clearly not. Holds on to it through the S's. I thought there was a gesture there that said after you, sir, but no. To be fair, with 2 minutes left in the race, that would be unusual. Caven Francis, I think, scrubbing quite a lot of his speed there through Garda, but Saul Gregory didn't really do much better. This should be the penultimate lap of the race now. Francis goes defensive into Conway's. Once again into the first hairpin. Saul Gregory picking up that tempo, applying that pressure. They should be far enough ahead of Johnny Brighton and Dylan Kadir Itchia to stay first and second. But time will tell. A second or two is quite easily dropped if you're side by side here at Buckmore. Both Francis and Gregory will be acutely aware of that. A tenth between them at the line last time by. It's not exactly going to be a huge chasm between them this time either. Final lap is declared. Haven Francis goes defensive again. Can Saul Gregory find a way through? He goes to the outside this time, going into the hairpin. Has he got an overlap as they approach hairpin 2? No, not quite. Haven Francis holding his ground well. Johnny Brighton having to keep his shoulders low to look over to Dylan Kadir behind. But at the front of the field, Haven Francis has done everything right so far, but I think that wasn't the best run through paddock. He has to defend hard into Garda. And I think he's done enough there. Good run down towards Cafe Curve. Side by side for third place between Johnny Brighton and Dylan Kadir Itchia as well. But Francis holds on to win the race. Gregory takes second, and Dylan Kadir Itchia did get through in the last corners of the lap. He made it up to third place ahead of Johnny Brighton. Hughes Clary taking fifth place. Robert Bannister rounding out the top half dozen, ultimately ahead of Tristan Lloydie. And Stephen Soden, who at one time looked like he was going to comfortably finish in the top 5, unfortunately, fifth was the ultimate ending for him. So then, Sam Doyle, Summer Roberts on the front row for this next heat, heat 16. So we're now cycled through everybody, and we are into our second heats of the day for all of these groups. It will be Sam Doyle, the 27, with Summer Roberts, the 21, on the front row. I don't know why Roberts is currently positioned to the second row. That's certainly not what we're expecting to happen here. Clara Boyce, the 19, will line up alongside Oliver Coe, third and fourth. Elias Sagato will line up fifth in this race. Athena Kibitsky will be sixth position. Kibitsky, who made their way up from the back of the grid to the top 5 at one point in the previous race, starting from sixth in this one. Edouard Durufti is going to start from 8th position, I believe. Oliver Tullett should be P7, the 23. Stanley Donaldson on the 15 will line up in 9th. Alexandru Ivanescu, James Callan and Rufus Sessions set to be the rest of the grid, but it does look like we're doing some shuffling and a slide in to get everyone back where they need to be right now. Something might be a measure of confusion. Let's just have a look and see what the heat start is meant to look like here. So heat 16, I've missed the opportunity to look at the grid for this, but on the timing system, but it does look like there's a little bit of reshuffling going on. Oliver Tullett being put where he needs to go. And you know, certainly Summer Roberts is meant to be. So they put Sam Doyle on the outside of the front row, which isn't, I think, where he's meant to be. Okay, well, we are underway. And it will be Sam Doyle that leads them into the first corner. Summer Roberts in second, Clara Boyce in third, then it's Oliver Coe fourth place. They've remained in starting order as the race has got underway. Lots of jostling 2-3 wide even. Further back, Stanley Donaldson and Ibanescu among those trying to make 4 wide or 3 wide happen. Rufus Sessions from the rear of the field, of course he was right up at the sharp end when these drivers were out earlier on, and he'll be disappointed that he's starting so far back in this heat. But Doyle and Roberts running together at the front, and Summer Roberts does not want to stay in second position in this junior heat. Clara Boyce, meanwhile, did retain third place. Now, of course, the drivers they're competing against in these heats have changed somewhat. The idea is to try and randomise the grid, but also to put everybody with competitors of roughly their pace. So the grid order has been randomised, but the participants in the race are a little more calculated in these second and third heats. So Sam Doyle will lead another lap, but Summer Roberts certainly wants to make Sam work for it, as they once again turn into Conways and Henrys. Oliver Coe, meanwhile, has lost a position actually to his namesake, Oliver Tullett, who's up to fourth place, the 23 kart in this race for Tullett. Elias Segato squeezes out Rufus Sessions, who was trying for P6. Durofdi and Ibanescu were side by side there as well. Ooh, down at Garda, there's a bit of contact there. The 22, Ibanescu, on the inside line, trying to forge a path onward. Ibanescu, a Buckmore Park Junior Endurance champion last year. This is, I think, his local circuit. Certainly it's a circuit where he's raced in the home championships fairly extensively. And that home field advantage always useful. Edward Durofdi there fighting it out with Athena Kubitsky, who unfortunately is somewhat having the inverse of her previous race. Started fairly high up the order, but has fallen back so far. Clara Boyce currently running in third place, as you can see, now under some pressure from Oliver Tullett, who has cleared Oliver Coe and driven off into the sunset. Boyce is a BIKC Junior National finalist this year. Podium finisher in the Janie Chadwick series as well, the JCS. That leading duo is becoming a leading quartet, though. Clara Boyce is pulling Oliver Tullett forward into what's going to become a four-way scrap by the looks of it. Stanley Donaldson and Elias Segato, they're running at the very rear of the field. This is 11th and 12th place, but it's illustrative of the fact that just about every position, even in the heats, is particularly well contested, and I think that's particularly the case in the juniors, let's be honest, because they do like a scrap. Doyle and Roberts come across the line in tandem. Boyce and Tullett not quite reached them yet. Oh, a bit wide there on corner entry from Rufus Sessions. Well, not wide, but it just looked like he was going to understeer for a minute. Did get it turned in eventually. James Callan there at the back of that queue from 3rd through 7th that looks like it's forming. Callan is a Sony Super Champs vice champion. Before that, a Team Sport Brighton junior champion back in 2024. Oh, a lunge there from, in fact, no, that was defending, sorry, from Clara Boyce. side by side with Oliver Tullett, and Tullett getting the worst of it may now fall to Rufus Sessions, who's had a very solid race here. Sessions have gone from the rear of the grid to P5 at this juncture. In fact, make that P3, sorry, at this juncture. Sessions driving out of his skin right now, and Tullett now to the inside for 4th place. Ibanescu rather rudely leaves the nose in there. Clara Boyce, unfortunately, the big loser of that previous lap. She's dropped down to 7th place. In fact, I think now 8th place. So unfortunately, Clara has lost out on that lap. Sam Doyle at the front of the field, still with Summer Roberts shadowing away. I think they're going to have to worry about Rufus Sessions before this one ends. Indeed, they're going to have to worry about Rufus Sessions over the next lap or so. The top 3 split by 4/10. Sam Doyle, who's at the moment racing in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, so he's graduated into the world of car racing this year, the 14-year-old. But also a Buckmore Park Junior, an endurance racer. Showing his stuff here at the Kart Race of Champions event, and Summer Roberts losing out to Rufus Sessions. Sessions with a bit of a block pass there down into Paddock Bend, and now Alexandra Ibanescu through as well. Summer Roberts there now having to fight, and Ibanescu again to the inside. I thought Ibanescu had done it down at Garda, but no, it's still side by side. Ibanescu though with the inside line. And Summer Roberts demoted to 4th position. James Callan has moved up to 5th place. I mentioned that Callan was at the back of that queue in 7th place previously, and that's no longer the case. Callan up into the top 5 ahead of Edouard Durofte. Ooh, and a bit wide there from both Doyle and Sessions tagged Doyle, and that wasn't a popular move, I think, for Sam Doyle. Rufus Sessions did wave apologetically. Summer Roberts has got back up into 3rd position. Ibanescu's 3rd place was short-lived, and James Callan is now joined by Edouard Durofte. It's a 6-car battle now at the front. Doyle and Sessions side by side. Sessions has got to the lead. Rufus Sessions started this race on the back row. Now he's leading. Side by side for 3rd place. The 22 of Ibanescu does get past Summer Roberts now. And Callan fancies a go as well. Oh, but tags the inside barrier there. Sweeping downhill through Pullmans. Be careful. Oh dear, the 27 of Doyle out wide. And the long-time leader is going to lose 3rd position. Sam Doyle, who was right up at the front for so much of this race, has fallen to 3rd and is struggling to hold that position. You can see the steely focus through his clear visor. I think Sessions and Ibanescu just signalled to each other that they should formation fly for a lap or two here to try and build themselves a bit of a gap as Doyle and Roberts now go to war at the front of the queue. So keep an eye on Sessions and Ibanescu. I think they're going to be doing quali laps here. Indeed, through Sector 2, Sessions set a ultimate best of the race. Roberts and Doyle side by side behind. They are losing touch of the leaders as a result. Side by side between the 21 and the 27, and Edouard Durofte getting through and past Doyle, who is being wrangled down the order from leading 2 laps ago. He's now down in 7th place. Just no luck, wrong place, wrong time. Barges now to the inside line. As against James Callan. 2 minutes of this race left to run. Just a couple of laps to go. I think Sessions and Ibanescu have built themselves a good enough margin now. It was just over 2 seconds between themselves and the pack, and it's going to be a bit more than that this time by. Ibanescu set the fastest lap of the race last time by, a 50.512. Ibanescu is in the groove. Doyle came across the line in 7th place, having been leading, what, 3 laps ago now. An unfortunate fall through the field for Doyle. Sessions and Ibanescu have broken away, broken clear, and I think Ibanescu certainly has the pace. Their teammates, they both compete under the banner of Formula None. So they won't want to overly offend each other here. Looks like on this lap, Rufus Sessions has found a little something. Ultimate best sector 2. Does a 50.673. 26 of Callan to the inside of Oliver Tullett meanwhile. Tullett is up into 5th position. And the 23 going ultra defensive into the first hairpin. This is the last lap of the race. Sessions and Ibanescu. Turn through Paddock Bend for the final time. That was not the best run through Paddock for Sessions, but he carried just enough speed to be clear into Garda, and I think, yes, he will hold on to the win in this heat. Rufus Sessions, who started at the rear, finishes on top. That was a stellar drive from Rufus Sessions. Alexandru Ibanescu taking 2nd place. Edouard Dorofte quietly shimmying up to 3rd place from a fair lick down the field. Ahead of Roberts and Tullett rounding out the top 5, but Sam Doyle, the unfortunate story of that race, having started at the sharp end, having led much of the race, ultimately finishing outside the top 5 in P7. That's A, quite painful, and B, the kind of thing that may cost you an A final down the road. Well, Heat 17 is up next, and that will be the lightweights out on course once again. Oliver Wedden to start this one from pole. Callum Bendelow, the number 6, starting from 2nd. Kira McEwen, 3rd place. Morgan Hill for 4th aboard the 12. Then it's Andrew Strike, the 11. Sky Lees, the number 7 in 6th. Jules Larkin, the number 1 in 7th place. Then Tom Shipman, now on the number 9 in 8th. Max Thorne, the 10 in 9th. Thomas Shaw, the 2 in 10th place. Eric's Prozatovskis, I'll get there eventually, in 11th place. Dan Webber in 12th, the 14. Spencer Fitzgerald, the 8 in 13th. The sign speed entry, and Trevor Hansford rounding out the 14 to take the start here in the lightweights as we go racing. We are rolling and racing once again in the lightweight division. And it looks like Callum Bendelow with the early advantage over Oliver Wedden as they turn through the early corners. Some argy-bargy further back in the field. That was Tom Shipman getting beaten up a little bit there. Like Eric's Prevoznik's having a little bit of a gesticulate there to say, I don't know about any of that through the first hairpins, friends. First lap will be in the books, and the first lap in the books will be led by Alan Bendelow. Oliver Wedden just a couple of tenths back in 2nd place. Kira McEwen there in 3rd, ahead of Morgan Hill. Andrew Strike, who of course had a bit of a disaster earlier on. You might recall was running top 5 in his first heat and then got knocked all the way down to the back after a hit check gone wrong through the S's. Will certainly be looking to make some hay. The Daytona Legends entry, endurance specialist. Bendelow from Wedden then, your top 2. Alan Bendelow, a 4 times PIKC national finalist, 3 wide through Cafe. I didn't think I'd see that today. But Max Thorne made it work. He's gained 5th position in amongst all of that. Jules Larkin trying to find some grounding here, but it's not easy going. Tom Shipman trying to work around the outside there of Sky Lees. Gets it done. That's 7th position, I think that is now, all out in the wash. Bendelow, Wedden and McEwen, the top 3. Wedden to the inside for the lead. Nicely done there. Bendelow didn't fight that particularly. I think there may have been some degree of cooperation involved in that, but I could also be horribly wrong. Either way, it's Oliver Wedden, who is now at the head of the queue. That leading quartet with Andrew Strike going to the inside there of Kieran McEwen for 3rd place. Strike knows that if he has any hope of being certainly in the A final, he has a lot of work to do. If anything, I think the A final might be out of touch after his performance in the first heat earlier on. It wasn't really his performance that was the issue, it was just being run out of road in amongst the battle for about P5 in his heat earlier on. Knocked him down to the rear of the field, so he needs results, and well, right now he's certainly going towards them. He's watching as Wedden and Bendelow go side by side through the first couple of corners, and Andrew Strike getting involved in it, gets Wedden up the inside, and it's now side by side for the lead between Bendelow and Andrew Strike. Strike filters out in 2nd place despite Oliver Wedden trying to fight back. Kieran McEwen still in amongst it as well in 4th place. Now that's a 6-kart fight now for the lead. And I say fight because clearly Andrew Strike isn't just going to sit there and play ball with everybody else. I think probably a little bit miffed at what was going on earlier on. He was certainly not the beneficiary of anything in his heat earlier. McEwen to the inside of Wedden for 3rd place, and Wedden actually losing out not once, not twice, but 3 times because Larkin's just gotten past him, as has Max Thorne. And Thorne dives to the inside of McEwen there for 3rd place. McEwen will fight right back at the hairpin though on the inside line. And Max Thorne, after all of that, does filter out into 3rd place ultimately. Bendelow and Strike, I think, have got themselves a little bit of breathing room, yes. It's only a couple of kart lengths, and I don't think it's going to last particularly long by the looks of it. Will Strike maybe look over the shoulder and realise that maybe some cooperation with Bendelow would be beneficial right now? Certainly Strike is a very experienced driver, 44-year-old, who, per the Daytona Legends motif, has done a lot of his racing there, and he's through into the lead. Strike has got through. Now Strike, a man on a mission in this race. Can he now break away from the field? Bendelow down to P2. Thorne, Larkin, the top 4. The top 4 have broken away a little bit from what looks like Shipman now potentially in 5th place. Yes, it is. So Wedden has dropped back yet further. Wedden in 6th there, as we can see, and then Morgan Hill in 7th. Kira McEwen suffering. She's down to 8th, make that 9th as Trevor Hansford goes through. Hansford, the regular endurance racer here at Butmore Park, knows this track incredibly well. Oh, to the inside goes Jules Larkin there for 3rd position. Oh, side by side for P1, P2. Oh, sorry, P2, P3. No, it is for the lead. What? Andrew Strike is down to 4th place. I missed how that happened. But Strike has gone from the lead to 4th place. So it's Bendelow back to the front, Thorne, then Larkin, and Andrew Strike back down to 4th position. They really are shuffling at the front of the field. And Tom Shipman is being pushed into the battle as well by Oliver Wedden in the back of this leading half dozen. Shipman was quite understated when talking to me earlier on about his chances this weekend, but he's in the throes of this heat for sure. Bendelow, who's been leading a majority of this race, assumed that position and not dropped it on this lap. I get the feeling though that Jules Larkin might be the danger man. Has just looked very, very confident indeed in the overtaking department. The driver in the Tony Kart overalls. Bendelow there trying to get the run out of the corner, but Max Thorne with the inside at the hairpin, side by side through the S's. They now go to the Symes sweep, still side by side, and Bendelow's just about got the better of that exchange, or has he? Because now carrying speed around the outside is Max Thorne. That was very nicely executed, and this is getting all a bit too close for comfort, and Bendelow's going to lose out in a huge way there. Somehow they all found their way through. And it's side by side for 3rd place now. Wedden has got himself up into P3. He was outside the top half dozen, 3-4 laps ago. This race is proving a little bit dramatic. Trevor Hansford just attacked for 4th place. Bendelow holding on to the top 5 by the skin of his teeth right now. And in the early laps, you certainly wouldn't have seen that story beat, because he was comfortably in the lead. It has descended into a little bit of madness there from 4th back for now. It's comparably calm now between Thorne and Larkin at the front of the field. You've got 2.5 minutes to go, and I dare say there's going to be a fair bit of shuffle before the flag. Max Thorne running a good race. Larkin still right there in amongst it, being hung out to dry. Further back is Morgan Hill, who's lost at least a couple of places on this lap already. From the leader down to 13th place, it was 3.3 seconds. Pretty much everyone is in one long queue. Max Thorne remains in the lead, but I think Larkin's going to have the run here as they head towards Cafe. Right on the bumper as they come across the line yet again. Defensive line now from Thorne. Larkin tries to carry the momentum through the first couple of corners, and a bit of a aggrieved bit of body language, I'd say, there from Larkin as he realised that Wedden, Hansford, both right there with him. Wedden, who's really been through the highs and lows in this race, has held every position from P2 down to about P8, I think. It's been anything but simple for everyone in this race. No one's had a clear and calm run. Going to start the final lap this time by. Thorne looks over the shoulder to confirm that, yep, everyone is still in a one long queue. I would dare say that Jules Larkin is going to have a go at this down at the hairpins, but actually he's under more pressure from Oliver Wedden. Wedden who locks up, and he was helped. That much is clear based on the nodding and the gesticulations. Side by side between Hansford and Shipman there for what is now third place. They've got Bendelow behind them, but at the front it looks like it's going to be between Thorne and Larkin. Larkin tries to set up for a run towards Garda. It's the final lap of the race. Can Thorne hold on? It's a good run out of Garda from Jules Larkin, but I don't think he's quite going to get it done. It's going to be Max Thorne to win the heat in the lightweight division. The 10 does it. Max Thorne from Larkin by just under a tenth. Trevor Hansford takes third position. Shipman fourth, Kira McEwen recovering to fifth place ahead of Bendelow ultimately. And Andrew Strike again, a little bit of a struggle for him. He was leading at one point, he ended up in seventh place. Oliver Wedden was looking potentially on for a podium and ended up in eighth place too. That was not really the race that the doctor ordered for Wedden or Strike. Next up then, it will be the heavyweight division, Heat 18 up next. So, Heat 18, heavyweight division, Caven Francis, who we saw right up there earlier on, will be alongside Tom Nunn on the front row. Johnny Brighton in third place, the 21, and Tom Walwyn, the 26, will be next in fourth. Ian Anderson in fifth, Harry Gurney in sixth place. Then it's Spencer Gent for seventh aboard the 19. Joe Hamblett in 8th aboard the 16. Then it's Cameron Dass in 9th place. The single-seater racing champion. Ran around that lower half of the top 10 in his earlier heat. He'll want better from this one. We are racing once again here at the Buckmore Park Circuit, the Kart Race of Champions, the heavyweight division. That looks to me like Tom Nunn who's got the best start. Yes, Tom Nunn leads the way. I think he was aboard the 20 in the previous race as well, if memory serves me correctly. So he seems to be in a committed partnership with that kart this weekend. Nunn from Francis from Brighton, the top three. Tom Walwyn in fourth and Ian Anderson in fifth place. The inside, though, goes the 21. Brighton claiming second place. Caven Francis at some risk of falling out of the top three here in the early going. We saw in the last race, the ebb and flow. It could go any of many ways between now and the flag, but certainly doesn't want to lose too much ground early on. Tom Walwyn to the inside of the 21 of Johnny Brighton. Brighton, who started the lap in second, has been demoted by Caven Francis and is now having to elbow out both Ian Anderson and Tom Walwyn there. But Nunn with an ideal first lap, 0.8 of a second clear. A gap that we didn't see a single time in the previous lightweight division race, from first to second place. Certainly Tom Nunn wouldn't mind if he has a dull one, I imagine. A full haul of points is all you really want from the heats. Caven Francis, 9/10 back, but managed to get himself up into second place, and that will be useful. A finalist in this event last year, Kart Race of Champions heavyweight division. Currently leading Johnny Brighton by the slightest of margins. It's Tom Nunn making good progress at the front of the field. The gap will maybe have shrunk slightly this time by. Is Francis reeling everyone towards the back of the 20? Yeah, maybe so, because that gap has dropped by 33%, 0.63 between them at the line. Some gesticulation between Anderson and Brad van der Einde. Van der Einde aboard the 28 in this race and remains ahead of the 16 for now, because Joe Hamblett has also squeezed through there. Cameron Dass is in amongst that battle as well. Nunn at the front has been reeled in. That's happened already. Caven Francis and Johnny Brighton are there with him. I thought he'd have a lap or two to himself yet, but as they approach 1/3 distance in the race, it is now 3, if not 4 for the lead, with Tom Walwyn right there as well. Nunn, a former Buckmore Endurance Rookie winner, so another Buckmore regular. Side by side there between Francis and Brighton. Johnny Brighton to the inside of Caven Francis, but it wasn't to be that time. Leading quartet. Ooh, it's becoming more than a quartet. Tom Nunn, looking over the shoulder, will have realised that too. Caven Francis was closing in on him rapidly, though, as he looked over the shoulder. It is now 6 for the lead. Slight gap back to Stilian Anderson in 7th place. That's actually who's made up some places. No, it's Sumner. David Sumner is now leading the second pack in 7th, and will be looking to add yet more moving parts to this situation. Brad van den Ende there with a quite ambitious move, and Johnny Brighton shaking the head. I don't think he was best pleased with that one. And Van Ende there says, shall we now all work together that I'm at the front of the queue? Yes? Yes? Okay. Tom Nunn with a momentary reprieve at the front of the field, but he's now under pressure from the 28 of Van den Ende. Another one of the many Talent Factory Benelux entries this weekend. Strong Dutch and Belgian contingent making its way over across the North Sea. Johnny Brighton still there in 3rd place. Joe Hamblett has moved up to P4. Caven Francis crossed the line in 9th place. I didn't quite see how that happened, but he's struggling, as is Tom Nunn. Brad van den Ende has moved through into the race lead. Nunn was on the outside coming out of the second hairpin. And Brad van den Ende is doing great work in this race. Johnny Brighton through into 2nd place. Into 3rd place goes David Sumner. It's all falling through the fingers of Tom Nunn. A disastrous lap. Is he going to be down in 5th? Yes, he is. So it's now Brad van den Ende in the lead. Johnny Brighton, David Sumner, Joe Hamblett, the top 4, although Hamblett now through into 3rd place at the expense of Johnny Brighton. Sumner up to P2 then, and these guys are starting to get racy, and that could well be to Brad van den Ende's significant benefit. See the 28 rather lonely there, with Sumner in 2nd place, then Hamblett 3rd. Nunn is now back up to 4th place, and that's because Johnny Brighton has lost out in a big way. In fact, no, Brighton is still just ahead of Nunn. So just started the lap 2nd, is now 4th, and Nunn and Brighton, they'll pull many punctures at this phase of the race. I think But Bran van den Einde has really played this one to perfection. A couple of ambitious moves at the hairpin a couple of laps ago, moved him through into the second position. He then set about claiming the lead and has consequently ended up with a nice gap. There's 1.5 seconds at the line. I don't know that Sumner has the outright pace to match that. Similar from each other. But a black flag for Bran van den Einde. I think the manner in which he made one of those moves was not to the liking of race control. And he has been beckoned to pit lane. He now exits the pits, but he does so a distant last position. While that's going on, Caven Francis trying to climb back through the field. David Sumner has inherited the race lead then, as a consequence of the 28 in the pit lane. It's the 22 of Sumner from Joe Hamblett now in second place. Hamblett, who's been a little bit anonymous in this race, but he's just kept making up positions and kind of never been on the outside line in those scrum scenarios where you lose so much pace. Indeed, Hamblett holds the fastest lap of the race as well, so perhaps my claims of his anonymity are somewhat overstated. Anderson, Cameron Dass and Caven Francis fighting. Caven Francis now down in 9th position. His race has really taken a shift to the negative, unfortunately. He was leading early on, of course. Nunn still fighting off Spencer Gent at the moment. Spencer Gent, who's been a little bit quiet in this race compared to his performance in the first heats earlier on. But of course, a different cast of characters for him to race this time around. Gent looking to the inside of Nunn here as they go through the hairpin and gets that done. Did he stifle the momentum of Tom Nunn sufficiently? It looks like he did, yes. So that's 4th place claimed. Can he bring himself and Nunn now into that lead battle with the 2 minutes that we've got left? He's got about a second of clear road between himself and the rear of Johnny Brighton in 3rd place. Brighton, who looks a little bit dangerous on the back of Hamblett, who's lost a bit of time to David Sumner over the last couple of laps. I wonder if Johnny Brighton's about to lose his patience with trying to get to the rear of Sumner with Hamblett, make a move for 2nd place. Johnny Brighton, 30 years of age, a rookie class winner at the Buckmore 24 Hours going back a couple of years now. And indeed, he was 2nd overall this year at the Buckmore Park 24 Hours, part of the team that took the runner-up spot. So there's many an hour of pounding around this circuit to his name. Brighton, a strong case there, looking to the inside for 2nd position, will be starting the final lap this time by. Can David Sumner hold on? Sumner with a very strong performance. Not often have I said his name in relation to a big drama in this race, but he's picked his way through to the front of the field. The same really could be said of Joe Hamblett as well. Johnny Brighton keeping a watching brief in 3rd position, and I get the sneaking suspicion that these three won't be in the same order when they go through Cafe Curve in a couple of minutes. Through paddock they go for the final time in this race, and Hamblett there losing the momentum, struggling through paddock a little bit. Inside line for Johnny Brighton. They're still side by side as they turn through Senna. They're still side by side as they go through Cafe. David Sumner has won it. Who's going to be 2nd? It's just going to be Joe Hamblett. He held on Johnny Brighton for third place. And that was Spencer Gent for Port P4. Tom Nunn will be very frustrated with fifth, but I think that will pale in comparison to Caven Francis in ninth position. And what can you say about Bran van den Einde ultimately taking 12th and last in that race after a black flag and a visit to the pit lane and a swift telling off, which I think was for that rather ambitious move going into the first hairpin about halfway through the race. Unfortunately, a little bit of pain for the Dutchman. We now move into the lightweight division once again, heat 19 for those drivers. George Palmer Mobesby will be starting this one from pole position aboard the number 9. He'll be joined on the front row by Rihanna Perrix. Jason Janssen for third position, the number 6. Peter Rinspone rounding out the front 2 rows. Apologies, I didn't get through much of the grid there. We are underway. George Palmer Mobesby begins the race as our leader then. Rihanna Perrix above the number 4, or aboard the number 4 in second place, although under dispute that. In fact, it's changed hands because Jason Janssen, it was a bit of a threat in the previous heats that he was in, points forward and says, right, Rihanna, let's go and close in on George Palmer Mobesby, but let's see if that's complied with. Some jostling further back in the field there. Andrea Sansoni making up some places around the outside as they approached the Symes sweep. They come out of the Senna bend with George Palmer Mobesby to lead the first lap of the race. Jason Janssen in second, Rihanna Perrix in third place. Side by side between the 14 and the 12, that's Jason Bolton and Benjamin Hamilton. Two making up some headway as well. That's Chrissy Harding trying to get to the inside of, I think that was Peter Knight. Ooh, and no momentum at all coming out of Paddock Bend there. As we have 3 side by side there. Oh, and a big bounce there, unfortunately, for Jason Bolton across the curbs. That can't have been comfortable. It was his lack of momentum coming out of Paddock Bend that triggered a 3-wide moment there. We see there Peter Knight picking through some positions as well aboard the number 7. Got to speak to Peter Knight a little bit earlier in the day. As we watch again as Andrea Sansoni continues to pick his way through. That will be, I think, attempting for 7th place there up against Jason Bolton. Sansoni having a decent race here. Yes, Peter Knight, a 3-time Brentwood karting champion. This is one of his local circuits as well. He's got a fair amount of Buckmore under his belt. BUKC champ, British Pro Kart Endurance champ as well, 3 times over, and a Buckmore 24-hour winner. He certainly knows what he's doing. The Senna-inspired helmet of Andrea Sansoni. Following Bond 2 at the moment. For 6th place at the moment. And ooh, a bit of a lunge there from Chris Shield. Gets by Ross Honeyman. Chrissy Harding to the inside now of the number 1 as well. Ross Honeyman contesting hard there. Honeyman, whom in 2025 here in the K-Rock event was in the A final, ended up in 8th position ultimately. bet against him having a role to play in the A final this year as well. George Palmer-Mobsby, though, controlling things at the front of the field. Jason Janssen giving chase. Rihanna Perix in third position. Not a million miles away by any stretch. Top three with about 1.3 seconds over Peter Knight, but Peter Knight set the fastest lap last time by a 50.604. Two fastest sectors of the race for him on this lap, so Peter Knight surges onward. Although he has just received a track limit warning, so needs to be a little bit careful, temper it a bit, but the pace last time by, hugely impressive. George Palmer-Mobsby goes defensive there against Jason Janssen. But Peter Knight, as he joined this scuffle, was 6/10 quicker than any of the three ahead of him. It's side by side between Palmer-Mobsby, Janssen on the inside as they go through the S's, down now towards the Symes sweep. Rihanna Perix getting involved in this as well, wants to make headway. Mobsby has retained the lead, but a poor run there through Paddock Bend may give an opportunity to someone else at Garda. They exit the corner. Still in roughly the same order. In fact, no, Peter Knight has moved up into second place, so that has been a shift. Palmer-Mobsby covering off the inside line. We've still got just over half the race left to run. Peter Knight tries for the outside line. Jason Janssen manages to pry open the inside. Peter Knight tried to cling on, but he's going to get squeezed. Yes, he is. But he gets a bit of a helpful nudge there from behind from Rihanna Perix. 12, Benjamin Hamilton. Also involved in this now. The top five all together. They've got a good gap back to Bond 2 in 6th place. I think that will be the measure of how dramatic the next 6 minutes of racing are if Bond 2 gets involved with the leading five. Ian and Jason Bolton, I think, are about to pair up and hopefully help each other's cause. Can they do enough to get there? Peter Knight is telling George Palmer-Mobsby, I'm not here to fight you right now. I want to clear off from this third place battle. Jason Janssen not very happy with Benjamin Hamilton there. Hamilton, who's got past Rihanna Percox. Or Perix, I think it actually is. That's what was on the announcement for her entry. It's listed as Percox. Oh no, it is Percox. My apologies. I've been saying that wrong. Rihanna Percox, the number 4. Now down to 5th place. 9 minutes and change to try and get back into the top 3. Of course, started on the second row of the grid, the former JV Chadwick D-Max champion. Also a BUKC Graduates champ before that as well. Benjamin Hamilton and Jason Janssen ahead of her, and then we have this battle between Bond 2 and Jason Bolton. I thought they'd synchronise and help each other forward, but that's not happening. Bolton and Bond 2 having a little bit of a set to. Peter Knight looks over the shoulder, having taken the lead on the previous lap. We quite saw how that happened, but he is now through into the race lead, and it looks like he's dropping George Palmer-Mobsby. Peter Knight with the advantage over the 9. Benjamin Hamilton, meanwhile, his 3rd position. Janssen and Rihanna Percox rounding out the top 5. And will Bond 2 and Jason Bolton synchronise now to try and join that battle? I think they're kind of running out of time. Over the shoulder looked Peter Knight there. distance left in this race, limited time to play with for all of these parties at the sharp end of the field. Andrea Sansoni, who was doing such a great job earlier on, he's well down the order at the back of the pack. I wonder if he actually got a drive-through. I don't see any indication of that on my... Oh, he did get a black flag much earlier in the race. There have been a lot of contact warnings since then, so it's well down the timing screen. And unfortunately, Andrea Sansoni did cop a pen for various infringements. Didn't make his way up the order well, but potentially not fully legally based on that black flag. Peter Knight has seemingly got a manageable gap here. George Palmer-Mobsby is being forced to contest a bit with Benjamin Hamilton. Hamilton strikes me as a driver that doesn't much like staying behind people, and as I say that, he slides his way through at the first hairpin to claim second place. Now, I don't think that Palmer-Mobsby is just going to let that lie, and sure enough, he's up the inside now as they go through the S's. Jason Janssen wants a part of it as well. They're testing the limits of space as they make their way down through the Symes sweep and Pullmans. Janssen gets the better of George Palmer-Mobsby, who's off the podium, I think, for the first time in this race. Janssen holds his ground and says, let's focus forward here. Hamilton then up into second place, 1.4 seconds behind Peter Knight, and I'm not entirely convinced that Peter Knight can be caught in the time that we've got left. Knight is having a very strong run indeed. May have had an iota of luck as everyone else began to scrap behind. Going to be, we should go on to the final lap this time, but let's see the board confirm that. We may actually get 2 more laps. It's the wire, as it were. No, they didn't show the last lap board, so we are going to get 2 more out of this. Now, who does that help? Perhaps Rihanna Percox. Certainly George Palmer-Mobsby, who at the very least wants to try and salvage a podium from this race, having been rather demoted as Peter Knight and Benjamin Hamilton ascended. Bond 2 has lost out to Jason Bolton, as we can see. And while those two have been scything up to Percox in 5th place, I do think that they're going to run out of time. We'll be starting the final lap of the race this time by Peter Knight, the highly decorated driver, possibly one of the most decorated drivers on the grid, with his cavalcade of championships in everything from BUKC to a Bucknell 24-hour win. Always going to be highly seeded this weekend. It's about to take one of the more comfortable wins we've had so far this weekend. For 3rd place, it's not looking quite as comfortable. Jason Janssen here may well lose out to George Palmer-Mobsby, because Mobsby got a much better run out of Garda. But at the front of the field, Peter Knight will lead Benjamin Hamilton home, and it will just be Jason Janssen that holds on to 3rd place. Palmer-Mobsby and Percox rounding out the top 5 ahead of Jason Bolton and Bond 2 in 7th place. A compelling race. Peter Knight showcasing the threat that he will continue to be in the lightweight division. He will most certainly be in that A final, surely. See Sansoni there just coming across the line, well back after his penalisation. A shame for the 20-year-old Italian. been an SWS finalist and so a Super Cup winner back in 2025. One of a healthy contingent of Italian racers. We move on then to the heavyweights for Heat 20. Sam Bannister, the 16, to start this from pole position alongside Alan Joseph Shortall, the number 21. Megan Quirk, the 19, is next alongside Cale Simmons. Then it's Vito Dacres, the 27. James Clare, the 15. Barry Lewis, 7th, the 24. Elliot Gregory alongside the 17 on row 4. Sam Pooley from 9th on the grid. I expect Pooley to surge forward, quite frankly. But starting 9th, Ben Ritchie's in at P10. The 18, then William Woods, the 23, in 11th, and Ben Johnson, the 22, in 12th. Thumbs up is given. We're about to go racing. Are we missing a few people? No, I think they're just slightly strangely set out on the grid. Sam Bannister does not lead into the first corner because Alan Joseph Shortall gets an ideal beginning to this race and leads. Sam Pooley aboard the 28, trying to get to the inside there of James Clare. They're side by side as they make their way through the S's, and Pooley gets it done. Oh, great momentum there from Ben Johnson. He looked like he was going to make up some places, did make up a couple of places there as they made their way down the Symes sweep. Sam Bannister started on pole, will finish the lap in second to Alan Joseph Shortall. Third place there is the 19, Megan Quirk with a good start. Cale Simmons running in 4th position, Vito Dacres running in 5th place, the 27. Dacres with a good start actually, started a little way further back than that, but now loses out to Sam Pooley. Briefly, because fighting back is the 27 of Dacres. Dacres got a bit of a shove there from Ben Johnson, but Pooley does make it up to 5th position. Pooley was a convincing force in that earlier heat. Shortall from Bannister, from Quirk. The top 3, Quirk has slightly distanced herself from Cale Simmons. Alan Joseph Shortall goes defensive there. Scrubbed a lot of speed off at the apex as a result. That gives Bannister and Quirk an opportunity. It looked like Quirk was maybe to the inside there of Bannister. Yes, she is, but not getting a good enough run to make it through. Cale Simmons, I think, is going to be back in amongst the top 3 as a result of that exchange. Through Paddock Bend they go. Alan Joseph Shortall again just scrubbing off a lot of momentum at the apex. Megan Quirk is through into 2nd place. Sam Bannister losing out momentarily, but will try and fight back, I'm sure. Alan Joseph Shortall taking a very narrow run between Henry's and the first hairpin. Ultra defensive plus line. Well, it's working for now, but the downside of that is the fact that there's now 6 in the leading pack. Sam Pooley is there. Cale Simmons has returned to the fight as well, and Ben Johnson has joined them. Johnson, who started right at the rear of the field and gets the best of Pooley there to the inside at paddock. Nicely done by Johnson. Saw the inside line beckoning. He's made a few slick overtakes already in this race. Quirk looks over the shoulder there, sees that certainly she still has company. Pooley to the inside there for 3rd position. In fact, it was Cale Simmons who lost out to Ben Johnson then. Simmons is on the slide downward, unfortunately, but Pooley is on the ascendancy for third. Make that second, make that first to the inside at the second hairpin. Sam Pooley taking advantage there as Shortall and Quirk, I think, were somewhat consumed with each other's side by side. Pooley to the front of the field, started down in what, 8th, 9th position. Side by side now between Johnson and Bannister. Bannister, who's struggling a little bit, losing out a little bit on this lap. Barry Lewis, I think, is also in amongst this now. Yes, has joined the queue. Ben Ritchie's, meanwhile, has got past Elliot Gregory for P8 further back in the field. Alan Joseph Shortall continues to go very defensive there into the first hairpin. Seven minutes and change left to go. Ben Johnson side by side here with Alan Joseph Shortall, and Shortall just holds on to the inside line to retain third for now, but I think Ben Johnson has the distinctive pace advantage. The fastest driver out on the circuit is Sam Pooley. The best lap of the race, is one of the quicker drivers out there on the previous lap and this lap. Indeed, the quickest last time by, so disappearing off at the front while the battles continue on behind. Megan Quirk, of course, is stand-alone fairly in second place, but that third place battle between Shortall and Johnson, they continue to go side by side. Shortall continues to stave off Ben Johnson, but they're not doing each other any favours, really. Shortall is just arguably too consumed with defending. We've seen time and time again defensive line after defensive line, so there's no chance really of making any headway. Bannister, meanwhile, side by side there, I think that was with Cale Simmons. Oh, and Johnson has the inside line now into the first corner. Gets it done. Johnson is past Alan Joseph Shortall. I'm not sure oh, well, no, Shortall is close enough to have a go at the very least, but the rear stepping out in a big way, that scrubs all the momentum out. Barry Lewis now has an opportunity to challenge for fourth place against Shortall, who was leading the race but has slid down the field gradually. Now, what can Ben Johnson do? I think that at the bare minimum, Johnson has the speed to challenge Megan Quirk for second place. Running at a 51.335. Johnson is currently, at least on best lap, faster than everyone except Sam Pooley. Some clear air. I think Johnson may yet be able to get to Quirk, although the gap is the better part of 2 seconds between them, so might be a bit of a task against Megan Quirk, who is far from a slouch. Heat 20 of the day. If memory serves me, we're going to 27 heats here today. And certainly there have been a lot of battles in amongst them. Oh, and a big dive there from Cale Simmons. Sam Bannister side by side with the 20 as they go through Cathay. Megan Quirk is gradually losing time to Sam Pooley at the front, and Johnson has taken about 4/10 out of Quirk on that lap. It's side by side, meanwhile, between Simmons and Bannister for 6th place, and it looks like Simmons has got it done, but no, they're still going to be side by side into the second element of the hairpins section. Simmons has ultimately moved into 6th, and lifting up the visor there. Has got a slight tint on his visor and with some cloud cover, and oh goodness me, that was the 24 Barry Lewis there, going side by side with Alan Joseph Shortall, and thankfully that is a soft barrier on the inside of Pullman's, but that barrier has been slightly moved now. front of the field. Sam Pooley has got over 2 seconds now to Megan Quirk, and yes, Johnson is arriving at the back of Megan Quirk's number 19 right now. Johnson's pace, formidable. And indeed, last time by, he set the fastest lap of the race, a 50.967, the only driver in this race to have gone sub 51 so far. I think Sam Pooley should be home free in the lead so long as he keeps consistent and continues to be in the low 51s, but Megan Quirk is anything but safe in second place. Ben Johnson working his way from the rear of the pack. Means business, goes around the outside at Conway's. Tried for the inside line at the first hairpin, can't get that done. Gets a nice run out of the corner. Tries to squeeze Quirk to the inside at the second hairpin, still side by side, not much quarter given there by Megan Quirk. But Ben Johnson gets it done. As they head down through the Symes sweep, it is Johnson fractionally ahead of Megan Quirk. Can Quirk retaliate at all? Does get a better run there towards Garda than Johnson, but didn't quite dive to the inside. I'd have been a little bit tempted. Had a decent run there going into Garda. It would have been a block pass, I grant you, but we've seen a few of them be effective so far this weekend. Pooley, 3.2 seconds clear of Ben Johnson. It's more than secure. Should start the final lap this time by the race control will confirm that with the board as Sam Pooley goes by. You see the 24-hour Le Mans kart race crest on Johnson. Another driver who is deviating a little bit in making his way into this sprint competition using an endurance runner. 25-year-old Sam Pooley having an imperious race here from fourth row of the grid, surging ahead, surging away from Johnson and Quirk in second and third. Going back to 2014, he was an MSA Kart Masters champion, has been very good for a very long time. Meanwhile, William Woods not liking how he was treated there, going through the hairpins, losing out there to Sam Bannister and I think Elliot Gregory as well. Sam Pooley is going to take yet another win here. Across the line for a comfortable run home. Ben Johnson second, Megan Quirk in third. Alan Joseph Shortall will hold on to fourth place, just ahead of Cale Simmons, ahead of Barry Lewis, 24 and 6. Sam Bannister will be a bit disappointed, I think, with P7, given he was running top 3 in the early stages of the race. And, Pooley, though, with an utterly electric performance. Serial winner in BUKC. But Kart Masters achievement going back to 2014, the glittering highlight of his resume. The heavyweight division has been repeatedly put on notice today. Right, junior division action now. Heat 21 of the day, and it will be Christopher Leshy starting from pole position. You see him there slapping his helmet on either side. George Beaucamp will be alongside. Kai Ferner next, behind one of the stronger drivers from the first heats, Matteo Ehrenfurter, who was very impressive. Sienna Chappell from 5th on the grid. Harrison Holt 6th. And Piers Hartley for 7th aboard the number 5. Adrian Modzevelinski in 8th position. Reese Tyler 9th. Frederick Van Driel for 10th position. He's aboard 13 for this race. Emil Norman, Edgar Azevedo, Kai Jackson, Fabian Willems rounding out the field as we go racing. And a good start there from George Beauchamp to lead into the first corner. The Super Chumps Racing entry. Very defensive into the first corner though. Christopher Leschi at close corners with him. Matteo Ehrenfurter, meanwhile, has moved up into 3rd place in the early stages. Kai Ferner has lost out to Matteo, English-born German. You can see that they're able to cut a bit more of Pullmans now, since there was that tap to the soft barriers a race or two ago. To the inside aboard the number 12, can't get it done. George Beauchamp continues to lead the way. Ehrenfurter will be hoping here that Kai Ferner et al. Cooperate and allow him to close in on the leaders, and that looks to be roughly what's happened there, although I think it's got a lot more to do with Piers Hartley barging his way up into 4th place. Kai Ferner has struggled on this lap so far, now side by side with Sienna Chappell for 5th position. Chappell to the outside though at paddock, and has to consider Adrian Modzevelinski as well, who's already got a contact warning, so he has to be careful. Beauchamp across the field, and Matteo Ehrenfurter has moved through into 2nd place. Got the better then of Christopher Leschi. Piers Hartley getting involved in that as well. The number 5 now up to 3rd, at least briefly. Leschi though had the inside line into the 2nd hairpin. They're still side by side coming out of the corner. Beauchamp then leads the way. Ehrenfurter, he's got himself a kart length or so over Leschi. Leschi looked to be a bit frustrated there as he looked back to Piers Hartley, who'd been trying to take a nibble through paddock. In the early stages, some do certainly strongly favour a bit of coordination rather than wheel to wheel. Sienna Chappell, meanwhile, oh goodness me, a big dive there from, I think that was Frederick Van Driel. Yes, it was, the 13. Van Driel is on the up. Started the lap in 9th place. I think he's now 7th. Reese Tyler side by side with one of the other combatants. I think that was Fabian Willems potentially. A lot going on there in that latter half of the top 10. It's really been the story of the weekend. Beauchamp, the number 9, leading another lap. Last lap of the race last time by came from Piers Hartley in 3rd place. Hartley closing in. Now will he settle for helping along Matteo Ehrenfurter, or will there be a switch between the two of them? They are both Mono Motorsport representatives, so hopefully there's some degree of politeness as we see nearly 3 wide there through the S's between Fabian Willems, Kai Ferner and Kai Jackson. The Kais are together, the 4 and 7. 11th and 12th place at the line. And look at that, the gap has shrunk massively between 1st and 2nd place. It was over half a second a lap ago, but now Matteo Ehrenfurter is right with him. And indeed, fastest lap of the race last time by from Matteo, a 50.402. Ehrenfurter on the offensive, has a look to the inside, and that's a big lunge on George Beauchamp, but it's one that's worked, but only briefly, because they're almost 3 wide into the S's. But Matteo Ehrenfurter has moved through into the lead. I think I see one of his parents there looking a little bit concerned with the close wheel-to-wheel racing. It can be heart-of-the-mouth viewing. Oh, and up the inside goes Piers Hartley for second place. That could help Matteo Ehrenfurter. Indeed, second, third and fourth have kind of tricked each other up a bit there. Beauchamp resolutely holding on to second place for now at least. Piers Hartley, I think arguably maybe the quickest of those 3, now dives to the inside. And he's going to say, please let me lead this fight, or let me lead this charge back to the 14 of Matteo, but side by side still as they go through the S's. Beauchamp and Hartley giving no quarters. Oh, and a big lunge to the inside from George Beauchamp there to claim back third place. And again, these guys are fighting each other, and it's allowing Matteo Ehrenfurter to drive away at a rate of knots. The gap is going to be somewhere in the region of, what, 1.5 seconds? Yeah, 1.384. George Beauchamp in third position has slightly fallen off of Piers Hartley now, and Christopher Leshy is trying to get involved. That may help Piers Hartley. But does Hartley have the raw pace to match Matteo Ehrenfurter in the lead? Side by side there for 7th place. That's Edgar Azevedo, Reese Tyler, Adrian Modzelewinski, among others. All in a scrum there for 6th place and back. Beauchamp and Leshy continue to exchange. Leshy almost had a look to the inside at Cafe there, that would be brave. Spending with 5 minutes left to go, perhaps a tinge unnecessary in that. Sienna Chapel has actually moved up to 5th on that lap, my apologies. Oh, and a bit of a strike there between Beauchamp and Leshy as Leshy tried to dart from the inside to the outside. There was just a little strike. The 2 and the 6 side by side. Modzelewinski going at it with Edgar Azevedo. Entire field still split by less than 9 seconds last time across the line. It's not a race that's spread out particularly over the course of the duration. We've seen some races where the top 1 or 2 have driven away and third or fourth place is well over 10 seconds back, but it's been fairly compact all race long here. I think Sienna Chapel has gotten herself enough of a gap that Reese, Tyler and co behind are not as much of a threat right now. See there, Adrian Modzelewinski still fighting with Fabian Wilhelms. Those two have been not necessarily exclusively fighting each other, but those two do seem to have been nearly always side by side. Meanwhile, for third place, Christopher Leshy has moved through and passed George Beauchamp, but Beauchamp with a good run out of Garda. And Leshy says, no, let's work together here. And to be honest, he probably has a point, because Piers Hartley has driven away to the tune of 1.6 seconds up ahead. Last time by, Matteo Ehrenfurter and Piers Hartley both did 50.818. So they're absolutely identical on pace. I think Matteo Ehrenfurter has done enough here. It would be a mono motorsport 1-2 for the 14 and the 5 karts if things stay as they are, and that would certainly be a nice way to finish their day. Almost 8 p.m. here, as you can see the sun setting below the trees at Butmore Park. A few more heats to come. Matteo Ernst running well at the front of the field. Meanwhile, Sienna Chapel, having previously had a few tenths of a second, now is under a bit more pressure from Reese Tyler, from Frederick Van Driel, and indeed from Edgar Azevedo. Azevedo's managed to clear that Modzelewinsky and Fabian Wilhelm's battle, much to his benefit. Victor and P.S. Hartley really are just setting qualifying laps at the front of the field. Leshy was actually quicker than Hartley by about 2 tenths last time by, but he's going to run out of time with 1.5 seconds between second and third place. Frederick Van Driel has just got back past Edgar Azevedo once again. Those two have been swapping positions like Match Attax trading cards about 18 years ago. A reference that all these drivers in the junior division are too young to understand. A look over the shoulder there from Christopher Leshy. He's not able to shake George Beauchamp, but I think he's got enough to have a secure advantage. He can have 2 more laps of racing. Such has been the searing pace of this heat in the junior division. Passing to Matteo Erlenfugter a little bit earlier on. Despite being just 14 years old, he's quite pragmatic and says, look, I think this is more of a hobby than anything. Like, just the cost of moving up the ladder is so significant, but what little talent he is. The 8 and the 11. Chapel and Reese Tyler there going wheel to wheel as they swept through the Symes sweep. Clock will tick down to 0 in just a few moments. We will be beginning the final lap now. Yes, Hartley just about within 2 seconds still of Matteo Erlenfugter. Christopher Leshy still just about holding on to George Beauchamp. Sienna Chapel and Reese Tyler have managed to distance themselves from the battles ongoing behind, and it's going to be a straight fight now for 5th and 6th. Sienna Chapel wasn't sure quite where Reese Tyler was there. Looked one way, then the other. Tyler right on the bumper of Sienna Chapel now for 5th place. At the front of the field, it's going to be a fairly easy cruise to the win for Matteo Erlenfugter. A commanding drive from the young German-born or German-bred driver born in the UK. Pierce Hartley taking 2nd, Christopher Leshy 3rd, George Beauchamp taking 4th position. Sienna Chapel did hold on to 5th ahead of Reese Tyler. And the great battle between Frederick Van Driel and Edgar Azevedo did conclude with a 7th place finish for Frederick Van Driel. I'm sure if he'd hold on to that. Next up will be the Heat 22 race, and that will be the lightweight division back out on the course.
Next up, we will have Heat 23 heavy. Heat 23 heavy, please, to the pit lane.
So then, Jay Hansford will start this one from pole position. Jamie Shaw alongside, that will be the 22 and the 19 karts respectively. Harrison Kirkham next with Toby McAllister-Brown sharing row 2. Ivan Zana starting from 5th place. Blaze Turnstill 6th. Robbie Petchy, the 23 kart, 7th. Zach Hassan, who made up some good headway earlier on from the rear of the field. He'll be starting 8th, and then a driver that I will circle, Dhruv Suji, who was really competitive and really feisty earlier on. He'll be starting from 9th on the grid, so he'll have some work to do, and I have no doubt that he won't waste any time doing that work. Ian Lepela starting from 10th place. Bailey Cameron, the 26th, starting from 11th. Then it's Rory O'Regan in 12th place. And at the back of the field, that's going to be interesting, Dante Dillon, who won his heat earlier on, starting from 13th place here. Dante will be doing some carving, and in fact Rory O'Regan was right up there in his heat earlier too, so this is going to be compelling stuff. There's some really big hitters down at the back end of the pack. Jay Hansford leads them off then as we go racing in the lightweight division. Side by side a little bit there between the 21 and the 19. Harrison Kirkham and Jamie Shaw for 2nd and 3rd place, but at the front of the field it's Hansford comfortably for now. Just going to pick out Drivsuji, the 15. Started from P9. I think has already made a few places. 20 of Toby McAllister Brown up to 3rd place at the expense of Jamie Shaw, who's actually dropped back down to 4th place. Harrison Kirkham is up into 2nd then. It is Jay Hansford that leads the way, the 22 from the 21. In fact, it goes 22, 21, 20, 19 in kart order. It is heat 22 with the 22 at the front. Jay Hansford, Harrison Kirkham, Toby McAllister Brown, Jamie Shaw, then Ivan Sana, the Hungarian racer in P5. And look at that, the 28 of Dante Dillon has already made up 3 places, in fact make that 4 places, so up into P9 I think that is now for Dante. Oh, and Jay Hansford cost himself some momentum there. That's going to give Harrison Kirkham the opportunity to scythe into the lead. So the perfect order in terms of kart number is no more. Harrison Kirkham has moved 4th into the lead. The 24 of Ivan Sana there having to jockey and jostle has just gotten past Jamie Shaw for 4th place, and he's going to be followed through by Blaze Turnstill. Drivsuji is actually all the way down in 12th place. I've been trying to spot Driv, but he's a little bit further back than I thought he would be. I've been looking too high up the order. Suji struggling a bit for outright pace. It was a defensive drive that he showed us earlier on. It doesn't quite look like he's able to surge through the pack, at least as of right now. Jay Hansford, who runs 2nd place, did run 2nd place, will now cross the line in 3rd because Toby McAllister Brown's got by. But Hansford was an A finalist last year here and was able to finish in 14th place. Toby McAllister Brown was also an A finalist. He finished in 10th place that day last year here in the K-Rock event, the Kart Race of Champions. That 28 of Dante Dillon continues to make headway. He made up another place there, I think he has. Ian Lepela looks like he's behind now as well. Harrison Kirkham leads Toby McAllister Brown at the front. We saw Toby, of course, fighting hard in his first heat earlier in the day. And physical there between, I think that was potentially Dante Dillon and one of the others, or was that perhaps Robbie Pecci and Zach Hassan? I think it was, yes. But Dante Dillon is up into 7th place, and not only that, but he's right with Jamie Shaw. Has he already dispatched Jamie Shaw? Yes, there we see the Sodi branding on his overalls, and Dante Dillon up into P6. Having started at the rear of the pack, he's not wasting any time. And I don't think it'll be long before he's with Ivan Sana. Top 3, Toby McAllister Brown to the inside for the lead, but a bit of a tap there from Harrison Kirkham at the apex. Unsettles the 20. Jay Hansford still wants his part of this. It got too close for comfort there going through Cafe. The between Kirkham and McAllister Brown, and McAllister Brown had to settle for second best, which ultimately led to him dropping to third. Blaze Turnstill there, a little bit loose and lively, turning into the first hairpin. Oh, and that's a bit of a clumsy move from Dhruv Suji, who doesn't seem best pleased. He was pointing and providing some accusational body language. Robbie Petchy certainly doesn't look best pleased with everything as he goes through the S's. It's all coming to a head a little bit, I feel, in that scrum further back from 8th place down. Kirkham, Hansford, McAllister Brown with around second to Blaze Turnstill in 4th place, who has Ivan Sana not far behind at all. Dante Dillon is closing in on both of them. Has Dillon got the fastest lap? No, actually. Harrison Kirkham, 50.631, fastest lap of the race so far. Although Dillon was the fastest last time by, consistently in the 50.7, 50.8 range, and that's a big dive from Toby McAllister Brown, who then says, fall in line, Jay, let's go and get Harrison. I don't know if Jay Hansford will buy into that, but time will tell. Certainly they can't afford to jostle too hard. With half of the race left to go, it would be a shame to lose the grasp that they currently have on the leading number 21 Kart of Harrison Kirkham. McAllister Brown's last lap was his quickest of the race, 50.611, even with that overtake. If anything, I think the overtake had something to do with it, because quite frankly, if the 22 wasn't there, I'm not sure he'd have made the corner, but it was a firm but fair little bit of overtaking, I would say, down at Paddock. Dante Dillon still within 3 seconds of the lead. I think he will be with Sana and Turnstill before too much longer. Driver who came from the rear of the field. Didn't make particularly much headway on that previous lap. A few hundredths of a second. Turnstill and Zana are in fact working quite nicely to get themselves within striking distance now of that leading trio. Turnstill and Zana are sneaking into a strong position, I would say. Over the shoulder looks Harrison Kirkham. Yes, I'm afraid they are still there. I don't think they're going anywhere neither. Leaders across the line to complete lap 9 of the race, onto lap 10, 4 minutes and change left to run. Kirkham feeling the pressure now from McAllister Brown, who once again has set the fastest lap of the race, and he's actually signalled there, McAllister Brown. Let's clear ourselves off from Jay Hansford first and worry about the win thereafter. Hansford does seem to have the least ultimate pace of any of them. All three set personal best laps last time by, but Hansford was still about 2 tenths off both Kirkham and McAllister Brown. Just about 1/4 distance left in this race. It's 22 lightweight division. Great racing out of the lightweight so far, but very scarcely been a bad race among what we've seen so far this weekend. Once the stakes are higher in the finals, I'm very much looking forward to seeing quite how intense it gets. Kirkham straying out a little bit wide there. McAllister Brown, we've already seen him make a chance move down at Paddock. Thought he might do it again there, but he wasn't quite close enough. Has a look though at Garda. One corner later, he gets it done. Oh, and a hip check between them. They're still side by side as they head towards the Cafe Bend. McAllister Brown may well end up hung up on the outside. No. Gets it done before the first turn. I thought he might end up losing out there, but Kirkham dives back through. Harrison Kirkham with a nice move there, and Jay Hansford is back in play. Well, so much for working together now, huh? Jay Hansford has got in amongst it, and Blaze Turnstill, Ivan Sana, they're all there as well. Sana says to Blaze Turnstill, focus forward, let's get involved in this podium battle. Dante Dillon, about 1.2 seconds further back, he'll be hoping that it continues to get feisty up front and that he can pick off a few places, but for now it's 5 at the front. For now, it is Harrison Kirkham clear. Well, not clear, but he's leading. Hansford follows him through in second place. Hansford certainly hasn't had the ultimate pace those last couple of tenths, but he's been really strong. McAllister Brown looks to the inside, Blaze Turnstill, trying to look to the outside line, and looks over his shoulder to confirm that yes, Ivan Sana is still there, the Hungarian racer. Top 5 were covered by 0.8 of a second at the line last time by. All of these points accumulated in the heats, of course, so important. It will determine effectively your fate for the weekend. What final will you compete in? Will you have a chance to go for a Kart Race of Champions title in the A final? Certainly these front runners in this race, you'd feel a little bit aggrieved if they weren't in the A final with the quality in this heat. Kirkham turns through the S's for what will be the penultimate time in this race. Bouncing across the curbs down at Pullman's. Side by side between Hansford and McAllister Brown. McAllister Brown got to the inside and he's through into second place. Here comes Blaze Turnstill now, having a look at it too. But isn't able to get alongside Hansford. Hansford welded to the rear of Toby McAllister Brown. McAllister Brown goes defensive into the Conway's Bend. Harrison Kirkham, I think, has broken clear enough here that he can focus forward and drive to that checkered flag, but Toby McAllister Brown is going ultra defensive. Hansford, Blaze Turnstill, Sana, and now Dante Dillon in that queue for second place. Will there be any late lunges down at Garda? I bet yes. Kirkham is clear at the front. Hansford has a look to the inside, but that may have actually been more defending against Blaze Turnstill. Looks like Sana may be under pressure, but he's going to hold on to 5th place at the front of the field. Harrison Kirkham has taken the win. Nice drive from Harrison for sure. Toby McAllister Brown did get that second place off of Jay Hansford ultimately. Blaze Turnstill and Ivan Sana worked together very well there over the course of the race distance. Got themselves into that skirmish with the top 3 eventually. And I think things calmed down a little bit more towards the rear of the field in the latter stages of the race, but certainly we saw Drew Surgery, who finished 11th, having the odd set 2 in what was quite an intense battle from about 7th, 8th place down. This is the way of racing. Next up, we shift into the heavyweights once again. Robert Bannister to start from pole position aboard the number 9 in this race. Freddie Winksell will be starting second. Phil Jackson third. Scott Reville in 4th. Then Greg Watt aboard the number 10 in 5th. Simon Fulton, the number 6 in 6th. Danny Everest for 7th place. the number 2, joined by Anthony Deverill, the number 7, Sam Grayson, the 4, in 9th place on the grid. Lee Lincoln Crowther starting from 10th place as we are rolling in the 23rd heat of the day, the heavyweight division. Robert Bannister leads them off. Some interesting names to keep an eye on further back as well, including Kieran Chidsey, who drove to a 2nd place earlier on. Jack Bridges, who was a front runner in his heat earlier on. A kick up of dust there from Jamie Salter. As the field powers on through. First lap of the race, and Bannister seems to have had controlling shares at the front of the field so far. Top 2 come across the line, just a quarter of a second separated. Kieran Chidsey gained 3 places on that first lap alone. Chidsey doing a great job on what is, I remind you, his return to racing this weekend. Number 12 of Ezekiel James there gets pushed out wide a little bit. It's Bannister and Freddie Winksell from Scott Revel at the line last time, and that is still the order as they head down towards Garda, the Damon Hill section prior to that. White flags being displayed already. That was for Jack Bridges, a track limit warning. Bridges running at the rear of the field, actually. That's not the direction I expected Jack Bridges to be in, but he's down in 14th place. Got some work to do from back there. Kieran Chidsey, meanwhile, has moved up another spot into 7th place aboard the number 1. We just saw him there marginally clear of Simon Fulton. Bannister and Vinskell in 1st and 2nd. And the 8 running in tandem. The distinctive yellow helmet of Freddie Vinskell, certainly helpful for myself, for the camera crews, easy to spot him. One of the great secrets of motorsport is if you want to be talked about, make sure that you're very visible. Piers Pryor was an expert at that back in the day when he was still an active racer. Bright pink helmet, you're always going to get talked about. Top 2 will come across the line again at close quarters. As Kieran Chidsey made up another position. He was 6th across the line last time. And he's 5th across the line this time. Yeah, Chidsey really is on the move. He got past Greg Watt on that lap. We see Watt there now under pressure from Danny Everest. Everest, who is the father of Jake Everest, who's also competing here this weekend. Chidsey's got through to 4th place there at the 2nd hairpin, past Phil Jackson. Great to see this from Chidsey, who won the 2016 Summer Endurance title at Daytona. Considered himself a wet specialist throughout the first phase of his career, but also had many a good result in conditions such as these. Hasn't raced in 2.5 years, has dropped over 20 kilos, I believe it was, he said. Since he last appeared at a racetrack, it is now a lot closer to the minimum weight for heavyweight, and oh goodness me, that was a bit wayward for Jamie Salter, but he got it done. to head down through paddock once again, and Bannister and Vinskell have remained in situ, both looking over the shoulder to see where everyone else is, and the answer is not really anywhere. Got themselves a nice comfortable margin to work with. There's been a degree of cooperation to this point. In the next couple of laps, I imagine that Freddie will start to maybe make some attacks. Jack Bridges has moved up past Sam Grayson, so that now puts him to 8th. Of course, he was running 14th a few laps ago, so he's been picking through the field nicely. 13 of Scott Revel there was behind Kieran Chidsey, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I think he was. So Chidsey has moved up to 3rd place by the looks of it. Get a visual on that in a moment. Yes, he has. Top 2 come across the line, split by a 10.5, and in 3rd place now is Chidsey, who's got himself about 4.5 tenths over Phil Jackson behind. Scott Revel has lost 2 places on that lap. He's been demoted to P5, make that P6 as Jamie Salter gets through at the first hairpin. Looks like Revel is just struggling for pace now. So with clear road ahead of him and a little bit of a margin to those behind, can Chidsey do anything else in this race? He's going to have to work quite hard to make up the gaps on the leading pair. Looked like Scott Revel and Phil Jackson were attempting side-by-side there through the Symes sweep. I think both parties continued on. Yep. And Jamie Salter, actually that was, sorry, going side-by-side with Phil Jackson, and Salter's pleading his case that they should work in tandem, but Phil Jackson says, well, yeah, I'll work in tandem with you, but I want to be leading the queue. Salter is now through, and look at Jack Bridges making up good places here. He's up into 6th place. Looks to the inside. Is he going to make it P5? Or bounces on the curb there. That was a little bit nasty. Salter is desperately pleading his case, saying, come on, let's work together. But Jack Bridges knows that he's got good pace with how he's surged through the order, so I don't expect him to really give any quarter. Bannister and Vinksell, 4 seconds plus clear of Chidsey. I don't think he'll be able to do anything else in this race. 2 and 3 wide further back. Jacques Bridges has got himself to the head of this secondary pack, so I think that's 4th place now for Bridges. Yes, it is, but Phil Jackson, Scott Revel, Jamie Salter et al. Are all right there with him as they spill through Henry's. 3 wide going through the first hairpin there, which works out in Scott Revel's favour for 6th place. Bridges and Phil Jackson trying to put the hammer down, maybe trying to get out of this big pack that's fighting for currently positions 4 through 11. Bannister and Vinksell, not only are they clear at the front, but they're actually still lapping quicker than Chidsey as well. Jack Bridges has set the fastest lap of the race, a 51.080. Bridges, the fastest driver out there, but has had to make his way through the field a couple of times over the course of this one. Bit of gesticulation there from Scott Revel. Sam Grayson squeezing him out, which Scott Revel does not appreciate. And he falls down behind Greg Watts, all the way down to 11th place, unfortunately. Goes Scott Revel, who started the lap in 7th and was previously running as high as P4. Bannister and Vinksell certainly now have enough of a buffer. If Vinksell has the opportunity, they could really start battling without too many consequences, and certainly I think Vinksell is now starting to size up a move. Spoke about bright pink helmets in this race. That's exactly what Ezekiel James has. He goes to the outside of Danny Everest there, but doesn't find a way through at the second hairpin. Yes, as they go down through the Symes sweep, very fast right-hand corner. Great layout this here at Buckmore Park. It's my first time attending here in person, and it's a fantastic looking facility. Bannister and Vinskell, sorry, continuing on at the front, and I think, yeah, the gloves are pretty well off now. Vinskell looking for a way by. Robert Bannister trying to make that 9 kart as wide as humanly possible. Dancing across the curbs they go. They're going to have, I think, just one more lap here. Should see the last lap board this time by. The 9 and the 8. Been in tandem pretty much all race long. There's only one lap left to go and the harmony is over. Vinskell trying to find his way to the inside, but Bannister had it covered off at the first corner. Again, inside covered going into the hairpin for Bannister. Not a great run though between the hairpins for Robert Bannister. He does enough to retain the position for now. Will an opportunity present itself to Vinskell? Jack Bridges has moved up into 3rd place ahead of Kieran Chidsey, so there has been a change for 3rd on the previous lap. But will there be a change for the lead in the last corners? Vinskell trying to make it so, carries some good speed there through Garda, but Bannister does a good job. Vinskell tries to get to the inside at Cafe, he's going to run out of time. It's going to be Bannister that wins it. Bannister takes the flag, Vinskell 2nd, Jack Bridges takes 3rd place ahead of Kieran Chidsey. Both parties made their way through the field admirably in that race. Jamie Salter, meanwhile, rounded out the top 5 there aboard the 14. And further down the field, unfortunately, Scott Revel, who was competing potentially for a podium at one time, and he's not even there in the top 10, as we saw, 11th place ultimately. Next up, the lightweights will take to the circuit, heat 24 of the day, bearing down on the conclusion of today's racing. I believe it'll be 4 more, including this one, if I'm not miscounting or mistaken. Ollie Smith for Accelerate Kent Brewery starts from pole position here. The 17, Neil Durrant, the Ratio Drake car, starting from 2nd place. Then it's Jerry Van Boersel in 3rd, the 24, Tim Peineman. The number 28 is next, Hugo Schilder, 25 in 5th. We've got some dancing from Jake Everest. Yes, mate, you're on telly. Hugo Schilder 5th, as I said, 25. Thies Wibbelink 27th in 6th. Adam Sheargold, the 19, is next. Then Warren Turvey, the number 26, in 8th. Daniel Campbell, the 15, 9th. Jake Everest, as we saw, wiggling away. He's 10th. And the 18, Adam Barras. The number 21, Mike Allen. Caden Edwards Cove in 13th. Sam May set to take up the rear. Can Ollie Smith capitalise on a pole position here in this 12-minute heat? We're underway. It doesn't look to me like Smith had the best launch of all time. Anything but, in fact. Neil Durrant, I think, will be leading as they turn through the first corners here. Ratio Drake, that's Racing Dragons entry of Durrant is through, and actually up into 2nd place, Tim Peineman. Good start from Peineman. Ollie Smith follows him through in third. Then it's Jerry Van Boersel, who we saw run away with a race earlier on in the day. He'll be looking to do the same from fourth position. Van Boersel goes to the inside there of Ollie Smith, and he's made that work, so that's a position gained already. And indeed, he's followed through by Hugo Schilder at the 25. Ollie Smith has not had a good first lap at all. Didn't get a great launch and hasn't really gotten any better from there. 26, Warren Turvey gets the inside there of Thies Wiebelink. Wiebelink now getting pushed out. The 19, Adam Sheargold, trying to make himself a few positions. Side by side there, further back, I think that may have been Adam Barris side by side with somebody. Barris, who I think will make his way through. He was running comfortably top 5 in his heat earlier on. I think he's got some work to do. Quite confident that he should have the pace to do it. Durrant will cross the line once again as the leader. Heinemann and Van Boersel, though, were both quicker on the previous lap, and Van Boersel was significantly quicker. Well over half a second quicker than both Durrant and Heinemann on the previous lap. Keep an eye on that 24. Oh, and Ollie Smith forced onto the grass there as Adam Sheargold was looking for some space. Sheargold with an apologetic wave, but Ollie Smith, who crossed the line in 5th position, is fighting to try and hold on to what I think is now P7. He's really having a bit of a tough heat here. Every position lost is, again, a reduced hope of being in an A final, being up there for the finals at the end of the weekend. Durrant, Heinemann, Van Boersel in tandem in the top 3, and Hugo Schilder is there with them too. As Van Boersel gets up to P2 there, I think that was a little bit orchestrated, Heinemann allowing him through, realising that the pace is firmly with Jerry Van Boersel. Neil Durrant looks over the shoulder and goes, okay, 3 behind me. It's a little bit defensive there, going through Garda for Durrant, and meanwhile Schilder has gotten himself past Heinemann. That's freed up some space for the leading duo here. I just wonder if Neil Durrant and Jerry Van Boersel may yet try and break away together, but for now Durrant is defending hard, but not hard enough because Van Boersel has found a gap. That was quite an ambitious lunge, but it was made to work, and Hugo Schilder with a very physical hip check going through the S's. That was some fairly abrasive racing, I must say, but it's worked out. A bounce across the curb there from Pleinemann, and Pleinemann and Schilder continue to race each other. Sorry, Durrant and Pleinemann. Durrant now down in 3rd place, of course. It's all shifted a little bit, and it's not really shifted in favour of Neil Durrant, who's down to P3. Van Boersel and Schilder run in tandem, 0.3 of a second apart near as makes no difference. Now I think those two may well have already agreed through body language to clear off and try and build a gap. Van Boersel, a European Championship by FK KWC driver, was 5th in the lightweight division here last year in the Kart Race of Champions. So high on the priority list for this season was come back and do better, try for that podium, try for that win. Certainly the pace is significant enough that you'd weigh him in as a heavy favourite to be right up there. It looks to me like Schilder is not only losing time to Van Boersel, but he's starting to fall back into the crosshairs of Durrant and Peinemann a bit as well. Sam May is there in 5th place. Haven't said much about him, but he's running nicely in P5. And it's Adam Sheargold in 6th position. Sheargold, who's been karting since 2018. Has run BRKC, has come 3rd place there, and is a 4-time national finalist. Smith there again, being forced out wide, and in fact he's behind now Adam Barris, who crossed the line in 8th last time by, make that 7th this time by, because he's also dispatched Warren Turvey. So Barris, who was running pretty much at the rear, as suspected, he has clambered up through the field. I think 7th may be the ceiling, but we've still got over, or just under, half of this race to go, so there's time yet. Oh dear, a bit of a pinch point moment there for Caden Edwards-Cove. His nose cut off by Jake Everest at the rear of the field. Competitive little heat, but it's not much between the field in terms of quality and overall field spread. Neil Durrant to the outside at hairpin 2 of Hugo Schilder. Those two in proximity. Rattling away over the curbs. Again, taking more of that Pullman's inside than they were earlier in the day, only because the soft barrier got stoved in somewhat earlier. It's allowing them to cut a little bit further in. Schilder trying to hold off Durrant there. Durrant, who's definitely got that edge of pace right now. And Schilder trying to defend as hard as he can. This is all working well into the favour of Jerry Van Boersel at the front of the field. Schilder looking over the shoulder, confirming that, oh yes, still very much there is the 16 of Durrant. And tries to get to the inside, almost succeeded at getting to the inside there, but realised that space wasn't going to be forthcoming, backs out of it. They're side by side though as they head towards Cafe. Too wide through Cafe is always a bit squeaky, and sure enough, Durrant loses out on that one, gesticulates. That's not going to help him against Tim Peinemann, who now sneaks through into 3rd place. Peinemann to the outside line, Hugo Schilder blissfully unaware of the scrap that's starting to unfold behind him. Durrant has got back through with a bit of a slide pass there into the first hairpin. A bit of tit for tat, I would say. Haven't really said much about Adam Sheargold in this race, but he's running quietly there in 6th position, the 3-time K-Rock A finalist. Has run a lot with Club 73 over the years. Very solid driver. E6 here would be beneficial as he tries to once again make an A final, but I think he could do with a stronger result than that, certainly in the 3rd heats, to try and secure a place in the A. Hugo Schilder now some 2.7 seconds back from Jerry Van Boersel with all of that fighting going on. He's disappeared off as Van Boersel. Sam May, meanwhile, has joined the conversation, and he's got up the inside there of Tim Peinemann. Sheargold is reeling those two in as well. He may not be done yet. The inside there, Peinemann. of Sam May, who's risen another position. You see there Schilder going defensive against Neil Durrant. Hugo Schilder has been a Dutch lightweight champion previously. In fact, I think that was last year. 18-year-old, a very, very good driver in the lightweight division. Has been scrapping hard for this second place, but the consequence of that has been Jerry Van Bussel's march onward. Schilder going defensive. This will be the penultimate lap of the race. So 2 to go. 2 kilometres left. 1,000-metre circuit here at Buckmore Park. Sam May yet get a podium out of this one. Schilder and Durrant side by side as they go through the sign sweep. They both managed to get through, but May is very much with them, and indeed May gets a much better run towards Garda and forces his way to the inside. That's not going to be popular with Neil Durrant. Durrant not happy in the slightest. He's gone from P3 to P6 there with a forcible move from Sam May. Now trying to get to the inside of Adam Sheargold, who's inherited 5th position in amongst all of that. And look at this, the 19 and the 28 getting really, really close together. 3 wide through the first hairpin. And the tension's starting to boil over there. Pleinemann was fully committed to leaning on Adam Sheargold, but Sheargold still ends up in 4th place once everything is said and done. Some great racing going on there, albeit fairly abrasive racing, and more of it as Tim Pleinemann dives to the inside of Neil Durrant. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Jerry Van Bussel will be our winner, has crossed the line. It's all kicking off further back, and look at how close it was for second. Sam May almost got Hugo Schilder. Pleinemann does hold on to 4th place. Durrant and Sheargold rounding out the top half dozen. But there was a lot going on there at the end. Sam May had a really impressive race, didn't he? 3rd position, well deserved, could have been a P2. But that was his race of the day for sure. Jerry Van Bussel, though, I think he's won both of his heats today, if memory serves correctly, so he's well on his way to the A. So then now we move into heat number 25. Again is the heavyweight division. Stephen Soden, the number 1, will start from pole position, rather apropos. Paragon Racing's Tristan Lloydie starting from 2nd on the grid. Jason Kirkham, the number 2 in 3rd place. Ben Paynes for 4th position aboard the number 12. Then Adrian Perez, the Team 22 Racing. It's actually halved, number 11 for Adrian Perez. Stuart Jones, the number 10, starting from 6th. Charlie Ratford, the number 4 for Nameless Motorsport. And then Alex Jones, Accelerate Kent Brewery in 8th place. Nathan Parker in 9th position, the number 7. Jennifer Tompkins rounding out the top 10 with the number 3. Anbar Beryl Smith in 11th. Michael Bowles in 12th. As we get this race underway. Looked like Stephen Soden had a good jump there and led the way. Indeed does, but leaves the inside very, 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 very open. Be careful with that. Through the S's we go for the first time. As you can see, it's gone from dusk to near darkness here. And burning both ends of the candle here today, and all that was a bit of an error from Stephen Soden. Tristan Lloydie claims the lead, but only momentarily, because Soden fires right back through. coming out of the Garda bend. Momentary slip up there coming out of paddock, but more than makes up for it a few corners later. One corner later. The inside, the number 4 there, that's a nice move from Charlie Ratford. And Soden has been demoted by Tristan Lloydie through the hairpins there, so there has been a change for the lead. Lloydie has moved on through. Ooh, and side by side for 4th position, 3 wide for 4th position, and the inside line beckons for Charlie Ratford, who started the lap in 7th place. He's now in P4. It's 3 for the lead then, with Lloydie now leading Soden. Never mind, Ben Paynes through into the first corner, taking P2, has the inside line now for the first hairpin. I think Soden had a better run there through the hairpin, but he found the 12 kind of parked nicely on the apex in his way, courtesy of Ben Paynes. Lloydie, with that exchange, has gained himself maybe even a whole kart length, if he could be so lucky, as we see side by side there further back. That's, I believe that was Jennifer Tompkins and Gianluca Benincasa, getting rather close for comfort. Soden has dropped down to 4th position. Paynes has got him. Charlie Ratford, I think, has got him as well, yes. And now Jason Kirkham trying to find a way by as well. Soden, we saw there, dejectedly gesticulating with his arms. Charlie Ratford with 51.313 last time by, incidentally. That's the fastest lap of the race, although I think there's not been many uncontested laps so far. No one's had a clean lap yet. Least of all Jennifer Tompkins and Gianluca Benincasa, who continue to scrap there at the back. Of course, they're only holding each other up and distancing themselves further from the rest of the pack doing that, but they're having a good time. Ratford, meanwhile, with a good run there through Senna. Not yet able to claim second, but Ben Paynes doesn't look secure, we'll put it that way. Ratford's been climbing through the field nicely to this point. Oh, what a nice lunge up the inside from Kirkham on Steven Soden, and that's going to allow Adrian Perez the opportunity to try it as well. He's left, though, on the outside by Soden, who's not going to give any quarters. Absolutely not. Soden driving a little bit frustrated at this point, down in P5. You don't want to start high and finish low in any of these races. That's the wrong way round, no doubt about it. Second down to, what, 11th place, all pretty much in this one queue. Charlie Ratford has claimed the lead of said queue. Ben Paynes down to 4th place. Kirkham has moved up to 3rd, and you saw there Ratford gesturing, saying, right, let's work together. Oh, and that was a bit deep into the corner and a bit sideways into the corner from Soden, and that's compacted everyone further together. It's very, very messy indeed as they go through the hairpins. And unfortunately, Steven Soden, with that rear lockup, has cost himself a lot of time and a bit of position as well. I think what it's also done is freed up Charlie Ratford to some extent, and certainly it's done even more to allow Tristan Lloydie to disappear off at the front. The Paragon Racing number 14 driver, not home free, but certainly has a nice little gap to work with. There is the 14. The 4 is next, Ratford, 2.3 back, and oh, look at that, some side on side between Jonathan Wilson. I think that was Alex Jones. Stuart Jones is also involved in that as well. I'm sure if Stuart and Alex are relations to each other. Half dozen minutes left to run in this race. Lloydie will be focusing forward. Everyone else is looking to make up some more positions. I'm not sure that Ratford is going to have the ultimate pace, though, to do any better than second. He and Kirkham may link up, though. Kirkham currently 9/10 back from him, and I said he may not have the pace, and Charlie Ratford immediately answers with the fastest lap. Ratford of 51.075, which is 4/10 or 3.5 quicker than Lloydie on the previous lap. I'm not quite sure he's going to have time to make that up, but he's going to give it a good old college try as Jonathan Wilson resolutely sticking to the inside line there through the S's. Still side by side as they then go down through Pullmans and Paddock, and I don't know who got the better of that, Soden or Wilson. Still going on as they headed towards Garda and indeed out of the corner as well. It was ultimately Stephen Soden that got the best of that exchange for P6. Wilson remains in, 8th place, so 7th for Soden. Nathan Parker is up in 6th place. Ooh, and a lunge in retaliation there from Jonathan Wilson, but it doesn't stick. I think Soden should have the pace to stay there. We'll see. As I think Nathan Parker, was it, on Anwar Beryl Smith that we were just looking at briefly. Didn't see how that one quite panned out. There they are. The 7, the 2 and the 6. 7 and the 6 being Beryl Smith and Nathan Parker. They're side by side for 5th place, and they're being... Actually, no, they're for 4th place because Jason Kirkham has fallen behind them. So Kirkham's down to P6 for the time being, and he's trying to salvage a top 5 again to the inside of Nathan Parker. Kirkham does move up to 5th momentarily, but a hip check there between the 2 hairpins. The 6 of Anwar Beryl Smith is leading this 4th place battle. I think they might be too far back from Adrian Perez, who's made a nice breakaway in 3rd position. Last time by, another 4/10 taken out of the lead by Charlie Ratford, as we saw there Nathan Parker to the inside of Kirkham. Yet again, to re-establish himself in P5. But that gap between Lloydie and Ratford is coming down. Another 3/10 taken out of Lloydie by Charlie Ratford. I still think the time might run out, but it's going to be a close run. Lloydie might be under some pressure by the end of this. We see there the 12 and the 13, Jones and Paynes dicing it out for what is 10th position. Alex Jones, Ben Paynes. Paynes up to P10. Incidentally, Gianluca Benincasa did eventually get past Jennifer Tompkins. They were fighting it out early in the race for 13th and 14th, but Benincasa hasn't made any further progress. All that gap to the leaders is closing heavily. A 50.910 from Charlie Ratford last time by. That's another 4/10 taken out of the gap between the Paragon Racing number 14, the leader, Tristan Lloydie, and Charlie Ratford, the number 4. The 6 and the 7, Smith and Parker, continue to dice for 4th and 5th, which continues to allow Perez to make himself at home in 3rd. But I don't know that Lloydie's got a clean run to the flag. No, he doesn't. Charlie Ratford has arrived. He arrives to his inside across the curbs. At Garda goes the number 4. Can't get it done yet, but Charlie Ratford means business. A good run to the bumper of Lloydie has given Ratford the opportunity now to try and make this work. Lloydie's going defensive. He knows now that the pressure is on. Can Ratford find his way through? He's clambered through the field admirably over the course of this race distance. Kristen Lloydie going ultra defensive into paddock, and that's going to give an opportunity to Charlie Ratford, who's got the outside line for Garda. 55 seconds left on the clock. I think they'll be showing the last lap board this time by. They'll be side by side potentially into Cafe. Yes, they are. Hip check between them as they approach through the apex. It is the final lap of the race. It is Lloydie to the inside. It is Ratford on the outside. Ratford's going to try and get to the inside line for the hairpin, but he realises that's not going to happen. Doesn't quite get the momentum he needs to make the inside at the second hairpin. Never mind, he forces it. Lloydie there, I think, should have gone a little bit more defensive, and you can see how excited Ratford is there, bouncing in the seat. He's leading the way. Can Lloydie make it back to the lead before the end of the race? Half a lap between themselves and the checkered flag. Ratford looks over the shoulder. Lloydie goes to the inside line, outside line I should say, sorry. I think Ratford's done enough. Lloydie's got a decent run, but not a magnificent run. It's going to be a drag race, but it's going to be a drag race won by Charlie Ratford, who is very happy with that result. Adrian Perez with a well-earned third position as well, and Anwar Beryl-Smith did hold on to that fourth place ahead of Wilson, Parker and Kirkham. Stephen Soden, 8th position ultimately. He was running right up there at the sharp end early doors, wasn't he? But that race did not really go to his script. And you could see the frustration coming out of him at various points. We also had a late charge from Gianluca up to P11 as that race came to its conclusion. The juniors have gone the wrong way. They're currently going backwards through the hairpins of reasons I'm not sure why. I think someone took a turn too early to go to the grid. That's the first time that's happened today. Doubt it's the first time ever though. It'll be Maximilian aboard the 28 starting this one from pole position. That's Maximilian Milcharek, the number 28. Jana Tranchit set to start from second. That's a good opportunity for her. Miles Harrison from third position. I was speaking to Miles a little bit earlier on. He's not only a karter, he's also into sailing and shooting at a competitive level. So a multidisciplinarian starting from third place. Aston Tabb from fourth. He was very quick earlier on from fourth on the grid. He could be a favourite. Callum Eve for fifth place, the number 17. Cooper Campbell-Lees, the 27, is next. Then it's Jakub Milzarski for the 26. That's seventh. Carsten Jung, the 21, starting from eighth. Mark Lundy, ninth aboard the 20. Ollie Brunel-Weil, he'll be quick. Keep an eye on the 23, starting from 10th place. Lila Kaufmann from 11th place. Frederick Navarro, who was a winner, of course, a comfortable winner in what was our first race of the day. He'll be starting from P12 in our 26th race of the day. He'll be one to watch as we go racing. So for the penultimate time today, we are underway. Heat 27 will be our closer for this evening here. As we get a bit of argy-bargy on lap number one there, Carsten Jung trying to turn in. Of course, Jung was right up there and indeed a winner earlier on in the day. Maximilian Michlarek with a good start. I believe he is still leading there. Yes, no, sorry, Jana Tranchit has moved up into the lead. I missed that, my apologies. That may have been off the line. But yes, Jana Tranchit is leading the way. As the first lap comes to the end, it will be Jana up at the front. Her third year in racing, Jana Tranchit. It's also her first ever appearance in the UK, thus her first weekend at Butmore Park, but she's leading a lap. Maximilian Milcharek there, losing out to Miles Harrison. Miles Harrison up into second place. 28 down to P4. Milcharek falling behind Cooper Campbell. Lees as well as they go too wide further back. That was the 18 making up places. Aston Tab, who actually dropped 2 places on the first lap, which is very much against the script that I had in mind for him. Ollie Brunel-White and Frederick Navarro, though, they both moved forward rather as expected. Again, Navarro won race number 1 of the day, his heat earlier on. He's had to wait an awful long time to get back out there on track for heat 26, but he's there and he's hunting. Jana Tranchit leads yet another lap, but Miles Harrison is not far behind. Meanwhile, I think that was Karsten Jung making up another place, was it? No, sorry, that was the 17, Callum Eve, moving up into 4th place at the expense of Maximilian Milcharek. The order kind of scrambling itself out here in this second heat. The field, or the class as a whole, the juniors as a whole, shuffled up here, and different opponents for them all to race in this one, and indeed different grid slots as well. The idea in Heat 2 is that they're paired with people of roughly their own pace, and that was a big pit check there. I think that was Talila Kaufmann, who ended up losing a good 3 or 4 spots indeed. Kaufmann down to 13th, and in fact, no, I think it may have been Aston Tab, because he went down to P12. Tab is going backwards, which certainly isn't what I anticipated for this heat. And it's Miles Harrison now to the front of the field. While all that was going on further behind, it's Miles Harrison now who leads the way. Jana Tranchit in 12th, Cooper Campbell Lees in 3rd, and then Callum Eve in 4th position for Mono Motorsport, the number 17. Or at least that was the case at the line, but I think things have shifted again a little bit. Eve was the fastest driver out there on the previous tour, and indeed he's up to 2nd place. My apologies. So yes, he's gone around Campbell and Jana Tranchit on that previous lap. So Callum Eve making good headway here, and Miles Harrison enjoying his time at the front of the field, but can he sustain another 8 minutes plus of leading at the front? The 24, Frederick Navarro, there to the inside of Jana Tranchit, who is starting to slip back a little bit and won't find any quarters given in a battle with Frederick Navarro. Navarro not yet up to P5. Again, we expect him to be right up there by the flag by the incredible performance he had in the first heat. Just drove away from the competition. Harrison and Eve crossed the line 0.7 of a second apart, and there's been a black flag for Cooper Campbell Lees, who now makes his way into the pit lane. The inside goes Jakub Milzarski. The 26 makes up a place. The 24 and the 19 still going at it. That's still Navarro and Tranchit having a good battle there, side by side, and Jana Tranchit really isn't giving any quarters. She's largely raced in Northern Europe to this point. It's her first pilgrimage over to the UK for racing purposes. Karsten Jung scything forward as well, now up in 3rd place, the Hong Kong driver. Just 1.1 seconds away from the lead. Callum Eve is being closed in upon, or rather is closing in upon Miles Harrison, the leader. But Karsten Jung is going with them as well, and I dare say that Jakub Milzarski will be right there before long. He's set the fastest lap of the race to this point, and certainly Frederick Navarro, no slouch in P5. I think we're going to have quite a grandstand finish here, as the field compacts together behind Miles Harrison. 6 minutes left. So they'll be breaking the half-distance marker as they come across the line this time. Best lap of the race so far from Miles Harrison. I should say personal best, but Callum Eve is now right there with him, as we can see, 3/10 in it. Can Harrison hold on to this? Jana Tranchit there, cutting the nose off of the 25 of Kuhn Peinemann. Peinemann running 7th behind Tranchit in 6th, and Ollie Brunel-Weil is the driver in 8th place. Ooh, and a bit of a wide moment there, I think, potentially from Ashton Woolger. Not quite sure if that was him, but someone certainly was a bouncing across the curves coming out of the paddock. Callum Eve right there with Miles Harrison. I don't think it's long before Eve decides to make a move. I think he'd be fairly confident in being able to gap from Harrison, and indeed they're side by side to the inside at the second hairpin was Callum Eve. Miles Harrison gives the indication that he wants to try and break away from everyone else with Callum Eve. Convinced that Callum is going to abide by that, especially with Karsten Young right there with them. It's going to be 3 into Garda, and it's still going to be Miles Harrison in the lead when they exit. But Callum Eve and Karsten Young and Jakub Milzarski are all there. It's 5 for the lead because Frederick Navarro is in the picture as well. But Miles Harrison to this point has done a stellar job of holding the lead. But Callum Eve, I thought there, had the run. He didn't, though. Karsten Young to the inside of Eve. They're side by side briefly for second place. And Karsten Young, in trying to make his way to second, has been demoted down to 4th, possibly 5th. It's 4th, ultimately. Frederick Navarro in P5 then. Still giving a watching brief to this. A heat winner earlier in the day. In the remaining 3 minutes and 40 seconds, can he get to the front of this 5-car train at the front? Karsten Young looking left, looking right, trying to defend from Navarro. Harrison is going to lead yet another lap as they come across the line. This is great driving from young Miles Harrison. He's been doing a good job. Perhaps the ultimate pace isn't quite there right now, but he's been doing well. He's a regular here, he's a regular at Bayford as well. But it's his first time in the Kart Race of Champions and holding himself to account and continuing to lead the way. Nail-biting stuff for him, I think. Jakub Milzarski is right with Eve. Karsten Young still holding off Navarro. Those two are kind of, I think, distracting each other enough that Milzarski can just focus forward on this 3rd place right now. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Miles Harrison, if he can hold on to this, it would be so well deserved. There's been a change for second place. Milzarski is through into second, and now he's up the inside for the lead. Jakub Milzarski, don't know where I got that from. He's leading the way. The 26 has got it done. I think moved into second down at Garda the previous lap. And then at the hairpin, he's gotten by Miles Harrison. Harrison did a great job to hold on as long as he did, but he's now down to 3rd place. Eve has also gotten through. Can Harrison fire back? Can Eve get around Milzarski? They exit the corner side by side. And Jakub Milzarski will lead the lap. 1 minute and 40 to go, 2 to go effectively. I think they'll be shown the last lap board next time by. Frederick Navarro has gotten past Karsten Young on the previous tour. And Callum Eve has lost out again to Miles Harrison. Harrison firing back. Harrison wants to try and reclaim that top spot. Can he do it in the time that's left? Will Callum Eve allow him the stage to try and chase down Jakub Milzarski? I think Eve is going to fire back there as they go towards Garda, very close between them. We'll see as they come out of the corner. Down at Senna, and indeed, the order remains the same. Eve didn't quite make it work. It is the final lap of the race. Milzarski goes defensive. Miles Harrison trying to reclaim that lead that he held for so long. Can he do it? He goes to the outside line at the first hairpin. He's going to get pushed out wide. That's going to allow Callum Eve the opportunity. It's Eve and Milzarski side by side. And Miles Harrison still in the fight as well, trying to get to the inside for the S's. He's not going to do it. It's side by side for second between Eves and Harrison. And here comes Frederick Navarro having a good go at it too. Great racing, great racing. Second place has now gone to Callum Eve. Can he find a way to get to Milzarski before the flag? I think the 26 driver, Jakub Milzarski, has done enough. It looks like he has. In third place now is Karsten Jung. He's come out of nowhere to claim third, but the win will be Jakub Milzarski. Milzarski has done enough. Callum Eve takes the runners-up spot. Karsten Jung got third place there. Navarro and Brunel Weil rounding out the top five. Unfortunately, right there at the end, Miles Harrison went from challenging for the win to taking sixth place. He was going for a bit of all or nothing there, and unfortunately, he lost out in the end. We're about to go racing for the final time today, the last heat, heat 27, up next. So then, final race of the day is going to be a race in the lightweight division. Morgan Lepelaar starting this one from pole. Christopher Ball for Razio Drake, the Racing Dragons. Second place, Lewis Cook is next in third. He's aboard the 7 kart. Max Chapman is next. Lino Lucas in P5, the number 1. William Tyson, the number 10, in 6th place. Eduardo Favia in 7th place. That's the number 12. Jack Frey in the 8th spot. That's kart number 5. Toby Hazel in the 13 for 9th spot. Lewis Apiagai, the number 3 in 10th. Then Jay Adams set for 11th aboard the number 4 that we see there on screen. Kian Honeyman, the 14, is set to start from 12th position. And then taking up the rear, Harry Doggett aboard the number 11. We're underway, we're racing for the final time today here at the Kart Race of Champions at Buckmore Park. Christopher Ball, I think, got the best start there at the front of the field, the Welshman. He got a good launch, but I think actually Morgan Lepelaar has ended up in the lead. It looked to me like the 6 was leading the 8. And that is the order. No, sorry, it is Ball ahead of Lepelaar. We'll get there eventually. Christopher Ball is leading. He got the best launch, and that has translated into an early lead, and quite a decent one at that as well. Oh, look at that scrum from 5th on back. That's, I think, Lino Lucas, among others, getting into it a bit. Chris Ball and Morgan Lepelaar. Fairly comfortable in first and second. Ditto, Chapman and Cook in third and fourth, but it's a big scrum for 5th, being led by Eduardo Favia, the 12. Toby Hazel, the 13th behind him, and there is on the offensive the number 3 of Lewis Apiagai, who was competitive earlier on in the day, so not a surprise that he's looking to forge an onward path. Christopher Ball, though, for Razio Drake, got the ideal launch and is looking to follow it up in ideal fashion. Be getting cheered on by his fellow Welsh contingent down there at Razio Drake. Fairly close-knit team from what I've seen. Had a chat with some of them earlier on. In good spirits. Chris Ball, who's been here before, 3 times A final appearances, 22, 23, 24. top 100 KWC ranked driver both last year and in 2024. There's a lunge to the inside from Luis Appiagai. He's trying to make headway. Lino Lucas trying to hold on there to 8th position. I think Jack Frey it was that was jostling to try and move through. The top 3 are certainly compacting, aren't they? Max Chapman closing in on Lepela, who has never really been far away from the back of Chris Ball since this race began. Lewis Cook remains in 4th place ahead of Eduardo Favia, who's made some more upward progress in 5th place. Lino Lucas there, the inside beckons for Luis Appiagai, and Lino Lucas is not happy with that move. But it's proven effective for Appiagai, who's now up into 9th place. He wants to make more headway than that. Lino also lost out there, I think, to Kian Honeyman. But at the front, it's Ball from Lepela, from Chapman, your top 3. And Lewis Cook is quietly homing in on them as well. Just sneaking his way forward, the Club 100 race winner. It's his first time here, first time in K-Rock as well. He's been loving the track, but it is a bit of a new adventure for him. He's, I think, going to improve as the weekend goes on. You saw Morgan Lepela there giving a "would you mind awfully leaving me alone" gesture from Max Chapman. I don't think that any such luxuries are going to be extended. Chris Ball would like it if those two started to dice, certainly. Throughout so far, and maybe been a kart length or 2 clear the whole time, but while he hasn't necessarily been attacked for the lead yet, he's certainly not got the most comfortable of advantages. He's got some great drivers behind him. Meanwhile, the dice for 5th place is all a shuffle. The number 12 there of Eduardo Favila getting shoved out a bit there. I think he's also got his fuel cap, I think it was, that's flapping about there. It's not been sealed properly. I think that's the fuel cap, but I'm not sure. Something on a hinge is loose where it ought not to be. The leading quartet past the main building with 45 seconds left to go, 6 laps now completed in the race as they go on to lap 7. Max Chapman has gotten past Morgan Lepela on that previous lap, so it's now Chapman up to P2. Can Chapman forge a path to the rear bumper of Christopher Ball? Lepela and Cook staying with him. And William Tyson and Jack Frey are also getting reeled in, actually, by Eduardo Favia and co. It's an amalgamated pack there from 5th now to 8th. It's that leading quartet that's looking the most like a near eruption. Meanwhile, Jack Frey has just set the fastest lap of the race, and I think he'll have possibly made a move on William Tyson going through the early corners of the lap. Side by side, in fact, yes, between Tyson and Frey. This is for 5th position. Frey trying to go around the outside, having just set the fastest lap of the race. He'll feel the momentum is firmly in his favour, and he gets it done there through the S's on the way down to Syme Sweet. Has he got the outright pace to close in the remaining minutes on the leading quartet? Well, more concerningly, it looked like William Tyson had the overlap on him heading into Garda. Did that one turn out, I wonder? We'll see on the timing screens as they come across the line. Frey did remain in 5th position, so he's safe in that place now. He set the fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago. Can he reel in the leading quartet in the less than 5 minutes that remain? Ball leads Chapman, leads Lepelard, leads Cook. That order has been retained for a couple of laps now. Jack Frey has 3.6 seconds between himself and Cook, and I think given the pace, and given the pace is being set by Chris Ball of all people, I think Jack Frey has his work cut out a little bit. Eduardo Favia has a black flag. Eduardo Favia, the number 12, who's been running there in that second pack, he's been given the ultimate slap on the wrist. He'll be headed to the pits then. And will more than likely drop to the rear of the field. Frey has felt the need there to go defensive. I think his mind is really not on trying to catch the leading four. It's on staying in P5 by the looks of it. You see there that flapping part that I mentioned of Eduardo Favia. I wonder if the black flag might actually be to reseal that if it is the fuel filler or something like that, rather than any on-track issues. It's pure speculation. Frey and Tyson looked like they were about to go side by side as Favia makes his way in. He visits the pits. Meanwhile, Frey and Tyson continue to dice. Tyson has a little look to the outside. Frey taking the inside at both hairpins, defending for all he's worth. Frey holds on for now. At the front, I think, has Chapman overtaken Ball? On the sector splits, surely not. No, there was a bit of a hitch there, I think, in how the sector splits were being traced, and it briefly showed that Chapman had got through. So it would have been highly unlikely. Still 2.5 minutes to run. Ball has 7/10 over Chapman, who was marginally faster than last time by. Morgan Lepelard and Lewis Cook still right there in it as well. But Ball seems to be doing everything right. He's been the name that I've heard the most during the practice and qualifying sessions, walking around, talking to people in the paddock and getting to know a few of the drivers. The thing I got to know more than anything is whenever Chris Ball was on the circuit, people were very interested to see what kind of lap times he was doing. And I can see why. Chapman, Lepelard and Cook are doing a good job of holding themselves to account. I fear they don't have that extra step required to challenge for the win on this occasion. Meanwhile, 5th place still under threat. William Tyson has gotten past Jack Frey, but Frey is now on the retaliation. And Toby Hazel makes it 3 wide. That's not going to work into the S's, and indeed, I think Frey... Oh, I thought Frey was going to end up at the back of the queue, but he actually retains 6th position as he continues to seek a way past William Tyson. Such has been the pace of this race, with Ball, Chapman, Lepelard and Cook all up there at the front. We are going to get 2 more laps of this as they cross the line to begin lap 14. Kind of is a coin toss between 14 and 15 laps most heats, but boy has the pace been scintillating in this one as Lepelard makes a move at the first hairpin. But Max Chapman right back through. Lepelard not able to get it stopped for the apex, but retains 3rd place. Lewis Cook will fancy a podium finish here. Certainly that would bode well to potentially make it to the A final. That jostling between them has given Ball over a second for the first time in this race now. It was just under a second last time by. It will be somewhere around the 1.4 region, I think, this time. Ball crosses the line Indeed, Chapman is 1.429 back. Is Lepela going to remain behind Chapman? Not if he can do anything about it. Goes to the outside for the first hairpin, but that's actually left the door wide open for Lewis Cook. That almost looked orchestrated, but I can't imagine why you'd do it. Lewis Cook then is up into third place. Can he make it P2? To beat Max Chapman, he'll have to make a brave lunge, I suspect, down at the Garda Bend. For Chris Ball, it's a formation fly home for the Welshman. Chris Ball does it through Cafe for the final time, and he does win the last heat of the day. Chapman takes second, and Lewis Cook held on to third place. Lepela takes fourth then. It's a drag race to the line for fifth, and Jack Frey got the best of William Tyson on the final lap. Kian Honeyman also moved up to seventh on the final lap there. He got past Toby Hazel. Lewis Appiah will be a bit disappointed with ninth overall, because it felt for a while there that there should be a bit more pace than that in him. Eduardo Favia, meanwhile, dropping down to 12th place ultimately. That was our final heat for the day here at the Karting Race of Champions, day number 1 here at Buckmore Park. We've got a full day of racing though to bring you on Sunday, and that will begin, if we stick to schedule, at 10:45 in the morning. We will see who wins the coveted trophies in the A finals, who makes it to the A finals. So many big questions to answer for you on Sunday here at Tapes Up. We've very much enjoyed our day's action here at Buckmore Park, and we can't wait to do it all again tomorrow. A deluxe helping of karting action for Sunday, but for now, from Buckmore, it's good night.